So, welcome everybody to Blaze in the Dark, Chapter 12, You Don't Just Leave. It has been 2 weeks since the crew ventured into the catacombs beneath the Sanctorium, and 1 week since they made the handoff with the gondoliers. The city has changed dramatically these past few weeks. Most striking is the absence of the Paragon, the 190-foot naval destroyer that once held a place of prominence in the North Hook Channel. With some small assistance from the Nighthawks, the Grinders actually pulled it off. They raised a crew, stole the ship, and started steaming across the sea to liberate their homeland. Inkrake's report, rebel vessel spotted off coast of Lockport, and the shelling of Lockport, mystery vessel, friend or foe. According to these reports, the Imperial military is in a controlled panic, launching their fleet out of Severin to capture or sink the rogue vessel. But this has left many confused. Hadn't this fleet experienced heavy losses in Bright Harbor? How did they recover so quickly? And if a civil war is being fought, why did the entire fleet move from the coast of Eruvia to Severos? The rioters in northern Brightstone witnessed the theft firsthand and took it as a major victory, openly celebrating in Unity Square. Their triumph was short-lived, however. The Bluecoats unleashed their dogs of war, the Billhooks, and what followed is being referred to as the Unity Square Massacre, and has marked a bloody conclusion to the civil unrest of the city's Skovlander and Eruvian populations. Meanwhile, in Crowsfoot, Pickett has completed a smear campaign against my Lyra Clev and the Crows. She asserts to anyone who will listen that the Crows are state actors, nothing more than puppets of the Eruvian government. They have no love for the district or its citizens and are not worthy of their loyalty. Her campaign has set the Lampblacks up as the everyman's gang and has been extremely successful among the predominantly Akarosi citizens of Crowsfoot. Bezo Baz has appointed himself the district's legitimate ward boss, and his gang is poised to take full control from Mylera and her crows. In more pleasing news, the Sparkrites have finished their repair of the Dunslow Lightning Towers, and their alternate fuel source seems to be working well. This past week also saw Nebra and the Messenger publish Principles of Oblivion 2nd Edition, an eldritch tome and instruction manual on the creation of synthetic demons. Copies were distributed in Duskfall and throughout Eruvia. The effects seem limited or non-existent. Like Cole, many in Duskfall are illiterate, and those that are not were either unaware of the tome's release or didn't care to read or investigate further. A few, however, knew exactly what they were looking at. Rumors have begun circulating that Casta and her masters in the Cult of the Empty Vessel have employed the Wraiths to sabotage production and distribution of the book. Some of Nebra's professors and the messenger's academic peers, those ones he personally sent copies to, have gone missing, not unlike Preceptor Dunville, and sightings of the Bright Stone horror have increased exponentially. The Inkrakes are no longer able to suppress knowledge of its existence, and many now believe that these sightings are not of one singular creature, but an unknown population making themselves known throughout the city. In Eruvia, things are much worse. With education levels being far higher and more consistent than elsewhere in the Shattered Isles, many would-be demonologists have attempted the ritual outlined in the tome, and many have been successful. Citizens in Uduasha fear the return of sorcerer kings and the tyranny of the demon lords, and a vocal minority has arisen claiming that recent events are a cosmic punishment for turning their backs on the immortal emperor and preach a willful subjugation of the Eruvian nation and its people. If this weren't bad enough, the recent surge in demonic activity has caused the 3 obelisks imprisoning the demon lords Kayet, Kusek, and Serik to crack. This is the first time that Nebra has noticed a change in Elstera Evrathi's usually calm demeanor. She is visibly furious. The Nighthawk has taken to the street this past week to preach the gospel of vengeance to any and all who will listen. But something seems off. His connection to the forgotten gods, both the throne of judgment and the dream beyond death, has diminished as some other eldritch entity surges in power within the void. Emmeline has been frequently absent this past week in private conversation with her mentor, Lord Skurlock, and what time she has spent in the grotto has been training and preparing for the crew's expedition into the Deathlands. She returned to the lair battered, bloody, and bruised, and was tight-lipped about what exactly had happened to her, but was adamant that she had a handle on it. She also took the initiative in putting up the knotted rags around the crew's territory, signaling the Deathland scavengers that the Nighthawks were ready to parley. It is now half past the hour of honor, what we might know as 1 p.m., and Silas finds himself in high demand. Sister Thorn and no more than 2 other Deathland scavengers have been seen entering Night Market, wearing the knotted rags that the messenger explained would signal their intention of meeting with Silas. Jeremiah has also reached out wanting to meet with Silas in the Orchid Gardens just outside Nighthawk territory. She made it clear that this was not a request. Additionally, a cipher has just delivered a letter to Silas, printed on the official stationery of Ironhook Prison. The letter reads, "Upon review, your visitation request has been approved. You will be afforded 1 hour with prisoner A1486 to begin at the hour of song." An hour away. And the prisoner in question is Tarvul, leader of the Billhooks. But you have no memory of scheduling such a meeting. Now, Silas, you can't be everywhere all at once, so you will need to decide who you want to take each meeting and delegate tasks accordingly. And this is where we find ourselves this afternoon in the grotto. The Emerald Nighthawk and Foghound moored in the underground harbor. Absent today is August and the Hive's laborers who have finished their repairs and have returned to other endeavors outside of our crew's purview. Our cohort of rovers, led by Bear, including Marlene, Theo, the twins, and Kadeem, are present, and they're sizing up a band of new recruits. Our crew's new cohort of loyal, fearsome, though principled and savage. So we're all here minding our or attending to our business in the lair. You all can determine what that looks like for your individual characters. But Silas, that cipher has just arrived giving you the letter. You have 3 meetings that are all coming up presently. And you know, before you leave to take whichever one you choose, you'll need to make sure the other members of the crew have been given their marching orders as well.
So, Jeremiah probably. So the leader, the matriarch of the Deathland matriarch, definitely wants to talk to Silas and just Silas, but it's possible she can be entertained until Silas gets back. Jeremiah and the prison are deadlines that probably aren't going to move. But the guy in the prison isn't Jeremiah.
No, so the guy in the prison is just a dude in prison.
But wouldn't you like to have peace with the Bellhooks?
Yes, but I think there's a better member of the group to deal with that meeting.
Clearly, the Nighthawk.
Because I've already, as Kyle said, that I already have delegations set up. Because I think, out of a show of respect, I really can't miss the meeting with the Deathland Scavengers lady, especially since they want to very much like speak to the person responsible, who they deem as me. And if we want any hope of that like getting better, I think I need to honor that one specifically. As far as Jerry Maha, I would send Nebra, the messenger, and Emmeline to represent there. So at least one founding member is there to not outright disrespect Maha. And then I would send for sure Cole to go meet with the Bill Hooks guy. Because I feel like Cole would know exactly what to say, and I would ask that he not be diplomatic at all in anything he says. And then he could bring Reese and or the Nighthawk. If I'm supposed to be meeting by myself with the Deathland Scavengers, I probably should maintain that. Or I would have the messenger with me, sort of like not in the meeting but present, and then have Nighthawk go to Jerry Maha. As
Cool.
horrible
So that sounds great. And you can get some input from the other characters, most definitely. But how about you, RP, getting those people set up?
Okay, so I think in this case, regardless of what everyone's doing, I'll have like rung a bell or whatever to call a meeting in the center of the grotto. And then whenever everyone show up, I'll.
Is this just like the core crew, or is this the cohorts as well? Is this like an all hands on deck?
I think this is just the core crew.
Okay.
Because the other hands don't need to be like bothered by this, because none of them are really going to be able to go to any of these.
No, but they could be your backing when you meet the Deathland Scavengers, especially the new thugs.
Well, so some of them could attend, like be in the roost while I'm there, because I'm probably going to have to take the meeting in the back by myself with her. Because was it supposed to be just me?
Nope.
Oh, okay. In that case, okay, then I'll have you in the room with me, messenger.
All right. That's hate to miss out on Jerry Maha's absolutely charming company. She's but hey, there's other strangers to entertain.
As everyone's seated, I hope ideally I will start off with, I am apparently a very popular individual this evening, but I cannot attend at once, and I'm hoping that all of you can be my proxy in certain situations of these. I have the meeting with the Deathland Scavengers. I have apparently requested visitation with the leader of the Bill Hooks in the Iron Hook prison.
What do you mean apparently?
I don't remember doing. And Jerry Maha has also requested a meeting with me, or us possibly, that was not optional. And I won't be able to attend all of these at once, but I think all three of them are important. I personally would like to show the utmost respect to the Deathland Scavengers to start mending that fence as quickly as possible. And then as far as the Bill Hook individual, Cole, I know that issue has been a very specific and important one to you over the weeks that we're not doing too properly. And I wouldn't mind if you and Reese were to take that meeting and be without any measure of diplomacy. Because he's a prisoner, I don't think he'll respond to direct diplomacy, whatever that is.
So yeah, when Silas says that, Reese looks over at Cole and gives him a nod, like we're teaming up.
And then if Nebra, Emmeline, and the Nighthawk could go appease Jerry Maha, that way, if it's not me, it still is a founding member of the crew, two founding members of the crew, to show that we're not showing outright disrespect to her. And then the messenger, if you would accompany me with the Scavengers, since you seem to have a rapport with them that would be helpful in that meeting. That is my proposal. If you all have opinions on the matter, I will be willing to hear them.
So Emmeline will speak up and ask, are you sure you not want to send... Well, I'm happy meeting with Jerry Maha. I have no problem with that. She's upset with us at the moment, right? She doesn't know about the warehouse, or she does? These are important things I want to know before I do take that meeting. But regardless, are you sure you don't want to send either myself or the Nighthawk to the prison in case a snap decision needs to be made? Having that weight of a founder might be able to just immediately solve problems instead of having to go back and forth. Up to you. Just a thought.
Yeah, that is an interesting proposal. I think I would probably go the route of sending the Nighthawk because he is the muscle.
You see, Emily kind of has a resigned sigh as I really hope.
What
Jerry
is?
Maha's not mad.
Remind me all why Jerry Maha's upset with us. Is she upset with us?
We're at war. Not with them. We've drawn her into a war
That we are now attempting to resolve. So
yeah. It's the good news. The bad news is she has taken some damage because of this war. Although we don't think she knows that.
Well, she didn't at first.
Yet.
We don't know. We don't know if
I
she
don't
just
think
found out.
she's stupid.
Okay. Here's my plan. Or here's my thoughts, boss. Like,
Okay.
I think you should send a founder to each one of these meetings. I think that's the only way to show respect. I think that, to be honest, the thing that's probably the least likely to blow up in our faces right now is the Billhook or the Deathland Scavengers. They have indicated that they're interested in talking and that they don't really want to fucking fight us, right? At least some of their members are not interested in doing it. So I actually think the Nighthawk and Nebra could handle that one probably by themselves, hands down.
She did not want to talk to a founder. She wanted to talk to Silas. She said else would be acceptable.
Okay,
like that was the understanding that I got from her daughter.
Gotcha. Well, that's fair then. Like, then we need to fucking figure out how to split Silas in half because I also don't think that he can not go talk to Jeremiah, right? I don't know about y'all, but whenever an officer called me to come account for something I was doing, if I happened to send one of my fucking corporals or something, then whose head would be on a pike, right? Me and the corporal. So
well, this isn't the military. This is a business, and delegation in business is more flexible.
Oh yeah. I'm not saying I am not a businessman. Like for all the delusions of grandeur of maybe owning a bar one day, whatever. I am not. I'm good at a couple of things, and most of those things are killing people. So it's not really manipulative. Refer to whatever you think, but I do think the bill hooks are important. Uh, having Emlyn there or having the Nighthawk there, whoever it is that can make a decision, like I'm happy to go beyond diplomatic. I don't know exactly what you mean by that. Do you want me to like kill him?
Just be yourself.
So yes.
No, don't kill someone in the prison.
I mean, I could probably
someone in to negotiate is what this
like
sounds
unless you're already imprisoned, I would not recommend killing anyone in the prison.
I'm pretty sure I could get out. I don't know if Reese could, but
as long as he meets justice.
I just mean that, like in a typical like what I will for example, when I go to the Deathland Scavengers, I'm going to be very humble and accommodating because they have been wronged. We want to mend that fence.
So you want to
with the bill hooks, we owe them nothing, and they need to know that.
I'm totally fine with that. I'm just gonna say the reason I've been talking, the reason I've been beating the drum around the bill hooks for so long is that we have zero leverage over them as well. We don't know what the fuck they want. We don't know who the fuck is off, like bringing them on. Like, so they're bigger than us. They're stronger than us. Like, so I'm happy to go piss on a hornet's nest, but when I get stung, I just want you to know that it's not going to be fun.
Well, and Emmeline will speak up and say, and let's not ignore the savagery they inflicted on those people in Unity Square.
Yeah.
Well,
they got blue coat backing. They're clearly in with the group, with the government.
So I could also leave it to the Nighthawk and Emmeline which meeting they would prefer to go to.
Nighthawk, you want to meet with an angry Maha?
There could be something said that the Nighthawk goes as a representative of the Nighthawks.
We are all Nighthawks.
Yeah, but also nah.
I'm fine taking either one, Silas. Nighthawk, which one would you prefer?
I'm fine to be your representative at the prison for the Nighthawks.
Emily, I know that you're better at speaking to a figure of authority.
Sure. I'm taking Nebra with me.
Yes. She can also assist. This is one where I'm in a conundrum here because there is this difference between a founding member and a non-founding, but on a certain level, particularly with Cole, like I do feel like he has the power to like fully represent me, though I do understand the oomph of a actual founding member joining him. For example, and not that I think less of anyone else here. I don't.
I mean, I'm happy to go. I'm happy to, if you want to come up with some designation, I'm happy to go talk to this man. And yeah, we're sending a negotiator. Like, that's clearly what's happening here.
So,
yeah,
just for context here, the meetings are with the Deathland Scavengers, with the Bill Hooks, and with someone in the prison.
No,
the
Bill
Hooks
Hooks are
the prison guy, and Jerry Maha, the leader of the Hive.
Okay.
So we're currently at war with 4 different factions, right? 2 of them want to meet with us. The Deathland Scavengers, who we asked to meet, and the Bill Hooks, who I'm pretty sure asked to meet us. This is how they asked to meet us: is they put in a request on behalf of Silas, and then he got a notice saying that his request was approved. So, yeah. And then of course our boss, the bigger fish that we pay up to in the night market.
May or may not be displeased with us.
The bigger fish we pay to now.
Speaking of, have we been paying up to them? Like, have we actually paid up to them? Do you need to like take some coin with you?
I don't think we owe anything because I don't think we've had anything to pay up with.
I don't know. We stole the Severosi Sapphire. We got.
You have been keeping
our last few
accounts.
scores
you
have
have
been
books, right, Silas? Like multiple sets of books. This isn't all in your head. Please tell me it's not all in your head.
I'm not a businessman, but I think that maybe you should have multiple sets of books.
that's yeah, and you say you're not a businessman.
Hold on. That this is something we can solve.
We're caught up on payments to Jerry Maha.
You know what? It doesn't sound like you're ready to answer this as you should be. Give me a minute here. All right, I'm gonna make a study roll to figure out whether or not we owe Jerry Maha. How does that sound?
can Nebra help with that?
I don't the books.
I will absolutely take help.
Money.
What's my position and effect?
Position is not risky because if you mess up, you're either going to owe her money or you're not going to pay her money. You got to thread that needle, and the effect will be standard.
And I get 1 die of help from Nebra for 1 stress for Nebra.
A 6, a flat success. All right. So the thing that immediately comes to mind about Jerry Maha is that unlike the gondoliers, she's not one to sit on debts. Anytime you have owed her, it has been very apparent because a representative of the Hive will come, or she will come. Sarah will reach out. Like if ever, it's like Jerry Maha has a sixth sense about people owing her money, and it tingles when in those cases. So no, at this juncture, because you haven't really been pulling in all that much money, it's been like kind of sorting out your own house. You're currently paid off to the Hive.
And that could also be the issue. We haven't really been pulling.
I enjoy that this is like
your last envelope.
We got summoned to the principal's office, and so we're like going through like, wait, do we owe her money? Like check the books, like make sure.
I'm not sure there are books. I think Silas made that very clear. He's been mental mathing all of our accounts.
I think
Nebra
maybe
has
Nebra
books.
and the messenger just put books together.
Yeah. I think Nebra has like notes, and the messengers like has their notes, and they're like sitting there comparing notes to come up with what the books are.
Yep.
That's the
okay.
Books.
These are ledgers.
I know what ledgers are.
I'm not sure you do. We're going to talk about these until the Deathland Scavengers get here. The messenger, when everyone else has left, the messenger is going to be talking about ledgers with Silas. We're going to teach him double entry
absolutely
accounting.
Is.
Yeah, right.
Because here's the thing: in his past, that may or may not have happened. There usually was no ledger there. Someone could actually give you something or not, and if it was not, then they were in the drink.
So anytime you have a debit, you have to put it in this column over here. And then
And this column
and
over
this
here.
column over here.
Double entry accounting.
So long as she's there, because she might have to leave, but Emmeline will help you with that. 'Cause she's like, I thought you were doing this, to be fair.
So did I.
This is important. Listen to the messenger.
This is what we keep in.
I don't say this often,
Messages.
but listen to the messenger. Cool. So the groups are Cole, the Nighthawk, and Reese to the prison, the messenger and Silas to the Deathland Scavengers, and Nebra and Emmeline to Jerry Maha. Correct? Cool. So we don't have that much time left in the lair. Again, like your meeting with the Billhooks is set to be in an hour. Maha wanted you previously, and the presently, and the Deathland Scavengers have just entered Nighthawk territory. So what I'd like to know from you guys, now that those meetings have been assigned, is which group would like to take their meeting first?
Let's do the Billhooks.
Awesome.
Because we're going to be sitting there like, wait, 2 times? Why do you enter 2 times?
All right.
We're jumping right into the action.
So, Nighthawk, Reese, Cole, you make your way to Dunslow, now safe that the lightning barriers have been repaired. Missing are the legions of the brigade and the spirit wardens, and even some gondoliers who were pushing back the encroaching Deathlands. And indeed, it seems like the city is as you all once knew it. You make your way to the imposing metal fortress that is Iron Hook Prison. As you step through the heavy iron gates of this bleak fortress, a sense of foreboding immediately grips you. The architecture itself is imposing, a stark reminder of the prison's purpose to maintain strict discipline and control over its inmates. The interior is a labyrinth of cold iron corridors, echoing with the haunting whispers of the past. On the first level, a row of spherical structures resembling diving bells line the far wall. Not dissimilar to the sensory deprivation chambers found in the basement of Murkwater Sanatorium, these structures have only a small porthole window on the front bulkhead above a small covered slit for passing prisoners their meals. These are used in the confinement of whispers, sorcerers, and other arcane practitioners. In one of these is a prisoner who recognized Cole immediately. It is Adelaide Mack, the Dimmer sister framed for the Nighthawks' crime, framed, it is said, by Cole himself. Her hands slap against the porthole window in a silent scream as you pass her by. The guards escort you up to the next level. The next level houses more traditional cells. They are small and claustrophobic, barely large enough to fit a narrow cot. They have a distinct lack of any personal touches, and the walls are devoid of any color or decoration, the damp metal serving as a constant reminder of the prisoner's grim fate. Rusted metal bars encage each cell, adding to the sense of confinement and despair. The sparse, dim lighting provided by flickering gas lamps creates eerie shadows that dance along the walls, and the air hangs heavy with the scent of dampness, mold, and decay, leaving a taste of bitterness on the tongue. Inmates shuffle along the corridors in silence, their faces masked in a mix of exhaustion and resignation. The only sound that breaks the silence are the echoes of metal clanging against metal, and the sounds of bells and chimes signaling daily routines. Overhead, wrought iron catwalks crisscross the cells, providing the guards with additional observation points. The oppressive feeling of being constantly surveilled hangs heavily within the prison, creating a psychological burden that amplifies the desolation of the environment. These prison guards lead you to a room away from this main corridor of cells. This is apparently where you will be meeting Tarvul. In the center of the room stands a sturdy, heavy wooden table, its surface scarred and worn from years of use. Surrounding the table are several wooden chairs, functional but uncomfortable, and they are bolted to the floor, ensuring they cannot be easily moved or used as weapons. And that is when your guide, Sergeant Felk, spits on the ground and says, "We'll go get your prisoner. Be back in a moment." And then locks the door behind you, leaving the three of you in this room for a few moments of peace.
I'm gonna go over to the table and kneel down, like I'm tying my shoe. But I'm gonna check underneath the table and chairs real quick to make sure there's not a knife or anything hidden underneath any of these things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. How about roll for me?
Okay.
Like a survey, sounds like maybe?
Sounds good. I can do that. Risky standard?
I think, yeah. A crit. With a crit, you'll see that there is definitely a fastening under this table where something like a bat or a chair leg or some other bludgeoning weapon could be held. Or perhaps it's to wrap chains through, like maybe you're a little bit paranoid here, but it is currently sitting empty.
Okay.
No weapons to be discovered.
Okay.
It's like, well, boys, I can't help but think this is looking at the future, eh? He looks around the prison.
I hope not, but yeah.
Just punishment for those.
You think this is justice? You fucking narc. Like, no one here.
Just as punishment. They're different. They're different entirely.
You talk a lot about vengeance over there, my friend, but you know a very little bit about what it actually is.
Perhaps I need to seek more of it.
Perhaps.
Or maybe you need to fucking study a little bit and understand the difference. You're so obsessed with fucking vengeance. But then you talk about justice. Which is it? Which would you like? Are you an eye for an eye, man? Are you gonna, pull someone's eye out just because they punched you?
I seen Cole do that once. You call it
Perhaps.
Perhaps. So you're not.
What do you think this fella wants to talk about? He wants to fight us.
No. I think Silas probably, looked into him a little bit, and he got wind of that, and so my guess is that they want to find out what we're doing. That or they brought us here to kill us.
And
that's what I thought too.
Sentiment. You hear the jangling of keys and the turning of locks, and the door opens to reveal, flanked by prison guards, including Velk, Tarvul, leader of the Billhooks. And the first impression you get seeing Tarvul and his entourage is that the power dynamic in this prison is either exactly as you thought it would be or not like anything you would think of. Tarvul almost seems like a king being surrounded by his palace guard. The guards of Ironhook seem to give him deference, and while he is still chained in manacles and there is still some charade of kind of lawfulness and institution, you can see right through the illusion that this is just for those who aren't either on the payroll or who aren't in some other ways affiliated with the Billhooks. Tarvul himself is an Akarosi man in his early 50s. He stands tall with a commanding presence that exudes an aura of both intensity and authority. His broad shoulders, big pot belly, and otherwise muscular build reflect the physical strength he has no doubt gained from enduring the harsh prison life. His face bears the scars of a tumultuous existence, weathered by years of hardship and adversity. His eyes are piercing and intense, evoking a sense of mystery, but they hold a quiet yet unsettling darkness, hinting at a troubled past that has shaped the man he has become. The occasional flicker of vulnerability in his gaze contrasts with the usual steely resolve that dominate his expression. The hair on his head has been shorn haphazardly, but grows wildly elsewhere on his body, especially his chest and his arms. Despite his tattered and worn striped prison guard, he carries himself with an air of authority that sets him apart from the other inmates you've seen. He walks with a slow, deliberate gait, and every step carries the weight of a lifetime's worth of experience and regrets. And as he approaches you, he does kind of a Riker sit over the prison chair and leans back, this man, straining the bolts of the chair, and you hear kind of the creak of the wood as he leans back to get more comfortable. And he says, "I'm so happy that you could meet me here today."
Cole goes ahead and takes the seat directly across from him. Not doing a Riker sit, but yeah.
I'll take the left flank on Cole.
I'll stand on the right and just
just glower and brood.
How was your afternoon?
I can't complain too much. Everything here, always the same. Routine. There is a simplicity in that with age I don't find unappealing.
Well, at least you found a routine in here.
Yourself?
It's nice to walk through Dunslow and not have, the outside Deathlands trying to break its way in.
I've heard rumors, but my kind, the yard doesn't face that direction.
Oh, then you're lucky then.
What can we do for you?
Well, I called you here because I got word that maybe things were getting tense between your outfit and my billhooks. And you see, we have associates in the Ministry of Preservation, and I would hate to see the billhooks alliance sour because of any unpleasantness between our crews.
At the end of the day, we report up to the same people. So it's not surprising. There must have been some misunderstanding down the line between some low-level folks. We don't even know what started this mess.
Well, now that you're here and the gods know I'm not going anywhere, perhaps you'll entertain an old man a story.
Are there guards in the room with us?
No.
Okay, great, perfect. So Cole you don't know him to like smoke, but he does like He goes very slowly, puts his hands up a little bit, and he just kind of opens up his breast pocket and takes out a pipe, and he kind of starts packing it here, and he lights it, and he hands it across to to this guy. Do I get the sense that Tarvel had served it all, or is he just he's a lifer in prison, but before that he had to do something?
Yeah, no sense right away. Like, the name doesn't sound familiar from anyone you would have met. Based on his build, though, it's not completely unheard of, right? Like, he's a big dude. So he was probably doing something with his body, you know.
Does he have any military tattoos on him?
No tattoos.
But I offer him the pipe, and I either let him smoke it. If he smokes it, I take out a rolled cigarette. And
yeah, he does. Yeah, he'll take it if you offer it to him.
Yeah, then I also take out a cigarette and I start smoking with him.
Yeah, he puffs on the pipe. It kind of gives you, like, with the pipe still clenched between his teeth, he gives you a smile. I appreciate finding a man of culture. They're so rare in a place like this. In this city, perhaps beyond. He takes a long drag. But anyway, and he blows out the smoke. The old man's story. You know, it's a tale as old as time, and one that probably isn't all too unfamiliar to any of the three of you. But I didn't choose the criminal life. Didn't want any part of it, to be honest with you. No, when I was a younger man, I wanted to raise goats. Goats for the cabbies. I like goats. Goats are honest. Goats are true. Well, me and my late wife, we had a troubled son. Name's Corin. It became apparent quite early on that goat rearing wasn't in the cards for me. Not while my animals were in such close proximity to my son. So, I became a butcher, pulling some much needed coin from my son's rather twisted hobby. And did well for myself too, made a bit of a family name of it. But like so many other in the city, our employers included, I would imagine, you eventually turn to crime all the same. Now, as my son grew, it was no longer simply goats that occupied his attention. If you catch my meaning. Anyway, fast forward to this little unpleasantness. Apparently, someone affiliated with your crew, and he just immediately turns and stares at the Nighthawk, point blank. Assaulted
Who does not blink?
One of Corin's childhood friends, one of his few childhood friends, upon his release from Ironhook, a man named Harker. Corin did not take that well. He is the one who has declared war, and if he has done so, he has given you a service he does not afford many, that you know he is coming for you. But he declared war to seek vengeance for this transgression. Now, my son, he cannot be stopped, and he cannot be reasoned with. He can merely be distracted. But with me in here, Corin is not the sole voice of leadership among the Billhooks. My sister, Erin, she has been in some conflict with my son for control of the dead. Both of them seemingly thinking I'm too old or too far removed to run this outfit I built from the ground up. I say this, and I tell you these stories because Erin is much more reasonable and willing to negotiate. She is not like my son. She is normal.
But if she's fighting for power with your son, how are we sure she's going to win?
I don't think that's any of your concern.
Well, it is if you're saying we should go and strike some sort of deal with her for peace. Won't he just turn around and come back at us if he takes control?
Yeah, if you're not smart about it.
So then I ask you again, how's that my concern?
He kind of looks to you, Cole, to be like, does he speak for all of you?
I understand what you're saying.
I'm just offering you a means to resolve the situation and continue to war with the Billhooks. By all means, I'll handle the Ministry of Preservation myself. I have contacts. I would just prefer to make this easier on the both of us. But, and this goes to all three of you, Erin and Corin are my blood. They are not to be touched in any of this. Should I find that any harm were to befall my family, well, I just might find myself released long enough to string up the culprit myself.
We understand.
Heard you loud and clear.
Did you know? Cole leans in, takes the. Did you know that there's a dimmer sister downstairs?
I've heard some guards speaking of it. Not the dimmer sister, though. Even in here, rumors get around. And he just holds up a finger of one.
Cole does the same.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I did hear that rumor that there's only one left. I think we'll go have a chat with your sister. See if we can lend any assistance in her trials and her struggles. Maybe.
A bit for power.
Well, for the good of your gang. And the good of ours.
Yeah, he empties the pipe on the table and hands it back to you, and will say, "What was your name again, son?"
My name is Lysander Colburn.
My name is Silas. No.
They call me Cole.
Well, Cole, I appreciate the smoke. I appreciate the candor. And if you keep these other two flunkies of yours in line, I'll give you this one for free. My sister. Yeah. She tells some of our crew. Those crewmates get it back to me. That she was approached by someone in close proximity to your crew. Paid her a great deal of coin. Coin that we then used in our bid to get some of our members back out on the streets.
Seems very successful.
I'd say so. Funny thing is, she couldn't say who it was who approached her. I'll say that again. Not that she wouldn't say who approached her. She couldn't. She remembers the meeting, remembers the deal, but has no memory of what was actually said or who she met with. That one's for free. For being pleasant. Maybe keep an eye out. Anyone getting salty or disillusioned. It sounds like you might have a problem within your own ranks.
I appreciate the note. As it is, we're up and coming ourselves. As you said, everybody eventually has to turn to crime. Because that's how this city knows.
And when you see that boss of yours, the one who I expected to be sitting across from me today, tell him Tarvul very much looks forward to our future living arrangements.
I'll let him know.
And with that, he stands up. As slow as a man of this girth, definitely kind of exaggerates it to show like I'm not making a move. Everything's okay. And then he walks over to the door, keeping kind of, it's almost like a backwards walk, keeping an eye on you. So he wasn't born yesterday, and gives a rap on the door.
Cole keeps both his hands on the table and picks up the pipe and very gently just opens up his thing and puts it in there after he taps it out.
And he raps on the door, and the prison guards come and collect him.
I have a question. While he was talking, did I detect anything because of this?
No, he seemed to be very blunt, very honest individual.
Okay, good.
Is he gone now?
Yeah.
Is everybody in the room? Okay. Well, seems to me to figure out how to get to sick.
So yeah, Cole just like smiles.
Give him something else to fight.
Fight for his freedom.
Or redirect his
plenty occupied
attention.
with that for a while.
Cole gets up, smiling very much so, turns like he's gonna wait for the door, and I'm gonna let Cameron roll against me on this, but I'm going to pick him up by the collar and press him against the wall.
All right.
Reese will stand back and have a watch. Maybe I'll bust out some popcorn.
What are you rolling?
I'm gonna roll skirmish to try to essentially wrestle you.
Okay.
I'm going to pick you up by the back of your, basically by the shoulders of your outfit. Try to pick you up, and in one motion, push you up against the wall.
Okay. I guess I could roll finesse.
No, so with this, we'll just have Charles roll his thing
Okay.
first, because there aren't opposed rolls
Okay.
in vampires in this. You kind of need to come together to discuss what type of story you guys are going to tell. So this is how I think it could work, right? So on a crit or success, Cole does it, and Cameron, you can resist it as per usual with the prowess resistance to negate the effect. On a success with a complication, Cole succeeds, but Cameron, you can decide what the complication is. And on a failure, Cole doesn't succeed, and Cameron, you can tell us what that looks like.
Okay.
Sound good to everyone?
Yeah,
sure.
Good to me.
Ooh, there you go.
Okay, so 6. So he is going to be able to pin you up against the wall, but as I said, you can resist that if you so choose with a prowess resist.
You can also write it out, like just see where this goes.
Yeah,
but that's your call, Cameron.
I'm kind of curious what the prowess resist would give. So let's see.
It gives you some stress, is what it gives you.
Yeah.
Basically, if you resist, then the thing didn't happen.
Okay, so you take a stress, and then so Cole's reaching to grab you. How about you describe how the Nighthawk resists?
He reaches to grab me. I think Cole might be potentially stronger than him. I think he just uses some agility, and essentially gets him off balance a bit. And so, I think what ultimately happens is I swing. He's coming at me, and I kind of use momentum to swing him around, and we both end up crashing against the wall.
Yeah. So what I was gonna say is, if when Cole puts his hands on you, you could kind of come up, break his grip, and
then
use that momentum.
Use that momentum. You go against the wall, but I'm also pulled with you because you're still holding on to me, and so we kind of both hit the wall.
Love it. And then Reese, in a fraction of a second, this place went from quiet and relatively peaceful to a fight breaking out. And to be perfectly frank, it wasn't the fight that you were anticipating when you walked into this room today. So you experienced all this as well and are able to react freely. But yeah, go ahead, guys.
Yeah. So Reese will step aside and allow the two to break it up if he has to, but for now we'll watch it.
You think here's the best place to do this?
You tell me. We're here because of you, aren't we?
I did what had to be done.
Did it have to be done? You are, and I am.
Bad things.
We're all criminals hereby. You ain't better than any of the rest of us, even if you're wearing that mask.
He hurt innocent people.
So do we.
What are their names?
I am gonna roll a sway to see if I can convince him that Harker deserves what he got. Does that sound reasonable?
And then he could resist with resolve.
Right.
Yeah, I mean,
he gets to decide what the complication is. If this is as fair as the.
Yeah, I'll let you do it. I think it's a problem that's probably best solved with roleplay. But if you want to roll it, you can. But as Pal said, you then give a lot of power to the resistor.
Well then, how about this? I will. I have his arrest record back at you can read it yourself. I think you'll agree. He got off light.
Listen here, boyo. I don't fucking care about your fucking insane religion or whatever the fuck you've been doing. But you have to understand, you can't punish every single criminal because you'll drown in their blood. You will die. And you'll take the rest of us fucking down with you.
And here's
and if you become
you're a bit of a criminal too.
Speaking from a man who's trying to lead a revolution that could take us all down with it.
Cole will slap the wall, trying just to shut him up. Right? Just trying to make as much loud noise as possible.
You want to do this here, or you want to take this back?
I think so. You slap the wall, and the guards have left. Have led Tarvel away. We'll say Velk has been kind of staying outside, waiting to let you guys out. When you slam the wall, you kind of catch your attention. He kind of peers through the slatted window, this tiny window of the cell, and kind of looks back at you guys fighting. Spits on the ground and just gives himself a chuckle as he turns around to let you guys.
I'll go and stand in front of the window so he can't watch.
You're damn right I want to do it here, because here it's the three of us. If you want to go do it back with everyone else, we could do it back there if that's what you want.
All right.
What does all right mean? Which one did you choose?
So you're the one, you're telling me that I'm gonna take us all down with us, but you're the one who's making the most risky decisions of us all.
You single-handedly put us in a war with another gang.
And you single-handedly started a war with another civilization.
Look,
There's a warship. There's a rogue warship out there.
That was Nebra. No, I'm just kidding.
All right, bud.
There have been kind of a lot of wars started with civilizations here.
Cole's like, I'm totally innocent. I
Nighthawk
haven't done anything wrong. I haven't caused anything that might come back to haunt us.
The Nighthawk is a little ways down the leaderboard.
Are you saying that the Skylanders trying to take back their territory is a bad thing? Do you see they're going to come and kill us next fight?
I'm not saying anything of the sort. I think you guys deserve your vengeance.
Yeah, but
Listen,
I don't think he's getting it.
Here's the deal. Before you interrupted me, what I was going to tell you, you fuck, is that at the end of the day, sure, okay, I helped a bunch of blokes do some stuff, and they've gone off and done some other things. So sure, maybe that blood is on my hands as well. The number of times you want to take it down the line, who's the one that does the sanatorium, right? At the end of the day, what are you thinking about? How much blood is on your hands? Who's gonna come for your vengeance, huh? What I'm saying here, in very simple fucking terms, is that if you become a problem, if you become a threat to the gang, I will handle you like I handle every other threat to the gang. Do you get me? And I'm going to try to intimidate him. Because it felt intimidating to me.
Okay. Wait, that's not a roll, right? So.
Yeah, it's a command roll.
Okay.
Flat success again.
With what is it?
Resolve. Yep.
I think you could probably resist it with insight or prowess as well. You just have to figure out the narrative for that.
That's true.
Where resolve is really straightforward for resisting intimidation.
All right, so 2 more stress.
Okay.
Boys are fighting.
I love it.
See, Nighthawk, what you're not getting here.
Well, just give Cameron a minute to say what that looks like, his resolve roll.
Sure.
All right. This is what he wants, right? Us at each other's throats, fighting each other. This guy's in prison. This is exactly what he was hoping would happen. Are you really going to give him that satisfaction? Are you really going to turn on your own? I
was going to say, go ahead, Pete.
Yeah.
What you're not getting here is that you brought trouble directly to our doorstep. Directly to us because of your quest for vengeance, your personal quest. When you're out in these streets dressed in that fucking getup, you're one of us. You represent us. You're a goddamn founder. So when you go out causing trouble like that, you bring it right back to us. How could you not see that coming?
Well, I'm glad you've managed to improve your disposition lately, Reese. I think you've learned a lot. you certainly brought your own share of trouble on the gang as well. We've been there for you.
Oh, you have no. Go on.
I make
Let's
the
see your
gesture
list.
of like the eyeball.
What trouble have I brought to the doorstep with my own personal problems? What? Just name one. How many wars have I started, you fucker? You and that damn mask.
It's true. You've got some catching up to do, Reese.
Yeah.
Listen,
You've got no ground to stand on with that sort of accusation.
at the end of the day,
He's
if
very
you're-
defensive about his drug habits.
at the end of the day, if all you're willing to do is say, well, everyone else is fucked up, so I should be allowed to fuck up, then I don't think I have anything else to say.
No,
to you.
I'm here to say
I was asking
you
you
know who
to
I
fucking
am and what
step
I'm
up.
about. You
Do
know
I?
who I am and what I'm
Do I
about.
know who you are? What's your fucking name?
Listen, Cole. I respect you.
Good, because that makes one of us. I turn around and leave.
You don't respect yourself?
Oh, the door's still closed. There's a guard.
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
no,
yeah,
I go knock on the door.
Yeah, I'll turn and get out of the way.
Oh,
so you
I
can knock on the
respect
door.
myself. But Nighthawk, I don't fucking respect you. You're a joke. Velk,
Oof.
I'm ready to go.
We're definitely getting those internal conflicts in the.
Oh, yeah.
He
And-
spits on the ground. You're sure you gents don't want a couple more minutes to stew on things?
Sick of the smell in here. Let's go.
I appreciate the offer. But I don't want to hang around too long in here before you start thinking that maybe this is where I belong.
That ship has sailed. The cell for you to leave, and he and some
There's
other guards.
I love how
Start
there's also
escorting
just
you.
totally legit a clock about picking up coal for all the shit he's done.
Yeah, but again, that's him, not the rest of the crew.
Sure, but he's referring to the guard knows Cole
Yeah.
belongs there, and
Yeah.
like that is something coming. So
Yeah.
it's a good point.
And
from
Cole's
Cameron,
gonna need
but-
friends and allies at that point too. Like,
Oh,
it's great.
we
I
all
love
need
it.
friends and allies every day.
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys leave the prison. Where to now?
Oh, where are we going now? Probably back to the lair.
Right,
Report
but who
back,
goes
right?
next?
Oh, I see.
Oh no, I was asking if you guys wanted to head back to the lair or
I think
stop.
we're fuming, and we need to go back to, probably the lair. If we go somewhere else and try to do any other business, we might cause trouble. So let's
Yeah.
go.
Yeah, we
calm
have to
down.
we have to go back to the lair so we can meet up with the other crew, with the other parts of the crew, to talk about what their adventures were and also to explain to them why we're at war with the Billhooks.
Yep. Silas,
And,
you're welcome for throwing someone else under the bus. No, just kidding.
Well,
Yeah,
I will say I didn't realize how perfect it was to send Nighthawk there because that had completely slipped my mind.
Oh my
That's
god!
a
I thought you
spider.
were.
for
Yeah.
the manipulation
Yeah.
thread, mark
this is
that,
good.
even if you didn't mean for it.
I
Because
thought
that
you
worked
were.
well.
That's the fortune. for you.
Yeah.
I thought you were doing it on purpose, but that's
I thought
fine.
you were too, actually. This is great.
Cool. So, who would like to check in with us next?
I'm good with us meeting.
Cool. Yeah.
And I feel
so,
like up until the point of the meeting, he is still like schooling me on accounting.
yeah.
Yeah, what we've got the messenger is bringing a copy of Principles of Oblivion Second Edition pretty much everywhere they go now, and like they've got like the book belt around that, and this time wherever we're going, they also have like a couple. Now the ledgers they're not bound books. They're just basically you take one big broadsheet, you fold it a bunch of times, you stitch through one edge, and you cut off the others with a penknife. That's actually what penknives were for. You would buy books that had been bound, but the edges hadn't been cut yet, and you'd cut them with the penknife. That's why old books have ragged edges, because someone just did that cheaply. But anyway, so these are just basically one quine, and they're just printed with lines on them.
Definitely didn't know if
lettering.
that was the messenger or Pal speaking about.
There's some seepage.
Yes, I
I'll
feel like
admit it.
he's saying it like
there's
on the way.
there's some seepage at the table here. It's fine. Yeah, and the messenger probably is explaining how these things are printed as well as we go.
Oh,
but,
because
like-
he brought one. I'm like, and I probably was like, where did you pay to get that printed? What are you doing? And he's like, well,
These are normal. You can buy these anywhere you get paper, basically. And like, so now the messenger has those also bound against the Principles of Oblivion Second Edition, which they're bringing with them so they can study it wherever. Not that they're going to learn a ritual. They just need the secrets. Like there's implications in here. But when we get to the rook, that's set out and or the roost, the roost. Yep. And the messenger is definitely like doing demonstrations of double entry with a pile of Silas's notes from his actual business. Mm-hmm. Like we are now generating the clean books for the businesses.
Silas, oh my, by the gods. So what I'd like to know from you, so no more than 3 Deathland scavengers entered the city as per the agreement. And they've entered your territory wearing the sign that they're ready to speak, but that is kind of as far as planning went. Do one of you want to go out and meet them? Do you want to have your rovers go out and escort them to where they're to meet you? How do you want to proceed to get them from point A to point B?
I like having the rovers escort them in, but it is kind of a Silas call.
Yeah, I think we'll have the rovers escort them.
Cool. Who among the rovers are you sending?
Oh yeah, we don't know that there's someone in our ranks who might not have our interests. I think Bear or what's his name? Marcelon?
Marlene.
I think Bear or Marlene would be
who did I give money to?
Marlene.
We're sending Marlene.
Okay, cool. Because I would remind that Bear and the Deathland Scavengers might have unresolved business on their own.
Oh, good point.
Yeah. So
and Trute, like you in his mind saved his life, so he is a diligent steward and brings the Deathland Scavengers in to meet you at the roost. And you see 3 individuals who are dressed down from their excursions into the Deathlands. So they still have the long leather trench coats, work boots, definitely look like they've come from there, but they've kind of relaxed a bit. They don't have the gas masks on, their hoods are down, sleeves might be rolled up. And of these 3 individuals, one you recognize right away, Messenger, because you've recently spoken with her, and Silas because you might not remember her, but you did meet with her a month ago or so, or 2 months ago. But it is Sister Thorn. With her is a Severosi man in his early 30s. His dark skin has been decorated with a white ash in kind of very kind of ethereal artwork across his face and arms. And then a woman in her mid-40s with mid-length dark brown hair. She is Akarosi in heritage, and her face is scarred, and she has one dead eye. And as they walk into the roost, Sister Thorn, the youngest of them, looks to the messenger who arranged this meeting and says, "Messenger, as discussed, I would like to introduce my mother, the Lady Thorn." She points to the woman. "And our second, Richter." And she points to the Severosi man.
Oh man, we have the opportunity to do such a strike to the head. Coup de tête. I don't know. Anyway, but we see you, Thorn, and what was the third guy? The guy's name?
Richter.
We see you, Thorn and Richter. This
I'm kind of
is
standing there nodding.
this is the most senior member of our gang, Silas something.
Eventide?
Sure, we'll go with that.
Richter kind of has a neutral expression. Lady Thorn's expression is not neutral. It is rather irate seeming. And she kind of regards Silas and kind of his flippantness as irritating. But Sister Thorn, kind of noticing this, knowing her mother better than others, jumps in to mitigate and is like, should we sit down?
Yes, please. And he shows them to the side room for VIP meetings and allows them to sit first.
And they do so.
And then I will take my seat across from the mother.
And the messenger will start talking about sort of reviewing what was discussed with Sister Thorn. So, as we discussed, when I met you on your territory and was received in a friendly fashion, the current bad blood between our organizations seems inefficient and a consequence of gaps in communication. Our subordinates, who we sent to do work in your space, did not execute our, and we did not prepare them for certain eventualities to the degree we would like to. And for that, we apologize. And we are here to talk about how to come from apology to conclusion and what needs to take place in the space in between to resolve this.
And Lady Thorn, kind of stone face, seems to be internalizing what you said. And she looks between you, Messenger, and Silas. And after a moment, will finally say some terminology that might be unexpected based on her current living situation. Asks, am I to understand that you are this man's solicitor?
She's asking that of
the messenger.
Boy, I'm gonna say the messenger took some courses in law, but did not get their JD.
I wouldn't be surprised if he had, though.
He just has a bunch of degrees, just keeps them in a drawer.
Bruce Banner style. I can barrist. I don't know that I would be. I don't know they'd let me pass the bar anywhere around. But as long as that particular wooden barrier isn't involved, I'm pleased to address a court.
My daughter tells me that you explained, in your own words, the events that happened that led to the death of many of your crew, the death of many of mine, and the theft of what we had hitherto thought understood to be our property, based on where said salvage was found. I would love to hear from you, She kind of looks at Silas. As I understand, you are the leader of this organization. Perhaps you could help me understand the complications in leadership that led to such unfortunate circumstances that night.
I would be more than happy to. I first say I will take, as the leader, responsibility for the misdirection, the miscommunication, the incident as a whole. We, as a crew, have various obligations and was definitely bit off more than we could chew. We had several jobs to choose from, and we delegated the one in the Deathlands to our subordinates and took on another one in person, but it is clear that that was an error. The Deathlands and your home should not be taken lightly. Had I been there in person to cover our duties, I think the loss of life would have been avoided, as would the misunderstanding of on our end of taking from territory that is not ours. But it was myself delegating members of my crew to take care of work that was assigned to us that I should have taken myself.
It is a pity that you were not there, and we did not avoid all of this unpleasantness. But on my daughter's word, on the word of your solicitor, I am willing to entertain that was a mistake. One that you have learned a valuable lesson from, and one that shall not be repeated in the future. Indeed, my daughter tells me she believes there could be a relationship that blossoms between our two crews once perhaps some time has passed and recent wounds no longer sting as deeply. It would be nice to have someone, a mover within the lightning barriers, and I can only imagine it would be helpful for you to have someone like that outside. But I think you both know, in the world we operate in, you do not maintain control of an organization by flatly accepting apologies. Some recompense is in order, and my daughter explained to me that this was discussed in the Deathlands with your solicitor, and that you would be amenable to the exchange of coin in restitution for whatever wrongdoing, or whatever part you may have played in the wrongdoing, I should say. Is this true?
Yes.
Excellent. Unfortunately, well, coin, as your solicitor made known to my daughter, could buy us lots of supplies, which is what we were after in the first place. But that does present a bit of a logistical issue that can get complicated when dealing with factions in the city other than your own. We would like to mitigate this logistical complication, and we think the best way to do that would be for you to cede control of your holdings at the Old Northport.
OOC, is that where Phantom Exports is?
No,
No,
that's
that's
the Lightning Barrier. That's your surplus cash.
Oh, okay.
so. I think it would be appropriate for us to understand what value here is transacting. If we were going to talk about just coin, what would the coin value be that is equivalent to surrendering that bit of territory? Is my first question.
Well, I'm sure scholars and philosophers could put some number of coin to the worth of your holdings. The fact of the matter remains that it is not coin that we want. So in this regard, all the coin in the vaults of Duskfall Reserve would not be worth what we have in mind with your holdings at Old Northport.
Our holdings at Old Northport have a value to us as well, and it will be useful in determining the course of action if we know what the value is of recompense here, what amount of recompense you're asking for.
Well, perhaps
it may be that those vaults, or it may be that those holdings of ours in the Old Northport have a greater value, and we would like something in exchange in addition to them, just to balance the scales a bit. And this is where we sit. Is there perhaps something in town we could ask of you?
Yes,
do you have any insight on dealing with the Dimmer sisters, for example?
On the Dimmer sisters, we come up rather short, especially now that their hold on the spirit trade has been fractured. If you feel that perhaps you are getting the short end of this deal, I would hope would be apparent by now, a civilized woman, and would gladly hear negotiations of how to balance those scales.
So may I consult with my fellow here for a moment?
Of course.
Did we have a name for the bartender here?
It was Marlene, I think.
Oh, I thought he was a bouncer. He's tending bar. All right.
Oh,
so
no. Well, maybe Cole knows differently, but
that's fine. The messenger is just going to pick an Akarosi name.
Sounds great.
Steve-O, would you please serve these people at the best thing you have?
Wait, I got Akarosi names for you.
Steve-O sounds pretty Akarosi. I don't know.
I mean, there's Akarosi and there's what the messenger thinks is Akarosi too. But like,
yeah.
So Steve-O walks over and he kind of looks at you and is like, "It's Seamus." As he serves drinks.
Thank you, Steve-O. I say.
Get them food as well. And like, I'm going to walk with Silas over to another booth where we're going to confer. What I want here is peace, but I really don't think selling turf for peace is going to last. That's really pricey to us. We don't have a lot of turf, and that turf brings coin in.
Yeah.
I'm not even sure if we ask. I would be. I'm surprised the lady talks like this. So like, there's a lot of surprises here. But I would be surprised if we got 4 coin richer out of getting peace out of this. Still, and they don't have anything to offer on the Dimmer sisters.
I also don't want to be at war. Say again?
They don't have anything to offer on the Dimmer Sisters. We could ask them to ally with us against the bill hooks out in the Deathlands, but like, I don't think we're going to be actually doing any kind of joint operations anytime soon. But the bill hooks do go out in the Deathlands, right? Because it's the whole prison thing.
The billhooks don't. They're kind of in the prison. The deals, the Deathland Scavengers do the prison thing. So opposite.
Okay.
Yeah.
We could ask them to join us in the war against them and bring it onto the billhooks' home turf there in Ironhook.
I think that would probably be a good option.
Is that enough? Is that enough to balance out giving them turf? I'm using turf colloquially here. We're not. Is that enough?
Technically a claim. Yeah.
Is that enough to give them a claim?
I mean, it is. The deal with the billhooks is somewhat taxing because it's interfering with us doing more profitable endeavors, especially now that we've got our whisper back.
If they can just, like, the guy in charge is in there, right? If they can just, we could just ask them to kill him off.
Can I offer some insight to Silas's brain?
Yeah.
The Deathland Scavengers are allied with the Gondoliers. We could ask for a reduction in our payments to 1 coin per job versus 2 coin per job, or whatever the.
I mean, if they're downstream of the Gondoliers, well, okay.
I believe they're allied.
Well, yeah, it might just be you're paying them rather than you're paying them the one rather than the Gondoliers charging less.
Right. Okay, all right. Instead of 4 coin, or whatever coin you think might be, we ask them to intercede with the Gondoliers for the next 4 jobs we do and take care of our share.
I think that's fair.
And we negotiate down from 4 if necessary.
Yeah.
Do you think that's a good number to start at?
I think you start at infinite, and then you negotiate down to 4.
Well,
it's a bit much.
That's good and clever, though. Like,
well, but Northport is plus 2 coin for every supplier product, so we're saying split the profits that you're getting forever.
Wait, are we just paying the Gondoliers 1 coin per job?
2, because it's your plus 1.
Okay. Okay, so they split. Asking them to pay 2 coin per job might be a bit steep.
Yeah,
but if they pay half of our share to the Gondoliers forever.
Correct.
Very clever, Charles. Thank you.
Because also I assume that they are getting this claim in perpetuity as well.
They would.
It's not like they're only doing it for a certain amount of jobs. So then, yeah, the infinite nature is, I think, reasonable, and we can negotiate down if.
I mean, you could, if you didn't want to do it, you could do a year and a day or something like that, and be like any job pulled in the next year and a day, make it like symbolic.
Sure, but we can let them. We can let them negotiate down to that, as you suggested. But any other thoughts?
I think
Silas or Silas's shoulder Colburn.
I'm getting things from Cole.
You have a shoulder Cole. That's great. You have a shoulder Cole on this shoulder, and you have a shoulder Nighthawk on this shoulder who's just glowering, and you're like, "Where's the one that actually likes me?"
Vengeance.
Where's the one that actually likes me?
Stop talking.
You need a shoulder Emmeline, is what you need.
You do. Problem is, she's off getting messed up somewhere.
It's like sitting on my head, like looking down in front of me, and the glasses like, "Don't fuck this up."
All right. So you have some flash of insight. Cole, go ahead. Take a stress for me. And we'll call that a flashback of like, hey, here's like a bit of a training. Like, here's what you do. If they offer this, you counter with this. As the messenger was being like, also, you need to keep books. It was a whole economic seminar Silas got this morning.
He got a tutorial on how to negotiate.
Yeah.
Like, and then being like, this is our spider.
All right, so you guys have had that conversation. Are you heading back
Yeah.
to Lady Thorn?
Thank you for your patience. I hope the spread, meager as it is to your liking. What we would feel would balance this out is we understand that you, like we do, have a relationship with the gondoliers. We assume this relationship is more a matter
Equal.
of mystic understanding than ours is, which is purely mercantile. What we would ask is when we would owe a fee to the gondoliers for the use of their canals in exchange for you having complete ownership of the caches and the use of the facilities in perpetuity, that you would pay half of our share, and this settles matters between us.
And half of your share. What exactly would your share be to the gondoliers?
Two
The
coin
full
per
share.
2 coin per job.
So that would be 1 coin from the Deathland Scavengers in perpetuity. I do not think that this would be a good deal for you. For if we are paying your debts in perpetuity, might you not always wonder what happens should the Deathland Scavengers no longer wish to pay? Will the gondoliers come for you? Will the Deathland Scavengers come to clean out their closet, clean out their wardrobe? No, I think for your own peace of mind, if nothing else, we should narrow this down to a time frame that you will no longer feel under the thumb of my organization.
Do we want to go back to a year and a day then? Was that what we had discussed at the other table?
Yes.
As the second point? That's a long time in a game. Well, the future is a very uncertain thing. Recently, it may have gotten more uncertain. I'm not sure that I'd know the difference between the benefit to us from perpetuity and the benefit to us from a year and a day. Would that be more? Would that relieve your concern about the concerns we might have?
And with this, there's some talking among the Deathland Scavengers, and what you kind of get is Richter, the Severosi man, is like, no way, like, nope, what, terrible. While Sister Thorn is a little bit more like, consider it, Mom. Like, let's. I'm bored. Let's get this done with and move on.
I'm bored, Mom. That's great. Exactly.
Also ceasing of hostilities.
How?
But I think that goes without saying.
And she kind of pushes them both back, and like, don't worry, loves. I have this. Might I suggest, rather than a year and a day, which seems so long and arbitrary unless otherwise rooted in some occult or fictitious practice, might I instead suggest a more tangible reality? We have just started the month of Vulvanet, and we are about to enter Duskval's most frigid winter for the months of Elisar and Mendar. Rather than paying half of your way with our allies in the gondoliers for a year and a day, we pay your full expense throughout the winter, these next 2 months. 3, if you count the one we are currently in.
Please give us a moment. Let's go back to the
Of
thing.
course.
And yeah, this time the messengers. Yeah, this one's on you, buddy. I think you can count.
I mean, I can count, but
I mean, we've been over that. You can count, you just don't for some reason.
I have people for that now.
Oh boy.
But if this is what it like, that means 3 months of jobs in the canals where we're only paying to the Hive.
Well, 2 and some change, but yeah.
Yes, but like a specific amount of time where we won't have to. Well, we'll only be paying up to.
This is Silas like throwing a boat party. Like, everyone on boats. Every job is a canal job. Make the most of it.
Yeah, we are. If this is on sale, we are buying it because it's on sale. But I think ceasing of hostilities is very important in this regard, and I don't want us to, if we have to go to the Deathlands for any reason, have to worry about immediately getting attacked by these people.
Yeah, I mean,
if
I don't want
to this,
our shirt,
have a problem.
Like you're the out of character. I think we should take this. I just really feel like it should be a purely Silas call.
Okay, yes, we'll take this deal. Shall we?
Okay, so we go back and we Mr. Eventide finds your offer generous and accepts with what grace he has. Would you like to stay for the rest of the meal, or we have these clever? Have you seen what they can do with paper now? It's got a bit more rag in it, but not pricey. They have boxes for food.
She kind of, like, for all of this, she's been very expressionless, and not like mean, but just like this
poker face, basically.
Well, yeah, and that, like, she is unexpectedly skilled and trained for the environment that she is in now. A smile kind of creeps across her face and says, "I'm sure my crew would welcome your hospitality, and we would love to sample these boxes for food that you describe. For what we cannot finish here, I'm sure my crew out in the Deathlands would very much appreciate. I am glad that we have come to this arrangement, sir, and I look forward to profitable business dealings in the future." And she reaches out to shake your hand, Silas, as kind of and now the deal is struck.
And he readily stands and takes her hand. I very much look forward to the future once a significant amount of time has passed that you deem necessary.
And just one final lesson, and perhaps a request, just to ensure that this series of unfortunate events does not take place in the future, now that we've come to terms with the past. Should you need to enter our domain in the future, my daughter often spends time near the rail station here in Night Market. She can get word to me, and we would gladly have you in our territory. We could even help provide guides. We simply need to know that you are coming.
That is very helpful and useful information, and we will adhere to that procedure should we need to enter your lands in the future.
And finally, people's very lives depends on supplies. We will put our new holdings at Old Northport to this use. But our raids will continue, as they must for our survival. So I do ask you, being that you are close to those organizations who ship things through our territory, the Hive and the Ministry, should you have a particular target you do not want raided, let my daughter know. Likewise, if you were to find a shipment that you cared less about, slightly less guarded, undermanned, such information would be very useful to us as well.
I think this is a beneficial arrangement.
You would.
It was, honestly, a pleasure meeting both of you. I'm so glad that we could settle this like civilized individuals.
The pleasure was all mine. I've very much enjoyed your company here.
And I yours, Mr. Eventide. Solicitor.
Lady.
And they eat and box up food, and eventually they will head out. So everyone keeping track at home, please do remove our surplus cash from our crew sheet.
Ooh.
That has been traded away. But 2 and change months not having to pay the gondoliers. Not too shabby. Where do you guys want to head then back to inform the others of?
Yeah, I think we're pretty
I'll
much
be heading
just
back
going.
to the lair.
Can we bump the faction thing as well?
Yeah, we'll handle that at the end. But you're definitely no longer at war with the Deathland Scavengers. That's for sure. Just how much not at war will be determined by this meeting, and we'll discuss that at the end. But well done. I think you guys did well.
So, what do we need to remove from the crew sheet? Sorry?
The surplus cash.
Oh, I see. Thanks.
Okay, so that leaves one more meeting to go. So, Nebra and Emmeline make their way to go take this meeting with Jeremiah in the Orchid Garden. The Orchid Gardens are just south of Nighthawk territory, and Night Market's under light neighborhood. Like literally, you just need to cross a street. Granted, between you and them is the precinct of Night Market, so don't do crime on the way, but should be a fairly straight shot. And as you are walking, Emmeline's going to kind of reach out Nebra and put her hand on your upper arm and be like, "Hey, are you okay? Is everything good with you?"
Yes, actually. I'm wondering why you asked the question in the first place, Emily.
Well, it's not every day you almost get ripped apart by soulless husks.
Oh,
Not every
yeah.
day you work with a paranoid munchkin to publish books that might bring the end of existence. There's been a lot of changes in your life, and I just want to make sure that you are doing okay as someone I consider a friend.
My goodness, are you accusing her of committing suicide and taking the world with her because she's depressed?
That would be amazing.
Emmeline's like,
but no.
I'd do that. She might do that.
Probably. Well, you're not wrong. A lot has changed. But I'm hoping I'll take the route that Silas recommends is handling your problems yourself and not bring it on anyone else.
That's admirable. But if you find that you do need help, I wouldn't think you any weaker for asking. As I hope you view me no weaker for requiring your help, not but a few weeks ago.
Of course not. Not at all.
Well, good. Since you're up for it, I would like you to do the talking in this meeting.
I figured as much.
You've the others joke around that you're the best criminal, you should give up on school and focus on crime, but you really are, good at all of this. And no matter what you choose to do with your life and your future, I think you should not close doors prematurely. Leave options open while they exist. And just as Silas seems to have Cole in his corner, for good or ill, I would like to have you in mind.
I would always be into your corner, Emily. No question.
Great. She kind of gives you a pat on the upper back and is like, hopefully Maha doesn't kill us.
We'll see.
So you walk to the Orchid Gardens. They are a mesmerizing retreat where the beauty of old nature intertwines with the allure of perpetual darkness. A place of unusual beauty. The entrance is marked by ornate wrought iron gates, opening to a pathway illuminated by gas-powered lamps. It is a surreal world of glowing blooms of soft silvery hues that fill the air with the alluring scent of countless orchid species, each carefully selected and laboratory grown for their unique fragrance and mesmerizing beauty. Tall, elegant, petrified trees with intertwined branches create a natural canopy overhead, casting intricate patterns across the garden floor from the light of the moon and her dimmer sisters. Moss and lichen-covered gazebos nestled among the flowers offers visitors a place to rest and take in the beauty of their surroundings. Stone pathways meander through the lush flora, and tiny, softly glowing fairy lights are cleverly hidden among the foliage, casting a soft, ethereal glow to enhance the otherworldly ambience. In the center of the garden, surrounded by captivating sculptures of bygone mythological creatures like nymphs and other woodland spirits, sits an ornate fountain. Its water shimmers in the moonlight, reflecting the celestial beauty above. And standing above that fountain, flicking a coin in her hand and catching it, almost debating whether the coin goes in the fountain or back in her pocket, stands Jeremiah.
So Nebra will gingerly approach and she'll be like, Mrs. Maha, it is good to see you again.
She turns and looks at you, and the first sense you get is a sense of confusion. And it's either that she doesn't recognize who you are at first, or she doesn't know why you're here and not someone else. But that quickly fades and turns to a smile, and she extends her hand to yours, kind of in that kind of, dainty way, and is like, Miss Maha, actually. Nebra,
Apologies.
is it?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
You are decidedly not Silas, but it is very nice to see you here this afternoon. And you as well, Emmeline. And Emmeline kind of like, Miss Maha, always a pleasure.
Yes, Mr. Eventide would like to apologize for not being here at this time. He is currently occupied, but my colleague and I are well suited to be here on his behalf.
Of course. I enjoy hearing that my employees are busy. Indeed, if Mr. Eventide could make all of his meetings with me, I'd have to reevaluate what it is he actually does for this whole organization. I am glad that he has loyal employees with which to delegate these meetings. Shall we walk or shall we sit?
I believe that is up to you, Miss Maha.
And yet, here I am, offering you the choice. I don't often give away control like this, so I would have you relish the opportunity.
Very well. So she'll kind of just glance over to Emmeline and ask if she would like to have a seat.
She kind of gives like Emmeline has some history with Maha. Like she and the messenger met her in the first game and got scores, so they're well aware. And she kind of gives you a look of like, I don't know, and like with Maha, this might be a game or a test, but Emmeline is unsure what what it all is.
How about we take a seat? This is my first time to see these orchids, and they are very beautiful.
Yes, please take them in. I know just the spot. Follow me. And she kind of walks towards a gazebo, kind of off to the left-hand side on a small mound of dirt, surrounded by the silver orchids.
Okay.
Yep. Emmeline
this will just follow.
follows as well. And as you sit, Maha will begin speaking. What news have you heard of your allies and partners in the Vultures?
Well, I can only speak for myself at this moment, but not much as of late. Seems very quiet. Suspiciously quiet, almost.
That would be because they're no longer with us. They seem to have accepted another opportunity with the billhooks.
Oh.
And the employment they shared is not something you just leave. I would like you and the rest of your crew to personally voice my displeasure with them.
I think that can be arranged.
I've already sent Karth Oris and his mercenaries to voice my discontent with the billhooks for their unorthodox business practices, scalping, if you will. And speaking of, I would like you and your crew to kill the leader of the Vultures, one Edwin Pond, in such a way as to send a message to the billhooks and really any crew who think that they can steal from the Hive. And then mop things up by eliminating the rest of their crew. This can be done conventionally. I don't care what happens to them. The Vultures have some holdings, which the Hive have no interest in. Should you eliminate them, which I have no doubt you will easily accomplish, you can administer to those holdings as you see fit.
Mm-hmm.
For the inconvenience of it all, I will provide you 4 coin out of my personal coffers, tax-free, as recompense for having to busy yourself with such unlucrative work.
That's very generous of you, Miss Maha.
I know.
Well, I will say I will have to share the news with the rest of the crew, but I can guarantee that no one will be sorry, twisting my words a little. Everyone will be on board with it, let's say.
Yes, I have no doubt either. Now, we are down a group of smugglers, or will be in very short order, until a time that we can hire another outfit for the more mundane contraband smuggling that my organization is involved in. Do expect some personal orders from the Hive coming your direction. Please make sure that this information gets directly to Silas. Any and all of these will be priority matters, if and when they arrive.
Absolutely. Of course, the highest priority, Miss Maha.
And then finally, there was a bit of unfortunateness with one of our holdings recently, which, well, while I've unleashed the dogs of war, I might as well have them mop up everything in my agenda. So, you have no claims, allegiances, contacts within the Lost, do you? Because I am about to hit them with some serious vengeance.
Not that I can think of.
Excellent. Well, it was a pleasure meeting you. Please take in the gardens
Likewise.
at your leisure. And I look forward to hearing you again soon and seeing the message you provide those others who might think to cross the Hive.
Thank you for your time, Miss Maha. We will not let you down.
No, you won't. And she doesn't get up.
I take it. Yeah, Nebra will start to get up, wait on Emlyn, and then we'll just go ahead and take off from there.
Cool. And head back to the lair.
Was it Cole or the Nighthawks alter ego that visited the Lost?
It was Cole.
Yeah.
Your boys.
Are we friends with
I
them?
always like it when we get a visit.
We're not friends with them, but I wanted to be friends with them because they're really good. They're the good guys.
Well, and if the Hive gets eliminated, we know Logan Brockenstead. Or we don't know, but we can assume because he joined the Hive in a previous game. Belle Brogan, sister of Harvale Brogan, your boy from the Centralia Club, is running with the Lost.
Yeah.
We don't know what that might.
We can leave that up to RP. If Cole finds out about it, I might try to go contact some people, but I'll bring that up with everyone. So
cool. So we've all at this point had our meetings, which were all, as kind of stated, all kind of scheduled at the same time. So we're all kind of returning to the lair at about the same time.
Well, that went well. Since we're all coming back together at the same time. Did yours go well? We have good news and bad news.
I think we just have good news on our front.
We have good news.
It went surprisingly well.
Yeah, we have good news and looks side eyes the Nighthawk, and news.
Well, just call it reoccurring events.
Well, so we start Messenger?
Sure. So bad news first. Let's just get this out here. Silas traded away the storehouses outside the Lightenberries. But the good news is we're at peace with the Deathland Stalkers, and They will be for any work we do on the canals to the end of this month and 2 months following. They will pay what we owe to the gondoliers for that work.
Reese will sort of look over at Silas and go, I guess we better get our sea legs together then, shan't we?
Oh yeah. Oh, every job must be on the canal. Clear
That's
and
a good
sail.
deal.
I'm going to miss having holdings out in the Deathlands. This is Emmeline.
Oh, I mean, we can go take some from your friends if you'd like.
And she actually does consider it. No, I mean, that would seem unwise at this juncture, being that we just sued for peace.
I mean, we still have the ancient gate map. We could always try to get that out there.
There is definitely that coming, but I mean, sometimes you can take things from people without going fully to war. I don't know how it's done, but maybe someone more clever can figure it out. I'll see if I can find a book on the matter. But nonetheless, it is unfortunate to lose the holdings. But also, they're interested in some degree of future exchange, where I'm not sure what they're exactly offering for it, but they'd like to know when some very rateable opportunities are going to travel out there.
What they're offering for that is, let's say, us or the Hive.
That's a loaded cost.
Shipments traveling through their land that would get raided because they won't stop raiding. If we inform them that we have items that maybe please don't loot, they will not loot those items.
Sure, but they also wanted to know when some nice fat pigeons were going out there so that they could raid them.
Some ears perk up in some members of the crew within the lair. Two in particular.
Like, that's obviously going to be. Oh yeah. We're leading that. That's obviously going to be a bit of a live wire. We need to make sure that there aren't misunderstandings along those lines. But at the same time, if competition, not us, but if competition is doing something, maybe their goods don't make it to market.
It's been a long day. You know what? Then I missed breakfast. Can we head up to the bar? We can have a drink, have some breakfast, have this conversation up there.
I could use a drink.
Absolutely.
I don't know about you, Carl. Maybe I could use 5 or 6.
So we
I
go
could
up.
use whatever you throw those Scovelander spices in. That was
Okay.
fine.
When we leave, first, are we leaving any of the core crew behind? We're all going to the bar, yes?
Yeah, the 7 of us, I think, are going.
Okay. The messenger is going to say,
Yeah.
catch me up on what happens, and is going to loop back to stalk and tail the boys and see what they do.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we can wrap that up after all the other RP is done, because unless I have to limp into the roost injured, I'm gonna tail them for the rest of the day and see who they make contact with.
Gotcha. Okay.
You're muted, Cameron.
So how'd the other meetings go?
I also have a question out of character, Kyle. I mentioned like Harker's criminal record. Am I allowed to just RP that, or is that something that is a real document somewhere that I should look at?
Yeah, you'd probably want to pull. Well, I guess if this were like a heist, you'd pull like documents, right, from Kit. For this,
Sure.
yeah, I mean, you're a part of this collaborative storytelling. So if you think that's something your character has, roll with it. Yeah.
But Harker does not have any other outside of this moment. There is no previous backstory for him.
No, not until you make one. No.
Cool. All right.
Other than what has already been described, right? That he was a childhood friend of this guy's son.
He was in prison. He was released on parole early, and
you beat him up.
Beat the shit out of him. Yeah. Perfect.
So yeah, we leave, and when we get upstairs and we go over to the roost, in our gang or in our lair right now are the elite rovers with Bear and the twins and the named folks that way. There's also the new loyal, principled, savage thugs.
Mm-hmm.
But in addition, standing outside the bar or like along the different roads, there's like a couple of groups, or there's a couple of like groups of twos or threes of what it looked like just thugs. And these are also, this is a group of 12 thugs that they kind of all nod. They kind of give a little hat tip nod to Cole as he passes them by. Since he had one of his downtimes last game was to also recruit a personal cohort temporarily in anticipation of this war. So they've been doing that. But so he goes into the bar and gets everything. He's like, I just thought maybe we could have a more private conversation since some of the things we wanted to talk about might be not for everyone's ears.
You were serious about cooking, though, right?
Oh yeah. He cooks.
Reese will go over and fill himself up a big glass of beer, what they call beer here, and he'll kick his feet up and indulge.
So I know what. Well, here, let me start with this saying as he's cooking. He's like, at least the leader of the Billhooks wants peace. So
that's good.
Yeah.
What will it cost?
Mostly it's his son is vying for control of the Billhooks with his sister. Right. Sounds like it's some interpersonal family drama. But they're both his blood, so he doesn't want either of them to come to harm. But he thinks his son is the one that started this whole affair from their perspective. And ultimately, if we give him a little bit of a distraction, then we could potentially take the heat off of us from their end. As it turns out, the Billhooks roll directly up eventually to the ministry as well, and so they're looking to not, it sounds like we've caused enough trouble at the ministry as well. Has said, hey, put an end to this.
Interesting.
Hey.
All right then.
Oh, and the whole reason it started is because this guy over here, this masked motherfucker, decided to go beat up the childhood friend of the son.
And the Nighthawk, by the way, is sitting at the bar, just staring, and just tapping on this like folder that he has with him.
Why I'm not surprised that he started it.
Well, we will finish it.
Agreed.
Emmeline. Oh wow, Silas didn't expect you to jump on board that train.
It was more of a just stepping.
Sure, this is Emmeline kind of speaking, not Kyle. I'm all for it. But Emmeline will turn to the Nighthawk and be like, care to explain what possessed you to do such a thing?
The man is trash, and justice was not served. Vengeance was needed. I'm tapping the file, and I just put it in front, shove it forward.
Sure. Cole will open it up.
Now, are you going to read it?
Yeah.
Okay. So it outlines like an investigation and conviction of Harker to the prison. His crimes, which were basically kidnapping and torturing and the murder of several children, mostly from the most vulnerable in the city, like the Scovelander refugees, just taking their children and cutting them up and killing them, butchering them.
Well, now we know why Corin has a friend.
Yeah, and this the reason, and if you are, I don't know how clever Cole is, but if you read between the lines, you see a lot of things that, you know, the police weren't necessarily giving a shit about complaints about this person for a long time, but eventually an actual like body parts started being found like on, you know, at his estate, at his house or whatever, and they had to do something, and he was convicted of it, but he got his parole. And specifically the judge says in the parole, I mean, is it really such a crime to keep, you know, the population of those people under control? Because he's just killing Skullfighter children.
Yeah, look at it.
So
That's well
Emily,
played, Cameron. That's well played.
I mean, we've all been there.
Emily will speak up. Like, she's kind of reading over Cole's shoulder, let's say.
Oh,
Yeah.
but there's one more thing I'd like to add to it. In some of his deposition, he mentions that while he was in prison, he was trying to reform, and he was working with a reputable member of society in the Kasarian family outside, as he was trying to reform. There was only one living member of that family.
What was that last bit? Emily zooms in.
It also, yeah, that he was working with a reputable member of society in the Kasarian family, you know, to reform.
Yeah. Wow. Interesting. Emmeline's
gonna cause all kinds of trouble for myself here.
But no, so Emmeline seeing this will just be like, okay, and like she's kind of putting herself between Cole, between the Nighthawk, to mediate, and it's like, and addresses the Nighthawk. All right. So this guy was a piece of shit. That much is clear. So this judge, and she turns to Cole, has some problematic views. This much is clear. Back to the Nighthawk. But what I need to understand in this, and what I would like for you to help me understand, is A, why is this our problem? Ours as a crew. There are plenty of assholes and shitbags in the city that aren't our problem when we're fighting for our own survival. Second, if your beliefs, which I understand you to be fervent about and a devout follower to some of these old ways, compel you to act against this individual personally, why not handle it personally instead of going dressed in a costume that identifies you as one of us? Hell, you're sort of the fucking mascot.
Thank you for saying that. That's exactly what I said.
Also, good job. You fucked up one guy. You're not some fucking hero. In fact, you probably know better than him. If all you did was fuck up one guy and put the rest of us in jeopardy. If you wanted to do fucking something, I don't know. Maybe go figure out a way to get this judge. Maybe go figure a way to change this fucking society.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Chai, you're attacking the symptom, not the problem.
And perhaps in the future, I'll work to make sure this heat doesn't come back to the crew.
Yeah, or just
That's
put on a different costume or something. You got to cover your face. Just, you know.
Put a mask over a mask.
Take the mask off.
This is great because this is where the Red Hood comes from. No, it's not Robin this time. It's just Batman when he's drunk.
Call yourself the Dayhawk.
But no, at least you're getting what I'm fucking saying. What I was saying in the prison. When you become a threat to this gang, then we all have to fucking reconcile that.
I did not mean to cause a problem for the rest of the crew.
Well, guess what? Your fucking intentions don't matter.
Hey, Emmeline's gonna butt in. Like, maybe not. He fucked up, and we're gonna have to deal with it. But you know what? I fucked up, and you've had to deal with it. Silas has fucked up. We've had to deal with it. We've all fucked up at some point or another, and we've had to deal with it, and that is what we do.
I'm just saying
Because
I
we're a
haven't
crew.
said it.
And so Cole cracks his knuckles. He says, "And I respect Jamlin, and I completely hear you. But the thing is, right? Literally up until 5 minutes ago, he hasn't thinking that he's fucked up. He's telling me why it's okay to have done what he did. He brings this folder here to try to tell me why it's okay, because he wants to change my mind. When Silas fucks up, he tells me he's fucked up, and we figure it out, right? When you fucked up, you came and said you apologized, right? I ain't heard no apology from the fucking Nighthawk. I ain't heard him say that he fucked up. I heard him say that maybe in the future he'll consider trying to maybe make it so that he doesn't come back on the crew. But I ain't heard him say, I did the wrong thing. I'm gonna be better. Because if a man says that, I can respect that man. But this fucking piece of shit over here, this joke, I don't give a fuck.
Oh man, I hope those chickens come home to roost.
All right. I'll turn to Cole and like forcing it, just like trying to
Like the fawns, you can't get the word out. So
Yeah. Cole, I fucked up. I made a mistake. I got heat on the crew. It was a mistake. I'm working to make sure that doesn't happen again.
All right. Then maybe try a little bit harder.
I think he'll just sort of do the slow, like not like the silent Batman, like he knows.
So we've ended a war with the Deathland Scavengers, and we're close to ending a war with the Billhooks. We just need to distract this Corin or talk with his. This is Corin's sister, Tarvel's sister,
Tarvel's sister, Corin's uncle.
aunt. Yeah,
Aunt.
Or aunt.
Really, what we got to do is just get Corin locked up in jail. We don't really have to be worrying about him no more, do we?
That's one way to do it. I think we can give the two of them something more to worry about. They can figure it out themselves.
Regardless, we need to put her in a position of power and dispense with the little brat. And since we can't kill him, we either need to point him in a different direction or just put him behind bars. It won't be a problem anymore.
Or his father.
Well, if it's killing you want, I might have a solution for that.
Oh, really?
Just not.
I'm all ears.
Yes.
Let's hear it, Deborah. Tell us all about the killing.
yeah.
Oh,
Deborah,
of course, it's
tell
her
us all about the
specialty.
killing.
And so we're meeting with Maha. It was actually surprisingly pleasant. She wants us to do two things: kill off the vultures and kill off the lost.
Huh. Oh, we just blame it all on the brats for the billhooks and we'll be done.
Yep.
They'll lock them up right
Emmeline
away.
will kind of speak up, but like, I think she just wants us to kill the vultures. I think she's sending Karth for the lost.
I thought she was sending for the billhooks.
I think he's hitting both.
Oh, okay. Well, at the very least, we can
You've seen
target
that
the
man.
vultures.
He's got reach.
Yeah. Sorry, out of character, Kyle. What was the?
I don't think she's dead.
There was a lot.
Emmeline will speak up and be like, apparently they torched some warehouses. They've been doing it all across the city, but it finally hit Hive property.
Gotcha. So they have been torching some warehouses, but we didn't own up to the fact that the Deathland Scavengers torched that one, made it look like the Lost, so that they could hit us, right?
That's right. Do we care enough to change that perception?
I mean, the Lost are small, they're weak, but they're good. They're just out there trying to protect people of Char Hollow. I think it's Char Hollow, right?
Coleridge.
Coleridge, yeah. They're local boys. They're just trying to protect people of Coleridge.
So they don't
Really?
deserve this?
Well, if you hit the hive, sometimes you get stung.
Yeah, but they didn't hit the hive. The scavengers did.
But I'm cool with getting rid of the vultures.
Oh yeah, I'm all about getting rid of the vultures. That's already a foregone conclusion.
You said we
Doing
need to
that.
kill all the vultures.
We
Yes.
have to.
And in such a way that it sends a message to everyone.
At that, Reese just runs over to his workshop and starts.
This is very doable.
blowing shit.
Yeah. Oh,
the
and Silas, Maha's giving us 4 coin to make up for,
Yep, I
for
think that's
this.
what we're doing.
Actually, we're in the bar. He doesn't do that. He's in the chair.
So the other reason I wanted to come up to the bar, he looks around, kind of leans in. Somebody close to the gang apparently talked to Tarvel's sister, asked them, paid the bill hooks to make our lives hard. Problem is after the fact, she remembers making the deal. She remembers having a meeting. Doesn't remember who it's with.
Yay, witchcraft.
I just sort of look over at Emmeline.
I have a vested interest in making sure this crew remain profitable, intact, and it wasn't me.
I'll tell you
Nor
Oh,
have I been in the city, so
I'm wondering if someone
Not
got.
blaming you. Perhaps maybe you could, speak to someone who's in their memory.
Well,
sorry, I'm a bit on edge. And she kind of looks at the Nighthawk with all of our indiscretions coming to light.
Of course, I'm not going to blame you now.
Why not?
You've been out of the city. What? You do know all about this weird shit? Perhaps you could find some insight.
well, and I'm
Ghosts
wondering.
take your memory out of your brain?
She'll do a roll. It's going to be a study.
It's really, if we could track down who could do that sort of thing, that might help us find out who done it.
I do know that's something along those lines, be it a ritual or some form of mystic spell, is utilized by the spirit wardens to protect individual wardens' identity. That's why no one in the city knows of anyone other than Baccaros, and if Baccaros is a single person or several people, who knows? If they're the only ones to know it, I'm not sure, and I could understand why they might have issue with me or with the crew, but we haven't seen them in months. They've been fighting and off the Deathlands in Dunslow. It doesn't make much sense to me that they would hire the billhooks to hinder us, but they're the only ones I know with this sort of ability.
I mean, do you think
Well-
Dimmer Sisters could do it?
This type of thing, as I said, the spirit wardens know how to do it, and they are very tight-lipped on how. I don't know of many other sorcerers in the city, Dimmer Sisters included, who have the ability to erase memories that fully, that quickly. I mean, to say nothing of sorcerers elsewhere, the Demon Lords or the Immortal Emperor.
But I just wanted everyone to be aware that there might be a
We'll have
traitor.
to be extra careful around the lesser members of the crew, or the more subordinate members, rather, if that tastes better.
Alright. Well, how are we going to go about killing these fellas then? And what are we going to do about the billhooks?
So, you guys know a few things about the Vultures and their lair, being that before the game even begun, you stole a boat from them that now resides in our harbor as the Emerald Nighthawk. So you know that their lair is is hidden among a series of shallow caves that run along the northern coast of Barrow Cleft. Situated on the little dock between Ankayet Park to the north and the Radiant Energy Farms to south, the first glimpse of these river caves appeared like a mirage, a row of quaint, weathered shanty houses clinging to the stone edifice of the cliffside. Each structure is constructed from salvaged materials, making use of scrap metal and timber washed ashore from shipwrecks, mismatched planks, and weathers. The makeshift nature of the lair is evident, but it possesses a certain charm that speaks of resourcefulness and resilience. The shanty town sits on stilts and is organized in a haphazard but strategic manner. The larger structures, serving as quarters, storage for contraband, are sequestered in the deepest recesses of the cave, and the structures gradually decrease in size as they extend closer to the cave entrances, kind of hiding it from common sight. These smaller buildings accommodate shacks for temporary shelter, a stable for goats used for food and in smuggling, and communal spaces for crew gatherings and secret meetings. Narrow wooden walkways and rickety bridges connect the different structures, weaving through the rocky terrain and over the flowing river below. Lanterns hang from ropes, illuminating the path and lending an ethereal glow to the hideout's atmosphere. A few small fishing boats were moored at the docks, extending into the little dusk, and there was the makeshift boathouse sits empty. You also know of a woman named Mara Keel, who was a former smuggler with the Vultures, who left when their crew's anti-Scovlander bigotry became too much for her to handle. Now, she's Akarosi herself, but she kind of signed up to do crime and smuggle stuff when it became like hate crimes. She wasn't about it, and she left. Since the time she left, she's been hiding out in Barrow Cleft among the farm laborers, essentially working a legit job. And she was the one to kind of help you secure the boat originally, because kind of any chance she gets to kind of throw a wrench in the work of the Vultures, she kind of takes.
So we have some resources then.
That's
Are we
die
going to
on the
use
engagement roll.
Right. Yeah.
Are we going to?
think... Go ahead.
Are we going to use anything with the Hive attack on the billhooks to our advantage?
Well,
I get the understanding that it needs to be a message from the Hive.
Here's the thing, right? So if they're going to, send a message to the billhooks, what if we nudge them in the right direction? Maybe the sun. Wasn't us that done it.
Right? Wasn't us that did it.
I don't think Tarvel will see it that way, but you do what you wanna
Incredibly
do.
suspicious.
Yeah.
Emily says.
Well, that's true.
It still is blood.
I'm definitely all about wiping out the Vultures.
well, we have to. That's gonna happen regardless.
Yeah. I
Just
don't think we
wondering
have
if we
anything.
can.
I don't think we have anything to do with the billhooks at this point. Like, we're going to try to figure out a way. It may be a longer term project to, do something to give them something else to think about. But it's the job at hand. I think is obviously to kill the Vultures, take their stuff.
Well, not only that, we need to send a message. We don't just need to kill the Vultures. We need to kill their leader and make it look like he was killed for what he did.
Sure.
I like how for Cole, that's just like, fine.
Yeah.
Cool, guys. So
Details.
Do you want your cake with
Yeah.
icing? Then I understand how this works.
Yeah.
it sounds like folks are looking to take out the Vultures, which is great. I would like to pause here because we're getting to a point where we're going to roll the engagement roll, unless you guys have specific things you want to do beforehand. I would just like to check in on the messenger, and maybe you guys meet up later that evening to plan the strike.
I will say, and I think if anyone, I want to go talk to the Lost. I think I owe them at least a little bit. I don't know what the deal is. Like, Nate's not here, so I can't like look at him and say. But like, I mean, we could come clean and say that we have information that it wasn't the Lost that did it. But at the end of the day, like,
if the Lost are innocent, I would help.
They are innocent.
I mean, they're criminals, but they're innocent of this thing.
They're innocent of the crime they're being accused of.
Not a fan of vengeance being dealt at the wrong people.
Emmeline will be like, if you feel you need to aid the Lost, I will not hold you back. I think it would behoove all of us if Maha didn't know the truth of things.
I'm fine with that.
Also, don't let it get back that you talk to him first either.
Yeah, obviously that.
And don't be seen doing it.
Yep. Now I'm gonna just have to go find my friend.
Do you need some help?
Take Nebra with you. She'll help you get there quietly.
Sure, I'll take Nebra with me.
There you go. Yep.
Nighthawk, you stay back. I think it'd be better if you and Cole don't go on missions for a little bit. Got a little bit heated back there, if you don't remember. I seem to remember Jailhouse Brawl. Y'all missed it. It was fantastic.
Also, I should mention, Tardvul is a fucking king in there. Yeah, sure, there's guards, but like those guards are there for his protection. It seems like.
He also warned us that if we fucked it up in any way, he'd find his way out and come reap his vengeance upon us, which I don't doubt he might be able to do.
But
he's a freaking guy.
So that is what he gave us for free, though, was that they had been paid off to make our lives hard, and it was a hefty sum, enough to get all these bill hooks that are suddenly on parole. All these payments that were made to these magistrates was just the money coming directly through that was paid to fuck us over.
Yeah.
So I don't know who is trying to fuck us, but I don't want to let them.
We'll go meet with your friends quietly, silently. Maha did not give us room to negotiate on whether or not we take this job, but I would be remiss if I didn't just remind folks that we are on a timetable for getting the rest of our crew back. So just something to keep in mind.
Out of character. Ah, shit. We should have discussed that. And neither Nathan or I remembered it, I'm sure. Would have been different if
and
that
Emmeline
been...
wasn't in that meeting, so she could.
Uh-huh.
Noted. Well, I think I'll go have a drink. See if I can't find one of these. Well, I'm going to go see if I can't find my boy.
Cool. So, we will, I'd like to, sorry, I'm going to sneeze. I'm good. We will, I want to check in with Powell and that whole scenario. And then we'll come back to Cole, and then let's have us like all meet back up later that night. We can discuss how things went, and then we'll make the engagement roll and
Sounds great.
Go on the score. All right. So the messenger, trailing Tweedledee and Tweedledum. I think this is going to require a roll from you, depending on how you want to do it. I could see prowl, I could see skirmish, could see survey.
I feel like it's hunt, isn't it?
Oh, could be as well. Yeah.
That this is a tale here. What would be my position and effect?
Position is going to be risky. Effect is going to be limited because they are trying to be inconspicuous and obfuscate their dealings.
All right. Well, I'll push myself to bump that to standard if that's all right.
Mm-hmm.
That is 2 stress. No bonus dice.
6. Flat success. So what you encounter is this. So for the longest time, they simply stay in the lair. So as you guys were talking, it was very clear, like their ears perked up when you started talking about the Deathland scavengers wanting to hit Ministry assets in the Deathlands and such. And it seems like they were kind of in this mode of observe and report later. And then when the crew left and like Bear kind of rallied everyone together um, to train up the new thugs, they did join in a little bit. And like previously, they'd been not helpful and kind of setting themselves apart and just being like, we're obviously here spying on you. But this time, and frequently more recently, that facade or that um, sentiment has been kind of wearing down, and they have kind of pitched in. Like one of the thugs was learning how to like tie ropes, kind of do some rigging on the boat, and wasn't getting the knots, and uh, what is it? Kalen went up and was like, no, here's how you do it, and kind of showed him literally the ropes, which is a bit of a shock to you because this kind of came out of left field. But after a while, they do leave the lair when kind of at a inconspicuous time when training with the thugs has kind of died down and people are kind of going home to their families for the night or whatever have you. Um, and as was kind of expected from what Silas told us about them, they definitely kind of, they didn't beeline for it. They kind of followed, I think, what the messenger can recognize as um, tradecraft, uh, you know, uh, meander, double back, and such to try to throw off a trail, but the messenger is just too good. Um, and it did lead them back to the central offices of the Ministry of Preservation here in southern Night Market near Gaddock Rail Station, where you can only assume they went to meet with Lady Slade, though she herself was not visible.
They just went right in the front doors.
Mm-hmm.
Well, as much as it would send a message to just shoot them on the doorstep, I don't think that's the message we're sending this evening. I actually want to see where they go after this as well. Are they just going to go home? Do they go back to the lair?
Yeah, I think they both.
There's always a possibility that they are serving, instead of being double agents, they're triple agents.
Yeah. This time, with a flat success, you see they go not back to the lair because again, that might be a bit awkward as people have kind of like some people obviously stay in the quarters, but most of the crew have kind of dispersed for the evening. So you see that they go to um, uh, their own residences. Um, uh, one in Charter Hall, if you were to follow them all that way through, and the other in Coleridge.
Charter Hall is a university district, right?
University and government district.
Hmm.
But there are apartments and houses there. That's where Nebra lives, for instance.
Sure, but like Nebra also comes from a kind of middle class family. That's an odd place for a thug. Is he in a thuggish apartment building?
No, it doesn't seem like it. The apartment definitely looks like he has some means. Like, if you had to guess, like, this guy is pulling in a salary.
Well, that does mean they're unlikely to be bought, which we kind of already knew, but it's good to have that firmed up.
And the other, were you to follow him, kind of similar thing, living in Coleridge. It's more meager, but definitely looks like a place that is on the nicer end of what you can get for Coleridge. This one just maybe isn't as frugal with their money, or maybe they have vices that are draining away their finances.
Yeah, well, that'll happen. All right. Good to know. Good to have notes on. I don't think there's anything else I want to do with them. I've got 2 places where they live that I can follow up on later and maybe learn something about if I decide I want to look more. One lived in Coleridge, one lived in White Hollow?
Charter Hall.
Charter Hall. Gotcha.
Yeah, and tell you which one. So Galen King, who was the one who who you witnessed help the guy with the rigging of the Emerald Nighthawk. Galen King is the one who lives in Charter Hall, and Cassian Peg is the one who lives in Coleridge. All right, so Cole, let's check in on you heading to the Lost in Coleridge. I am going to need a roll from you to avoid detection as you go there.
Prowl about. Though I imagine
Nebra's with Cole, correct? So
yeah, so you do a group
okay,
action.
so she can help with that.
Or help. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But
Either
actually,
one.
it'd need to be a group action because you don't want to be caught either, right?
Right. Okay, that's fair. Yeah, I can roll that. What's the position and effect?
Position's going to be risky, and the effect will be we'll call it because we know that the Hive's assets are hitting the bill hooks right now, so they're otherwise engaged.
Okay, gotcha.
All right, a success with complication, though no stress. So you make your way into Coleridge, avoiding any of the Hive's known merchants and their eyes and ears around Night Market, or indeed Karth Oris and his mercenary corps. What the complication that arises is, while you do a great job sneaking around from the Hive, Blue Coat patrols definitely clock you sneaking around and obviously think you're up to no good. So we're just going to take an extra heat on the crew. So everyone go ahead and mark 1 heat as a complication to that roll. But yeah, you walk into Coleridge. Across the bridge where the Sparkwright's design facility is. In the background, you see factories, and it's cramped, soot-choked, loud, spewing dense clouds of smoke and showers of sparks and burning cinders as you walk under the old elevated train lines that once hauled coal and now carry heavy equipment and raw materials from Gaddock Rail Station. And you make your way into the yard, which the Lost make their headquarters in an old train car. Looking to speak with Cortland, leader of the Lost. This time, however, Cole, give me maybe a survey roll or something to spot something.
Yeah. Especially I think as we're going through this, we're keeping our eyes peeled since this is a kind of thing. Risky standard.
This is going to be a controlled standard.
Controlled standard. 1 second.
5 and a 5, a success with a complication. So what you see is a kid kind of sitting on a bench eating some sort of food, kind of wrapped in a rag, maybe a hunk of bread or something like that. And you see that he clocks you and you clock him. And then a cup that was just face up next to him, he just casually flips over. Um, the complication here being that he's just signaled the loss that you're approaching. But you can't help but feel a sense of pride because you're the one who told him to do this next time.
Yeah, I think as we pass him, I don't give him a coin, but I do flip him like a silver, like a little silver mark kind of thing. Just thumb flip it over to him. Like,
Yeah, he kind of takes it and
yeah.
huh? And then the two guards that you are familiar with spot you as you approach. They're kind of in much more defensible positions behind kind of makeshift made out of detritus in this train yard. But they do recognize you from before, and the one of them who ate all the pasta last time was like, spotted you from a mile away. This time we did.
Yeah, your kid out there was good. I gave him a silver to make sure he has enough bread and whatnot. But yeah.
And the other one will look at you and be like, weren't expecting you around here. What brings you into Coleridge?
Well, I was never here. You understand?
Kind of looks at the other guys like, no, I don't get it. I see him. It's like,
I'm not even here now. But I will be having a word.
is he a ghost? Shh. Um. And the guy who ate the pasta, like, yeah. All right. I take it that Cortland's not expecting you.
Well, since I was never here, no, he's not.
He turns to the other guys like, "Hey, go tell Cortland we got a visitor." He's like, "I don't think I can. He was never here." He's like, "Shut up and do what I say." All right. And he kind of runs in to go talk to Cortland, seemingly very confused about what exactly is going on. And
I just love the
after,
idea of him running in there and be like, "There's a visitor, but there's not because he's not here."
yeah, and I think it goes down kind of exactly like that to the point where Cortland will actually leave the train car to be like, "What the hell are you even talking about?" And we'll see you two kind of squint to look at you and be like, "Come in, get out of the sparks that are raining down on us."
I also think that Nebra and Cole are wearing like hoods up kind of thing. Like, ideally, just casual observers will not recognize us. So we walk in.
Yeah, so you head in. It's much as described before. He kind of leads you into this place where a lot of it a lot of the seating here is actually made from the repurposed seats of the old rail car. He kind of takes a seat at the desk. In here you see Logan, who seems to be divvying up packages of some sort, just gray paper bags that he's kind of splitting in to groups. He kind of just like, "Oh, hey, Cole," and he kind of gives you a wave. And then you see Bell Broken, who's kind of overseeing Logan do the work and is marking something on a clipboard checklist.
How you doing, fellas?
Hey, Cole. Yeah, nice to see you.
Yeah.
Was it Sergeant Colburn? This is Bell.
Good evening, Bell.
Oh, nice to see you again.
You as well. The boys outside seem like they're a little bit more up to snuff than they were before.
Yeah, they tell me they were taught a lesson or two. I can only assume I have you to thank.
Aye. But I came here for another quick lesson, but I need to talk to Cortland about it first.
Don't let me get in your way. Be about your business.
Kind of tips his cap to her.
She kind of gives you a nod. Cortland's like, please sit. I don't think we've met. I'm Cortland. It's a pleasure to meet you, my lady.
Oh, never see them, and
He
thank
kind
you.
of kisses your hand, obviously like trying to be give the illusion of being from a culture that is.
Cortland, you got trouble.
I always do, so long as those workhouses remain open.
This trouble's bigger than what you've been handling. You done me a good turn, and I want to repay it. But I got to tell you that I don't know how we're gonna handle this trouble just yet. But you're gonna need to move your operation for a bit. Maybe go quiet.
What's going on?
We got some information. It looks like you've been framed. The Hive thinks that you torched one of their warehouses.
He kind of looks at Bell, kind of giving her a look of like, did we? And it seems like Bell kind of flips through that sheet she was marking things down on, and kind of after a while gives him a shake.
Cole even interjects and says, I know it wasn't you. But somebody has passed information to the Hive and has set you up.
How much time do we got till they hit us?
Could be any minute. Probably tonight, though.
Any idea of where we could go?
We could potentially arrange for you to go into hiding, set you up for a couple of days while maybe we figure out some way to make sure this wasn't you. I hate to ask you this because I know it's not. I know the answer, but you don't have anybody that you could leave behind, right?
I wouldn't willingly leave any of my men behind. But the fact
Neither
of the
would I.
matter is, if we are going to have to run, not all of us will make it. That's just the way of things.
I agree with you. Listen, Logan knows some folks. He can put you in touch with what's left of the Scovelander refugees. We can find some stash houses for you. Never and I
That
will
won't
keep.
put you in more trouble.
I was never here, remember?
But what if they find us in your stash house? You've
Logan Brocken's the one here that my friend. He's the one trying to put you in charge of those folks. If it comes back to us, it's going to put us in quite a bit of trouble. I ain't supposed to be here now, but I wasn't willing to let a good group of lads and lasses like you go out without a fight, huh? But it's not a fight I'm looking for. I'm looking for a way for you to lay low for a bit and a way for you to clear your name. Maybe you leave your ledger behind. Maybe you make it very clear there that there's a complete list of what you've been doing.
We can try. I'm not sure it'll help.
I have one other option for you, but it's worse. It's the worst one I can think of. I'm putting a lot of faith in you, lad. But you could walk into Night Market. You could ask to meet. You could say word had reached you from somewhere that you'd seen reports of a fire breaking out, and you wanted to be clear that that wasn't you, that all your targets had been workhouses. But I can't guarantee your safety. Fuck, lad. I can't even be seen with you.
You know the Hive better than I do. If I were to walk into Night Market, do the thing you said, that Dagger Island woman who leads the whole thing, she the type who'd respect that?
I kind of look over at Nebra.
It's very hard to say. She might not immediately take you at your word. She might want proof.
At the end of the day, Maha has a vested interest in making sure that threats to her organization are taken care of. And you're not really a threat, but maybe an annoyance, at least in their perspective. Someone somewhere has fed her a line that says that you and yours have stung them, and they want to crush you like a bug to show you that you don't sting, big old bear.
Yeah. A roll coming from Emmeline, but it's for Cortland because he has some decisions he needs to make. All right. He has taken your words into consideration, and he has, in his mind, made a choice that we will discover the effects of at a later date. But he kind of looks at you as like, you risked a lot warning us of this. Thanks for that. I will do what I can to protect my people and make sure it doesn't come back to you.
I'd also take it as a kindness if you weren't planning to ambush these folks when they come for you. Defending yourself is all well and good, but you starting a war here could be real problematic for a lot of people.
There's a lot of good that still needs done in the city. A lot of good I can't do if I'm dead. I've been known to be rash, foolhardy. I'm not fucking suicidal. I want nothing to do with a war against the Hive.
I'm glad we're on the same page then. Let me know if I can help you in any way.
Will do. Thanks
What were you
again.
going to say, pal?
I was just not suicidal yet.
Yet, yeah.
And safe getting back.
Yeah. I hope that you have an evening not full of adventure. I hope it's a quiet one for you. I get up and leave.
Cool.
I put my hand on Logan Brocken's shoulder just as he's doing his thing. And,
yeah, I mean, both he and Bell overheard it, and he's definitely kind of looking concerned, right? Kind of waiting for Cortland to give the order of what exactly is going to happen. And yeah, as you leave, you see Cortland walks out to kind of the stoop of this abandoned train card, kind of puts his fingers in his mouth and does a very loud whistle that catches the attention of, the two guards, the spy, and others who have been milling about the yard, who kind of peek their heads up and start heading back towards the train car. Obviously, kind of signal to round up. We got something we need to discuss.
Yeah, so Cole definitely puts one hand on Logan's shoulder and kind of gives it a squeeze. If he was alone, he'd tell him maybe you should lay low for a while.
Mm-hmm.
But he's not willing to undermine Cortland. Kind of gives her like, I hope you have a good evening, lass.
Yeah, as do I.
And we leave. We put our hoods back up and we head out.
All right. Sounds great. All right. So back in the lair, The messenger has come back after trailing the mooks. Cole and Ebra have returned after warning the lost of what is to come. And now I think we can talk about
Murder.
the Vulture.
Well, I do want to let the crew know first. So our spies are not our spies. The men we'd like to keep an eye on. They went directly, but trying to be sneaky about it, to the people we know that they would go to. And then they went home. I know where they live, and we can talk about that later if we want to do something about where they live. But they're being well paid, I'm pretty sure. We're not gonna change that problem with coin. And they're not working through an intermediary we can mess with either. They're going straight to the Ministry of Preservation.
Let me just say that I'm glad I'm not on the wrong side of you, and you know where I live there, messenger.
Yeah, same. I don't want you blowing me up.
Speaking of blowing things up,
all right.
What are we gonna do?
So, do we want to run an assault, a deception, a stealth, a social, or a transport?
This seems like textbook assault.
You're muted,
Stealth.
Cameron.
No.
We social them out of their holdings.
Anything's possible. All right, we're thinking assault. So what's the point of attack?
Well, we haven't really discussed how we're going to go about this yet.
Yeah, but we're not. We don't do the planning. We do that all in flashbacks. But the point of assault is probably just going to be the Vulture lair, right? If we're doing this straight up.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So, are you guys going to go to Marrakeel to ask her insight or get help?
I think I will.
Okay.
Yeah, because
the reason for that is, and I don't know if I would need a roll going with her, but hang on, let me get my.
Yeah, so go ahead and roll a consort to find out the quality of information. I think like she's willing to help you. This is going to come from like she's been removed from the Vultures for such some time that like her information might not be up to date.
That's all right. We know Silas isn't a great date anyway.
What's my position?
Position with her is going to be controlled and standard effect. A failure.
Oh.
All right. So here's what you learn. So the river caves are open to the Little Dusk. That's where you stole the boat the first time. According to her, that's probably the best way to assault, just a head-on assault. Like they probably haven't put up any defenses since their boat was stolen. They haven't been pulling in many lucrative scores. Like that seems like might be an easy one and done. The other thing is there's a secret entrance or exit, depending on where you are, into their lair from deeper in Barrowclef. There's this utility shed along Plowman Road that has been debated whether it belongs to the right farm or the left farm, and they've been constantly bickering about who owns this utility shed, and little feuds have sparked as a result. Until finally the city council said, you know what? None of you get it, and built Plowman Road straight through the where this utility shed was. And it kind of put it in a no man's land. And so because both of them don't know who it belongs to and they don't want to irritate the city council, or else more of their farm goes to the other side, it's kind of gone into disuse and disrepair. And in this shed, the Vultures have kind of taken it over because there's an underground passage through this cave network to the river caves. And she says she's seen there is a guard there, like someone's on patrol. But if you wanted to go the stealthy route, that might be an option for you as well. Remember, this is what you get on a failure.
All right, I'll still relay that information.
The consequences here is you are in a controlled position. So the consequence is going to be you had to go to Barrowclef to speak with her. That's where she's located. And the Vultures are laired in Barrowclef. And some of them or some of their associates spot you speaking to farmhands around Barrowclef. So whatever we roll for engagement, I am going to subtract 2.
So net loss of 1 because of my web weaving.
So looking at that assault, we have the point of assault. So and I mean, you guys could choose option C, none of the above, do something else. But the 2 options that Silas relays that Mara gave was a frontal assault from the river, or an assault through the tunnels that run underneath this abandoned shed.
I mean, personally, I love the abandoned shed concept, but we got a boat, and I mean,
we got a boat with a chain gun on it.
Yeah. Well, no. Do we have that working?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
So you said that their is stilted in the water, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And that's the majority of the stronghold. Like that's where they hang out. Is all stilted.
Yeah, stilted and jutted up against the caves.
Okay.
So, when we did the job initially, right? Did we happen to have like a schematic of, or was it just like we knew where the boat was and we managed to?
Yeah, a lot of it came down to Mara's assistance, and it was like, at the time they had small fishing boats moored there that they probably still do because that's their only way of getting around. But they had one boathouse, kind of shabbily made like the rest of this kind of shanty town, but like in it was their prize, right? And that's where you knew it's like built on part of the dock, and kind of easily accessible for especially at that point, go in, grab it, and get out.
Okay. From our perspective, do we think that there's other, besides these 2, are there other ways to assault this location? Like, so we could like try to land from the river, from the little Dosk, or we could try to go through the the shanty or the shed.
Yeah.
Is there a side where maybe it takes longer or something because we have to like go through other shanty buildings in this little shanty town? Or...
Yeah, not particularly, because these are kind of shallow caves, and again, like all the main structures are in the farthest recesses to kind of not be immediately visible, and they kind of get smaller and smaller as they get towards the cave entrance. In the center, that's where you kind of have the docks and stuff like that. So it, like, unfortunately for us, but like great on the Vultures for getting this, and I guess great for us if we're able to take it from them, is it is actually quite secure, right? Because it does have this natural kind of wall system around it.
Do we want to have some people at the secret exit or entrance, preventing their escape?
That's a good point. We can hit both of these. Why not both? We'll send a.
Well, that's great, and I just because some of this is great. We could throw in flashbacks when cases come up and stuff. what I'm looking for is just where you guys want to start. So
Yeah,
because
I think
start the score.
I think we
think-
want to like this. We want to go in, and we don't need to come out. We're not looking for an escape route. We're gonna wipe them out, right?
Let's just sink their whole damn stronghold.
Well, so my initial thought was that, the main thing you could do is you could approach essentially via stealth. It is an assault, but you approach as close as you can have our boats out there. Maybe we steal or borrow a bunch of small like fishing vessels that like sail past, and then we plant explosives on the docks and everything, and explode them and assault that way.
Here's what I would think in.
And then
I was thinking during the assault, we have the crew scuttling it about in little boats underneath their lair, putting up some bombs. And when we're all ready, just hit the button.
Well, I think that all comes into the planning that we should be doing in flashbacks.
Yeah.
The point of assault is going to be, where are we hitting them? And I think we are mostly in agreement that we are on the boat, hitting them in the place that boats go.
Yeah.
Cool.
And then we can get to the engagement roll and get right to the fun stuff.
Yep.
Definitely. I think if that's the case, Cole will not be there.
You're going to do some sneaky stuff?
I mean, I'm gonna potentially, like, if that's the case, I was going to see if I could just go down I could take my little cohort and investigate the shack, / if it is an entrance, lead a group of close quarters folks down that way.
Yeah, but if it isn't, you're just out of the fight.
Yeah.
No. There's a secret passage there. He'll be at the fight late because he's going to sweep up that. Or he comes running up the street.
It could be there.
I'm just saying, he doesn't have to be out of the fight. He'll just be delayed.
Well, yeah, but that's assuming
he'll
the
be in the
passage even
fight
exists.
All right. So, point of attack is the majority of the crew on the boat coming from the waterway, and Cole and a group of hired thugs heading to the rear entrance at this shed.
Yeah.
All right. I can work for sheer luck. Is this operation particularly bold or daring?
I mean,
I would say so.
it's a frontal assault. Yeah, it is pretty bold.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they're not weaker than you. They're same level, so I'll give you that +2. Does this plan expose a vulnerability or hit the target where they're weakest? I'm going to say no, because Silas failed in that information gathering role. We don't know.
Okay.
We're not confident that they're weakest in these positions. Can any friends or contacts provide aid or insight for this operation? Yep, Mara helped you out, +1D. Is this operation overly complex or contingent on many factors?
I mean,
That's pretty straightforward.
We're ramming our face into their building, so probably not.
Yeah.
There's a face roll. Yeah.
All right. So we'll keep it at 3. Is the target strongest against this approach, or do they have defenses or preparations? Yeah, this is their base, so -1D.
Yeah.
Are any enemies or rivals interfering in this operation? Yep. Are there any elements you want to consider? Adjust the dice accordingly. Yep. Then we get +1 from Silas, -1 after all things are considered.
-1 from Silas, +1 from Silas.
Yeah, so that is 2 dice, taking the lowest.
Ooh. Exciting.
Good luck to
Well,
however we slice it, we are going to be in a desperate position when the action starts. I probably should have done this before the roll, but everyone, please describe to me what load you're bringing. Emmeline is going to go medium.
Heavy.
I mean, it's an assault. Heavy.
heavy.
Yeah, we're going heavy as fuck.
Yeah, heavy.
Okay.
I think Silas will push it up to medium.
Way to go, Silas. So the first thing I'd like to do is handle this desperate position that we find ourselves in.
I bet you would.
So we take the Foghound, the boat with the minigun, down the Little Dosk to Barrowclef. But indeed, we don't even make it out of the waters of Night Market, territory that by all right should be ours, when a blue coat canal patrol led by our good friend Aiden approaches the ship. The long and short of it is he comes up, he's swinging his baton in his hand and is like, well, what do we have here? As he kind of puts his foot on the deck of your ship, kind of standing over that the breach.
We're
It's just a big old pile of none of your damn business.
Arrest this man.
All right.
We're just on a friendly boat ride around the city.
What with?
Yeah, so 2 blue coats are coming onto the ship to arrest Reese.
It sounds like Reese is probably getting arrested, which, like, good job on Reckless. Absolutely great, Peter. But yeah. Someone want to try and sway them?
Yeah.
Have anyone with a lot of sway?
I have 3 dots in sway.
Oh, 3.
I'm a slide.
Can't
You're
hear you,
muted, Nate.
Nathan.
Sorry, I don't have sway. I have consort.
Right, and this definitely sounds like sway. So,
Yes.
What are we doing?
We're trying to make sure Reese doesn't get arrested for mouthing off to some blue coats.
it's okay though. You're not there, so this isn't a tick to the Cole gets picked up clock.
Not yet, anyways.
Right.
But it might be it might just be a Phil Bar on Reese gets picked up.
I'm willing to talk with them.
Right.
Do it.
What's his position and effect, and I'll see if I can help him.
Desperate, limited.
I mean, I think we want to up that effect at least.
Yeah. Boy.
But what? So what are they here for? Like they just show up?
There's a canal patrol.
They
Okay.
showed up and said, "What do we have here?" and Reese mouthed off.
Gotcha.
Being
So,
arrested for my
It's
freedom.
probably because I fucked up going to Barrowclef. They tipped
Right.
off blue coats.
Thanks, Silas.
Well, mechanically, this is just the start of a desperate situation, right?
Yeah.
So how would you like to handle that, Kevin?
I would like to. Well, so here's what I'm thinking. Since it's just a patrol and they're just looking, looking for something, and Reese just mouthed off. I'd like to convince them it's all just a misunderstanding. We're, just legitimate businessmen, just on a trek, to do some trading down the canals.
Mm-hmm.
And nothing to see here, officer. Basically, it's okay. My friend is he's had a little too much to drink. I mean, these Scovelanders, right? Like, a little bit of Silas in there, right?
Wait. Is the person we're talking to an Akarosi?
Yeah, I believe
Almost
this is
certainly, yeah.
Nebra's rival. And I believe she designed him to be like the most Akarosi of Akarosi. Boy was the description.
Okay, so
Yeah.
yes, I will join in with the trash talking the Scovelanders with your the screed you have.
Yeah.
I'm sure all come to expect from the messenger. Oh yeah, it's their whole national character of failure and given to whiskiness, but it's okay.
He's
The rest of us are looking after him,
his
including
job is
some good Akarosi folk here.
He just needs to get back to cleaning the deck. It's okay. Just please don't leave us without a deckhand, man. Like, we're just trying to do some business here.
So
Reese is real close to shooting.
Does Reese want to go to jail?
One stress to
He's reckless, dude.
One stress for the messenger for one more die to improve the position.
The effect, yeah. A position or effect?
I'm sorry, the effect. Hit me with the desperate if this is desperate. We might be killing some blue coats tonight.
Yeah, Cameron. So it's a desperate standard.
Desperate standard. Okay. I got 3 dots, and I could up it as well if you want for some stress.
That's up to you.
I mean, that's your call. It's desperate. You're.
Sure. I'll add another dice. So it'll be 4 dice. Desperate, risky.
That's 2 stress if you're gonna push yourself.
Yeah, push myself. Yep. So it'll be risky standard with 4 dice. Wait.
No. It's desperate standard with 4 dice.
Oh,
It's never changed from risky.
Desperate standard, bonus dice 1. Okay. Oh yeah.
Correct.
Oh my God! Finally, the Bruce Wayne smooth comes out.
Right.
So perhaps it's all the.
We're like, where the fuck did he learn how to talk like that?
Kind of the hate speech you guys have been spewing, but it seems to connect with.
I feel like also upon hearing it, like Silas just started taking out his whiskey and just.
Yeah. The problem is that Cole's not around. Cole's always around, so he can't just be a hate crammed.
And he kind of looks at the Nighthawk and is like, "Don't worry, I get it. I think we all know the type." And the men stop approaching Reese, and not as a result of your roll, because Reese is out of the water with that crit, but as a result of this desperate position. What they were probably going to do anyway when they approached you is, without like saying a word or anything, they just start taking cargo from your ship and putting it into theirs, as he's like trying to strike up a conversation with you about how Stovelanders are all terrible. And mechanically, what that will look like for the rest of you is all of your loads have gone to light.
Is there any way we can stop that, or?
Yeah, we can resist.
Okay, let's kill him.
I can only take 3 trauma before I bite it.
I'll really take 2.
Does anyone have room for 5 trauma?
Stress. I mean,
5 stress.
No.
I have
No one has room for 5 trauma because we're not
Okay.
playing assassin.
Nope. 5. Okay, trauma or stress. Sorry.
Stress.
If it's okay, I think I can take 5. Because is it 8 that you can go up to, or 9?
Yes, you can go up to 8, unless you've got a thing that lets you go further, and there's several out there. I keep encouraging.
Okay, but if you're at 8 stress, you don't go over.
Not without getting trauma.
Correct, you don't. Okay.
What
Okay.
stress is Silas at?
I mean, I have.
0. I'm at 0 stress right now.
That fucking doesn't surprise me.
You want to maybe resist this? Maybe with an
I
insight
can
roll?
resist it.
Yeah.
Like,
Well,
whoa, come on,
Anyone
guys,
who
come on.
wants their stuff not being light will need to resist it separately.
Oh.
What's the roll? Prowess and resolve insight.
Probably.
I would either it would probably be what's the top one? Insight?
How
Or
many blue
resolve?
coats are there?
Where's consort fall?
Consort is under resolve.
So yeah, a resolve. Then.
How many blue coats are there?
I think you could insight to be clever about it and hide things.
Yeah, I would allow either. Because I think a prowess would escalate in ways. There's probably like 5 or 6.
I would say prowess or finesse would let you keep things hidden on your person.
Right, or like exactly, like.
All right, so Silas takes 3 stress.
Keeps his load.
Let's see here. I mean, would you let me do a prowess just for the finesse of I'm talking to the guy, so they'd actually have to take the backpack off me while I'm like.
Well, you'd have to be clever. Like you have to keep them from seeing it is what makes the finesse work. But
oh, okay, then it's hidden in like a compartment in the ship or something. Like there's like a panel or something.
You'll have to roll resist.
Yeah, but would that be okay if I roll a prowess?
I
Then?
traumatize myself right here. Need
I'll
Doing
allow the prowess roll, but you're going to need to take a stress for the flashback.
Okay.
I don't think any of you should resist.
Uh,
Personally, I think we should have a
Very well then.
flashback. I understand. You did that before I was able to talk to you about it. I think you could actually do something else.
yeah. You could do. Yeah, we could do a flashback where we hide it in our like smuggling compartments or something.
Well, no. What I would do is we have a second ship, and there's an infinite number of things we can do in flashback, right? So, if you're gonna take 1 to 5 stress to maintain your load, I would consider just letting them take you down to light and then figure it out later.
Yeah, all right. Taking it down to light and figuring out later is reasonable. Since unlike Silas, the messenger is already sitting on 6 stress.
Am I included in this, Kyle? Do I need
Nope.
to roll for?
No, you made good choices.
Well, no, you'll have your desperate effect. It's just separate from this.
Yeah.
Could I use an insight roll on this using essentially explaining any of the equipment I brought away with me as something that's vital for the operation of the ship, so they don't necessarily know what kind of machinery I have with me?
Yeah, you can. I don't think they'd care so much about that, but using insight to be like, oh, you don't want to touch that. It'll blow you up. Like,
Yeah.
they're robbing you. They don't want to get injured, right?
Sure. Yeah, I mean,
But they don't care about your boat. You could sink for all
make
that
sure.
matter.
Make sure. That makes sense. Yeah.
All right, so you take 5 stress.
Well, Reese just got more trauma.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, Reese. What did that look like, man?
Well, it depends on which kind of trauma I want to get. So stress is gone. I'm passed out, and I think that's it for me for the game.
No, it's for the scene.
For the scene.
Sure. Okay.
I've only got 3 stress to go. I think I'm not going to resist then, I guess. Because I could do I could do 2 stress flashback later for something.
Yeah, I think what Nebra will do is she'll elect to go to Reese and see, check up on him and stuff, and then kind of forego the opportunity to resist. So she'll go down to light load as a result.
Okay. And yeah, Reese, what do the others see as you finally kind of something snaps in there?
I think it's just these people that are supposed to be paragons of justice are stealing from us in broad daylight like a bunch of thieves. I think he just goes overboard and is now, on top of being obsessed and reckless, he's also paranoid.
Yeah, so that's 3 trauma for Reese now.
Yep.
Wow. Really doing the speed run. Well, I mean, it's not a speed run.
Just doing
But
my
for
best
us,
to kill
you're
my
going to be
character
the
as quickly
first.
as possible.
You're the one that causes the least war.
Yeah.
That's why it's an internal conflict. Cool. And I think like Reese is kind of, you said paranoid. Yeah. So you're going on your rant, and I think like Aiden is still with the messenger being like, no, yeah, because of that crit, we'll ride that out and be like, no, yeah, I get it. They get like this sometime, right? But you should have seen what happened to them in Unity Square.
Fucking
Good
Aiden.
riddance, I say.
Your whole fucking family's dead, bud.
Um,
Fucking tie all their guts together.
yeah, so
I feel
Silas-
like I'm like clenching my fist like just behind my back so he doesn't see it, because I'm just like, I don't want to punch this guy. Don't punch him.
So Silas and Reese. So Silas, you keep your medium load. Reese,
Yeah.
you keep your heavy load.
And I feel like part of it, what I
pass
did
out.
was just like I have a stash of booze on the ship, and I was just like, hey, how about you take that instead?
Yeah, and that works for them, right? They're looking for a quick buck. Then Nebra, Messenger, Nighthawk, you guys are down to a light load, but pretty soon, like the blue hosts finish robbing you, steam away, and you guys make your way to the entrance of the river caves. Now, Cole, resolving that desperate position for you. So you and your group of thugs made your way via road, I take it, into Dunslow. And a lot of the roads here are unpaved. It's the rainy fall season, so they're muddy. So by the time you're kind of approaching that shed, you and your thugs definitely look badass. Definitely special forces caked in mud, heading through the tall grass of whatever radiant energy crops that these farms are finishing the harvest of this fall season. But something spooks your thugs. Darting through those tall grasses in the radiant energy farms, they see what looks like bipedal animal monstrosities. And you realize quickly that they're not some sort of unforeseen eldritch horror, but these are actually some of Corin's fellow billhooks in their animal masks running through these fields. Whether they're working with the Vultures, I mean, we can assume since the Vultures left to join them, but it seems that they are stalking you. This spooks your crew, and some of them book it. So where this was a tier +1, this is going to drop down to a tier. So going from about 12 folks to only 6 folks.
Gotcha. Can I try to command them to stay in place, or?
Yeah, so this will be a resolve resistance roll.
Gotcha. So they rolled the command to intimidate me or something effective.
No, so this is just in a desperate position, you start off, something bad has happened, right? And so this is the bad thing that is happening. Yeah. So some of your crew is running off, and the resistance of a narrative effect is going to be your command of them to be like, no, hold your ground, stay with us.
Gotcha. Okay, sorry, I misunderstood how any of that works. Okay, so this is mental strain or willpower. Then, yeah, I will try to resolve that.
All right, 5 stress, but we'll say the majority of them stay. Like, some still do run, but instead of being down to 6, you now have about 10, and they're staying. Like what would it be? The 4 that stay are there, and they're listening to your orders, but you could tell they're shaken. Morale is not high with them.
Okay. I will go ahead and attack the billhooks then.
Okay.
They're stalking us. They're clearly they are clearly aggressive or not.
Yeah, they're approaching through the tall grass, like they are entering combat with you.
Okay. So I'm going to down a Rage Essence Vial and charge into amongst the billhooks. Going to mark off my fine heavy weapon, and using Battleborn, I will push myself. And this is still desperate, or?
Yeah. Well, so link Battleborn for me.
Yeah. Or sorry, not Battleborn.
Yeah, I know the one you're talking about. The not to be.
Oh no, it is Battleborn. Yeah. It's using the push yourself in a fight.
There's another one I thought you had that allows you to fight a gang on equal terms.
So yeah, that's also not to be trifled with. which is essentially what I'm going to do using Battleborn. I'm using Battleborn to trigger my use my special armor to push myself, and in pushing myself, I'm going to use Not to be Trifled with, performing a feat of physical violence that verges on superhuman.
Okay. Cool. Yeah. So it's gonna be desperate, and with Not to be Trifled with, it'll be a standard effect, up from not standard.
Yeah.
No, you know what? I'll give you a great effect because you do have that cohort with you, so you probably were on about equal terms, if not even outnumbering them.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I'll give you a desperate great.
Desperate great. Okay.
All right. A success with a complication. So I will let you describe to me how this works out. Because you will essentially nullify the billhook threat with however it is you went about it, you and your cohort. The complication that will result is in this melee. You will end up taking harm yourself, and maybe you don't notice it until the rage essence starts dying down. But you will take level 2 harm butchered.
Okay. I'll use my armor. Is that a reduction of it, or is it eliminate the level 2 harm?
I will. Yeah, we'll drop that to level 1, which we'll just call scrapes.
Okay. In that case, I will use a prowess resist to try to resist it further.
Okay.
Damn, Cole is killing it.
So yeah, Cole downs that Rage Essence Vial, charges forward. We lost Nate, but charges forward. Pulls his heavy weapon out, and I do think that kind of disregarding his own ability or his own well-being, wades into this group of billhooks. There are probably like 10 of them, like something like that. 10 or 12.
Yeah, it's not their whole gang, so
but
they have like their hangers on and stuff like that kind of follow Corin. So yeah, we'll say it's a little less than your crew. So like where you have like what is it, like 11 including you, they're probably like 9.
Well, so the way cohorts work is, generally speaking, is that they can, if this is a cohort of theirs, they can field 12. They can field multiple 12-men cohorts, basically, because they're a tier 2 gang, right? They may only have like 12 actual members.
Yeah, they did not send complete cohort because they're dealing with some stuff elsewhere. So their cohort is undermanned, or like if you want to think of it mechanically, it's already
it's
taken
a less
damage.
tier, or it's just a lower tier type thing. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Is Corbin in this? Or
you'd have no way of knowing.
Of course, yeah.
Unless you like demask him and can identify Corbin.
Yeah, I mean, I think I cannot. I don't think unless he identified himself. I think to me, I would not be able to. So I think Cole, full Rage Essence, launches himself into this thing. Is especially frightening. I mean, at the end of the day, anyone he doesn't kill, especially in this initial wave, I think he would mark this savage, which he picked up last time, in that he would command them to, or he would try to intimidate them with everything that's here, and basically try to outbeast their beast thing here. But yeah, and I think at the end of it, yes, he's cut up, but it's like superficially, like he's not actually really. There's no actual harm, though. There are several points where his kit is like sliced or things where it should have been a debilitating wound.
Yeah,
Like,
and I mean, if anyone were to see it, what a sight it was, because you had hatchets and literal bill hooks, pole arms slashing at you, but Cole was a hurricane of fury in this. And I mean, when the dust settle and the rage essence dies down and the redness leaves your vision, you stand in just a field of blood and slaughter as severed bill hooks litter the fields around you. I mean, it really makes you question who's the real butcher here. But yeah, you eliminate this billhook threat that was approaching you, and with you took some cuts, but your cohort suffered no losses.
Yeah.
It's like everyone was falling in on you. You were kind of tanking the situation, and
yeah, they were cleaning up
you were the
dudes
last one standing.
as I was taking things out. They were behind me cleaning them up. So
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, cool.
I'm sure this will go well with the bill hooks later.
yeah, it's not my favorite thing, but they attacked us.
Got to do what you got to do.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. So with that, like you're I think morale has improved among the cohort. These thugs that you hired kind of look at you like, all right, like glad you're on our side. You know, they're like, where to now?
I think we continue on to the shed.
Yeah. So you get to the shed, which again is it's clear that it's kind of been abandoned. It looks like it was probably on someone's property again before the city came in and put an end to this quibbling. All of the equipment there is kind of rusted, dusted, and cobwebbed from lack of use, except some in one corner because the door is kind of swinging open
Mhm.
at this point, and you can see inside because there are like uh, uh, murky windows along this shed. On one side, clearly some of the equipment has not hit that dust. It's been moved repeatedly. But this is where we will look at that further complication um, of your previous result, and that whoever was manning this hatch into uh, the lair of the vultures witnessed what you just accomplished and booked it to get away, but and we're just going to start a 6 segment, but I won't fill any up just yet. That is going to be vultures are alerted.
Okay.
So I think I'm in widescreen now.
Yeah, somehow you fixed it. I think also, like I don't know if we probably don't get anything interesting off of it, but I think the cohort probably field strips the downed bill hooks as we go, just picking up any of if any of them have weapons or things that that our folk need. Like if we were carrying clubs and bats, now we're carrying axes and whatnot.
Yeah, for sure. Okay. So at that entrance to the shed, that's where I'm going to pause on Cole and cohort for a minute as we go back to the boat, who are now pulling down the little dusk, where you'll soon on your left will be the river caves.
I'll also help Reese back up and just talk to him and be like, I apologize to him about, I'm just trying to help you not get arrested, man. It's okay. I don't know why they were here, but and like maybe you're paranoid about that too. But
we can gab all we want after the mission's over. Just take your seat and get ready to fight.
I look around. There's no chairs. I keep standing.
I'm gonna push you overboard, buddy.
They took the chairs.
You're gonna take a drink.
Yeah,
Real
they
soon,
took the
buddy.
chairs, right? Fucking blue coats.
All right, so you guys are approaching the lair of the vultures. What do you guys want to do? How do you want to approach this?
Turn on the Gatling gun and just mow the place down. No, I mean, I don't know.
That's cool. Go in with guns. Sold.
I mean, is there anyone out front that we can see from the Vulture side, or is it kind of just empty?
Yeah, so as you approach the opening to the caves, Nebra, how about you give me a survey or some such roll to see what you can see and how accurate it is.
Okay. All right, I'm going to go ahead and push myself for an extra die. What's the position and effect currently?
This will be controlled. Effect will be limited because the way this layer kind of built was to avoid detection.
Right. Okay. Don't know if I want to do anything else.
Cool, a success. So you see a couple what you can assume to be gang members, crew members of the Vultures, walking along the catwalks that were described. You can spot some in the building. It seems that at this point, the runner from where Cole was fighting has either not yet departed or hasn't reached them, so they're unaware of anything like that. You don't initially see any like base defenses. You don't see any like cannons or stuff like that, but you can only assume that these guys are armed with personal stuff. And then, much like Cole experienced, you do see some animal masked individuals in butcher outfits kind of patrolling as well. Some of their new bill hook allies, making sure that their investment is fruitful.
Right. Okay. I'll point out to everyone like the people that I see and the billhook masks and stuff.
What does the messenger think here?
I think we just pick when we start shooting. Like, I don't see any reason to wait. I could pick someone off from the docks from here. And actually, hold on. Right, so marking off all of my load, which is fine long rifle and spyglass.
Mm-hmm.
All I was able to keep them from grabbing. And of course, I've still got the dog. They didn't take my dog.
No, they did, bud. Sorry.
We don't run that type of game.
Well, it's italicized too, so the mechanics protect
Puppers
me.
Always live. Yeah.
So, does anyone on the docks look like they're in charge?
So from what Nebra saw, no. It looks like the people on the docks, the people on the catwalks are either like bill hooks guarding their investment, or like normal gangers and patrols. It seems like leadership of the crew is probably inside, counting money, talking to another bill hook. The Forgotten Gods on the know.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't see any good targets for kicking it off. We can just roll up and unload, and let the damned sort them out.
I mean, do we want to do a flashback and set explosives? Because I think I'd like to do that.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that.
Oh, that's right, because you have no stress now.
I was gonna say, like, guess what? The guy who can build bombs probably is pretty stress free at the moment.
Well, we'll see if we can get it all the way to the end by the end of this game.
I mean, I'm happy to help here.
All right, so, well, you took the cohort with you, right, Cole?
He took his cohort.
Oh, so you have more than one? Oh, okay.
No, he got a downtime activity.
Asset. Okay. All right. Well, so let's do a flashback. And it's while we're getting prepared for the
We're still in the lair. We're getting prepared. The boat's getting loaded. And Reese is having a conversation with what's her name? The head of the cohort. Do you remember her name?
Oh, she's
Fleta?
Oh,
It'd be Bear
Oh.
who's leading it.
is Bear's the leader? Okay. So it's Reese having a conversation with Bear. And he's like, all right, so all you got to do, all right, once everything is getting going, all you fellas got to do is once you set off on your little scuttle boats, just got to attach them and he teaches them how to attach them to essentially all of the poles underneath the main core of the building. So when we set them off, the middle of the building will cave in and fall into the river. That's essentially what he's trying to do.
That won't block us from getting in either, right?
Oh yeah, it will. It's going to be a mess. We'll see how it goes.
I mean, anybody who's inside is going to be in the river. We can just pick them off from our boat with our fucking chain gun.
Okay.
So
I just want to make sure it's not going to come down on the boat or anything. That's all.
Just prepare for some bell ringing.
Yep.
Oh yeah. By the way, Cole, you heard the bells go off as many bill hooks were dispatched. All right. We'll take 2 stress for the flashback because this is potentially huge.
Okay.
And then it sounds like you are either leading a cohort group action or commanding the cohort, right? Those are the 2 options there.
Yeah.
To set explosives.
Mm-hmm.
The position is going to be desperate. The effect is going to be great, though.
All right. So what am I rolling? Is this like
Something
this is
in
me
resolve.
commanding them, right? So I mean, I have
Probably
2
not a
points in
2.
all of resolve. So all I have is consort and 1 dot in it. So let's see how it goes.
You want some help?
You can lead them by doing the actual action too. You don't have to command to lead them. You either command or you do the action. So you could roll Rec or Tinker.
I can do Tinker.
To instruct people on how to do a thing.
Yeah.
If like that's you preparing the bombs.
All right, if Kyle's into that.
I mean, tell me if I'm wrong, Kyle.
So the actual, so my understanding is, in this flashback, you've talked to them. The bombs are set off. You want them to go off and have an effect on this place now. So this Tinker or Rec roll that you're leading them on would be setting the bombs, just so you're aware of that for consequences, right?
All right. Well, I'm also gonna push myself for an extra die.
I have a question, if you will. If you would let me do the flashback, I could lead the prowl roll for that.
It's all right.
It's either way. It's 3 dice, Cameron.
Oh, you have
it's
3
either 3
dice?
dice for your prowl or 3 dice for my Tinker. So.
Okay.
All right. So this is a desperate, which I've already marked my XP for that. Submit, and then this is a great effect, and +1 die. All right. Let's hopefully it's not all 1s again. Success with a complication.
A success with a complication. All right.
So I think it's there's like a button you push to set them off. I don't think they're on a timer, but the other way works, I suppose.
Yeah. How close are you? For my mind, how close are you to these bombs when you need to set them off?
I mean, we need to be in range of the building, at least shooting distance.
Like
So
how
about
do
100
you,
yards.
what is the
smack up.
detonator mechanism on this bomb? Is it like a fuse?
like
think
remote control?
It makes actually remote
Well, this
control
is
doesn't work,
Victorian
they don't
era
have- They don't have
time,
radio
right?
age, so let's just say they're on timers then, because it makes more sense for them to be on timers. Because there's no radio waves that we can take advantage of. So.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
And what type of damage are you looking to cause to this structure?
I want to destroy the posts that are holding the building up in the center. So enough to take out some posts.
And
so here is.
So I'm not looking to blow up the building. I'm looking to destroy the structural integrity of that's holding them above the river, so that the whole damn thing collapses into the river.
Yeah. Well, that will destroy the whole damn thing.
Yeah, that
You
will
understand.
destroy the building. Yeah.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is I'm not trying to put enough explosives underneath it to blow up the building. I'm
Right, yeah,
this
yeah,
is
you're
just saying-
strategic explosion.
like
But
a
you-
controlled
so-
yeah.
demolition.
So yeah, this is like a controlled demolition.
You are
as
destroying the
opposed
building
to-
by sliding it into the river.
Yeah. All right. So, with I mean, it is a great effect. So you rig those pylons to blow. They're just kind of made of wood and scrap metal. And when they do, the entire Vultures layer falls into the waves below, presumably killing any who were inside. It was a very violent explosion, destroying any structures in these river caves. And the complication here is
Caused a lot of noise.
well, the blast wave is such that when it hits your small steam boat, it rolls it, capsizes it, and your boat sinks.
Okay. Who can resist this one?
Not me. I'm not driving.
Well, no, you can resist without. So, for example, I could, as the messenger now, resist this with insight.
No, I
seeing
understand
this
how the
coming
mechanic
and
works.
everyone
Yeah.
yelling for someone to turn into the wave.
Right.
Yeah, I get you. Whoever's driving should be the one who
Prowess?
resists, right?
Then is that?
Yeah.
Well, the one I
Anything.
just explained was insight.
Okay.
Is someone else better prepared to do this without taking trauma?
I was thinking prowess with finesse, being able to navigate the boat around, like into the right angle, so the explosion
Cool. Yeah.
doesn't.
If the Nighthawk wants to take the wheel, do it.
Sure.
All right, drive us through the tumult.
Roll prowess. Resist. Okay.
Oh, he doesn't take any stress.
All right,
either. Nice
zero
job.
stress. So the boat is damaged. It won't be able to take much more of a beating, but you're able to sail into the wave, crest through it, and avoid capsizing. And when you kind of settle in the water, you just see a solid cliff face where a whole hideout used to be.
Do we hear any bells?
Oh yeah, plenty.
They've been going off, right? Yeah.
No, I mean
Probably
like
both
after
are
it blew
golden
up.
out from you.
Yeah.
So that's no bell hooks, no bill hooks, no vultures.
Yeah, there's no structure left.
Sure, but like sometimes people get thrown clear, and there's plenty
because of the way
flotsam
this
in the
thing was
water.
built, I think it was like someone trapped in a controlled demolition. Like the force of this explosion just brought them out. So even if someone survived the initial shockwave, they're now trapped underwater and probably drowned. And you do hear, I think, to that effect, some delayed dings on the old bell.
Right, yeah, like bodies stop
Ding.
popping up, and then like 10 seconds later, another bell happens. There's another body. Like,
Reese sort of looks around the boat and goes, "Well, job done." I might have put a little too much in there, but I think it got the job done.
Yeah.
All right, let's
Shall we just
pick
pick
through
off
the
any
wreckage.
stragglers.
Cool. So we'll leave you guys there for a minute. The last thing you see is a piece of the mountain wall kind of shift away, and a rudder, thinking that there was going to be more ground there when he left this passage, Wilhelm scream off into the depths below.
Dong. God.
Oh, we don't hear a dong. He might be.
Okay.
He might have survived the fall,
For
but
now.
we will cancel this whole clock here, and we will.
Hey guys, look out! They know what's up.
We'll go back to Cole, who, like, you know, you're looking into this thing. You're worried that, oh no, someone just run, and then you hear a huge explosion and splashes coming from the cliffside.
And then dong, 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 dong.
yep.
I will. I will start a clock because of all the murder. I think it would only be fair. Let's turn that. Let's turn that 6 segment into the Spirit Wardens arrive.
This was a mass casualty
you-
event. Like,
Oh my god.
There's just a
Oh my
giant-
God, Spirit Wardens,
Oh.
thank God you're here. There was an explosion.
yeah, I think, man.
All
Well,
right.
yeah.
New problem.
You gotta fish out the leader.
Well, yeah, we have to find them.
So there's other passages inside the cliffs, right? Yeah, we have to go in after.
Whoever might still be in there.
Yeah, so I think in this,
Well, and you guys do know Cole. You do have a Cole who was going to go in through at
Right.
least one of those passageways.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
and so I
Right.
think Cole during this is actually coming down through the passageways.
Just waiting for anybody running out the other end of that hidden tunnel, right?
Yeah, if they're trying to book an escape.
Yeah. So Cole, as you make your way through the tunnels, I think you will encounter some vultures, maybe some billhooks who were either in the tunnels patrolling initially, or who were, by the grace of the Forgotten Gods, able to get into the tunnels before the collapse of the structure,
Right.
and are trying to get out through the escape route. So I think just a single roll, maybe like a skirmish if you want to go about
Yeah.
that way, or a prowl if you want to go that way.
I'll lead the cohort on a skirmish action here.
Those poor people having such a bad day.
And so if I'm leading an action, do I add their tier to what I'm doing, or I don't remember exactly what happens for that.
If you're leading an action, you roll them and you roll you. And it's
Okay.
like a group action. So whoever gets the best roll, that's what happens.
Gotcha. Okay.
And you can either roll what you're doing with them, roll
mhm.
skirmish, or you can roll command, in which case you're driving. It's leading or driving.
Yeah, I think for this case, he is leading them. So, 1 second. I will roll the cohort first here.
Oh, good lord.
It's a cohort crit.
Crit. Okay.
And then I'll roll my leading of them.
This is like the opposite of last game, where a desperate position becomes really good really quick, right?
Yeah.
Is this risky? Control.
Yeah, because they're not actively trying to fight you, they're trying to get out. We'll call it risky. Well, if you're not using Battleborn, it's going to be risky limited effect.
Limited effect. Okay.
Well, he is leading the gang, though.
Yeah, I'm leading a group action here with this.
Right. Oh yeah, fair enough. So risky standard.
Okay. Yeah, because before I was doing it solo. Now I'm doing it as a gang.
All right. So we have crit. No one takes stress. Yeah, you tell me. So as described, you see folks running out. What do you and the cohort do?
I think we jump anybody that tries to run. Right. We don't necessarily kill them. If they're a billhook, we unmask them. We ask who they are. Right. We set them aside. If it's a vulture, we take them. We ask who they are, and we chain them up, basically. And we're going through basically taking prisoners. So I'll mark off manacles and chain on mine, and I assume that these thugs also have manacles and chains. So they're basically cutters. But we start chaining up just vultures. Billhooks we disarm if we can.
Yeah, with the crit.
But
for sure, you're in the driver's seat of what
Yeah.
this looks like.
And I feel like they're fleeing, and so if need be, they run into a trap basically where one or two of them run into a group, and we hit them in the knees and do level 1 harm on them all, but don't actually kill them. And we're looking specifically for either Corbin, who's the son, right, or any of the named vultures that we know about.
Cool. And you don't know what Corbin looks like, right? You said before. Like you
No, we're literally just
ask
asking.
their name. Yeah.
Well, you can look for a family resemblance, but like might be challenging in the moment.
And so a
Does he
few
look
things you
like a
find.
fat
You
old
don't
man that tells
any
boring
of the
stories?
vultures you find. You don't find Edwin Pond, which was the leader of the vultures, a man that you know quite well because it's kind of from his mind that all of this anti-Scotlander bigotry kind of spread through his gang. You don't find him. You don't find any other vultures of note.
We could ask, I guess. Like we could start asking people. Like I could command them and intimidate them if need be to, you know, be like, "Where was Edwin?"
Yeah,
Or was,
we'll get to that in a sec
Okay.
here. And with the bill hooks in particular, you end up like at first you think you've got him, but then that assuredness starts to dwindle because you're kind of experience a Spartacus type of thing of I am Corbin, and then like no, boss, this one says he's Corbin too. It's like no, I am Corbin. We're all Corbin here.
Well, and I gather them up, and I'm actually going to try to. I don't know. Maybe I'll try to just force a personality, and be like, "Listen, you all know who I am. My name is Lysander Colburn. I'm not here to harm or kill billhooks, as long as no billhooks are trying to harm or kill me or my crew. I had a conversation with Tarval this morning, in which case he and I chatted about how we don't need to be doing this, that there was a misunderstanding, and that misunderstanding is going to get taken care of. But he told me that I need to talk to his son to make it right. There's a reason that you billhooks are not chained up. The vultures over here turned coat, right?
Yeah. I'm gonna need a roll for them.
Yeah.
To find out what you get.
All right. I'm going to try to intimidate command obedience with the force of personality through command.
And they're frightened, if that makes a difference.
And they're frightened. Yeah. It does. Yeah. Is this a risky?
No, I think you're in a.
I'm in control.
Yeah, I think you're in a controlled position. The effect is going to be limited, though.
Limited. In that case, I will push myself for 2 more stress, which puts me at 8 stress. To change my effect from limited to standard.
Mm-hmm.
And then I get 1 bonus die.
Cool. A 6. So the first thing you notice is there's some like glances and whispers among the now unmasked bill hooks. And the impression you get is even within the couple that you have captured here, the bill hooks seem to be factionalized. Perhaps even more so than you initially realized, because you have some that when you're like, I spoke with Tarval and he said this, immediately kind of go into, okay, so that's orders from the boss. But then you have some who, at the mention of Tarval, are like, so what? Like, and so like what you gather from this, and I'll say like, with the flat success, they're like, Corin's not here. He has bigger fish to fry than babysit a bunch of half-rate smugglers. But it seems um, like there are 3 different factions within the bill hooks. There are those who are like, Tarval is our leader and we will follow him. And this group exists in 2 other factions as well, right?
Right.
But then you have the ones who are like, no, Corville's the rightful leader, and these are like the more sadistic ones, like the ones who wear the animal masks, the ones who are stalking you, who enjoy Corvin's like, let's put cards on the table, kind of like sadistic and serial killer like tendencies, right? And then the others are more aligned with Aaron, who's like, Aaron is Tarvel's rightful successor, who are like the ones who you don't see with masks, who just kind of look like butchers and tradespeople who are out there, you know, still doing crime and butchery, but are a little bit more like personal about it.
Yeah. Okay.
So on that 6th, that's the information you kind of glean from.
All right. Once we get to once we get to a place where we think we've done a lot of this, we'll go ahead and let the folks go. I will try to snag a couple of the folks that didn't have masks to begin with, that look more like the tradespeople, and say, if your captain Aaron wants to have a chat, I'd be open to that. I understand things are a little complicated right now, but we don't have to be fighting.
Yeah. So this individual, who, you know, during the course of your interrogation, identified themselves as Amelia Hunter, will be like, yeah, I can pass along a message, and you can speak for the rest of your crew.
For this, I can.
All right, I'll make sure she hears word. And by the way, what in the hell was that? And she kind of looks to, like, because again, like, there are secret passages that lead out to what used to be buildings. Some are open, just revealing like no, you know, a drop to the sea. Some are still closed, but like obviously there was sound and commotion heard on that other side.
He cracks his knuckles and says, "That's what happens when you betray the Nighthawks and the Hive."
Vengeance.
Yeah, I'll pass that along too.
Which is why we want to be friends. So there's no important vultures here, and they don't know. They didn't know where the boss was.
Oh no, they were like, when you're like, where was Corbin? They just.
Oh no, I asked him where was Edwin or whatever.
Edwin, yeah, sorry. So when you're like, where was Edwin? That was my bad, slip of the tongue. They kind of point to like where those main structures were. He was probably in one of the big ones, meeting with other billhooks when the structure was taken down.
Tragic.
Yep. I look to the thugs behind them, and I give them a nod, and I assume they slit all of their throats, and leave them there.
Fair enough. Cool. Anything else in this kind of scene before we jump over to the others? Charles.
Oh, nothing for me. Sorry.
Okay, cool. So back to the front side, where the Nighthawk has taken the wheel and expertly sailed the ship through the waves, and we're just standing in the middle of what looks like a natural cave, with one guy gurgling, trying to swim. This is the guy who just fell down that you just witnessed plunge.
Should we fish this guy out?
No.
Unless that guy's Edwin Pond.
Well, he's a vulture, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just shoot him in the water.
Cool. I don't think you need to roll for that unless you want to and do.
I think it's kind of a given. It's not going to be a desperate roll, so I ain't eager to make it.
Yeah.
But
so he's obviously in pain. You can tell, like, not only from the fall, but like he's looking down. And Messenger, I mean, you would know this. These waters are infested with eels, so he's probably getting bit to hell in high water.
I like to think that, like, I pull the boat up alongside him, thinking we're gonna maybe fish him out, and you just.
Yeah, but you do so with ease, and he just sinks below the waves.
Like, all right.
So I am gonna try, and it'd be good if we could fish something out of the flotsam here. We can make more than 4 coin. Well, maybe we can't.
Is there anything to salvage here? Can we sail in a little bit to see if there's anything inside?
That
Yeah,
might
you
be
guys are in the
dangerous.
cave. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, all right, cool.
So I guess I think I'd like to see. Yeah, let's see what's there. Is there anything we can salvage?
As I said, there's no structures left.
Okay.
Reese took the
Sure,
whole
there's no
damn thing down.
structure, but like sometimes containers survive.
Oh
Well,
yeah,
yeah.
fair enough.
Steamer
Roll
chest
a
hopping to the
survey for
surface.
me.
Someone have better survey than me?
I have
I
one
will
dot.
Absolutely roll my 1 dot in survey.
I'll roll my
do it.
1 dot in survey if you want. Oh, wait, let me roll. It's a desperate, right?
No. It's probably a controlled.
Oh, okay.
Probably
Actually,
a controlled limited.
I'm gonna help you. I'm gonna I'll provide help. So I'll take a stress for that.
Okay, to bump me from limited to standard.
Yep.
Okay.
I'll take a
Can
stress
only-
to help you if you
We
want.
can only
can't.
take 1 help.
Oh, okay.
The other option is setting people up, which we really don't have time for here. I don't think,
Yeah.
since it's just a look.
Yep.
A success with a complication. So you do find some stuff floating on the surface, but it's mostly like maps, charts, nautical tools, like things for smuggling. Nothing that you would deem terribly worthy of salvage, and it's, you either, if there was there are 2 possibilities or 3 possibilities here. Either like there was stuff and now it's at the bottom of the river. There was stuff and it's, there's secret passages in the mountain. It could be hidden up there and tucked away in smugglers' compartments, or as part of this agreement with the bill hooks that they had to pay some sort of tribute, and they just didn't have much of wealth around.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. We don't probably have time. Well,
I
actually,
mean, we can grab the paperwork, right?
I will just from the 4. I'll fill up one side of this. Spirit Wardens arrive as a complication.
Okay, so yeah, they're
how much
halfway
do
there.
we have left on the Spirit Wardens? Why isn't that showing for me? We have a lot of time to poke around here if we want to. I'd like to find the body of that guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's start looking.
So, can we
Actually, can I do another flashback?
Mm-hmm.
So our cohort's already there, having that they set the charges. Can I instruct them to, after the building comes down, that they help survey the waters looking for Edwin's body, like they in their little boats rowing around through the wreckage?
Okay, I was gotcha. I guess I was under the impression that the cohort wasn't there when the explosion went off, that they had set the bombs previously.
Well, they
like they're not sitting next to the bombs when they blow up, hopefully.
Well, I mean, you guys kind of were.
Yeah, they could have been off around the corner and come when the explosion happened, right?
Yeah, fair enough. We'll call it
Group survey or something.
Yeah, well, you'll take stress for the flashback, and
Just 1 or 2?
Just the 1.
Great.
And yeah, it'll be a survey. It'll be a controlled position.
Okay.
Because you do have some time threats, but it's going to be no effect.
Oh, okay. All right. You said it's from a controlled position.
Well, sorry. Go ahead.
I will. So I don't have survey anyway, so I'm doing a chance roll. So this is going to be.
I mean.
Okay. So you're leading a cohort with survey. They're rovers. They have survey. That's a sensible thing for them to be able to do. So when you roll them on the cohort page, and it should roll their tier, which will be 1 die, and then you'll roll 2 and take the worst of that, and take probably I guess a stress for yourself since you're
You'll
leading
roll
your group
2,
back.
so you'll roll cohort +1 because there are elite rovers.
Oh, good call. That's a very good point.
All right, so I will roll for the cohort. It's a quick roll for the cohort, right?
Is that on the crew page?
And then they
Yes.
have so the crew gets 1 die, right? All right,
So
let's see
total, if it starts at 0, you'll be at 2.
Okay.
Or if it says add bonus die, you add 1.
Add 1. Okay, I'll do that.
So you click and then it says bonus die. Okay, so you should have added.
Yeah, roll 1 more.
Oh, okay. Should have added 2. My bad. So we'll just add 1 more. There we go.
Okay,
All
well, we'll
right.
take the 6 from the cohort. And then Reese is
My survey to lead them, right? Or would it be like consort? Because I'm lead survey is fine.
It's commander survey basically.
Well, I don't have either, so I'm just gonna go command from a controlled position. Gonna push myself to make it limited. So maybe we find his necklace or something.
I could. Could you get some help, or is anyone already helping?
You can help if you want, I suppose. That's up to Kyle, I suppose. But do you want to give me another? Give me a die,
or bump it from limited to standard.
Yeah, I was gonna say bump it to limited to standard. Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Sure.
It's still going to be a chance roll. So if I roll,
well, you already got a 6 from the cohort.
Yeah, we already succeeded.
Oh, true.
Right.
All right. Well, here we go.
Can you up effect more than once?
I
That's
don't
a
know.
good question.
Oh, I think we have before with setups, but yeah, I think with pushing yourself, because we did 2 different things. You did 2 different things: pushed himself and got help. But let's see your die roll there, Reese.
Okay, here we go.
All right, so you take a stress for commanding these folks, but we take the.
And that puts me at 9 stress.
You really want to retire today?
Yeah. How much stress was that, Pete?
Total out of everything I've spent so far, everything but the last one that would send me to trauma.
Wow. So so your cohort does spot Edwin Pond. We'll say like Bear and Cole have been pretty tight. Bear has also ran as a smuggler beforehand, and the Foghounds might have had dealings with the Vultures. But the bad news here is he does tell you he's down in the drink under the collapsed building. He was in one of them when you brought him down. But he's like put down a buoy to mark like.
Here's where he's dead.
Don't know the next steps, but here's where he's at.
Perfect. So we've verified that he's dead at the very least. And I think we sent a message.
So we paint a hive on the cliff face.
Yeah, whatever the hive symbol is.
Is it?
Just draw a bee.
Is it the upside down basket?
Or is it a honeycomb?
It's a golden honeybee.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. We'll paint it on the cliff face before we leave.
Cool. How big are you doing this thing?
Well, we're kind of we lost all of our equipment, so not very big.
Well, I have probably my load materials to do it.
All right.
All right. I'll just need a roll for someone who's going to do this, because it's going to be risky, because you're painting a cliff face.
I'll roll finesse for that.
I can also do it from the shore. Like as I come down to the thing.
What if you just drop the flag?
Yeah, and if one of you want to mark off like climbing,
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
climbing gear.
I
have
can
load.
mark it off. Oh, you
I-
have load.
yeah.
I have load too. I haven't done any load, so
Yeah, I just have heavy.
I have 2 finesse as well. So
spent all that stress saving my load and didn't use it.
So my thought was that I can mark the 2 for climbing gear, and I have 3 in prowl, so I can climb up and
Well,
do the
certain
thing.
things. Sorry, Reese. Like using the bombs. Like when you use something, you should mark kit for that, right?
Oh, okay.
Like your
Even
character
if
has
you in a
nothing
flashback?
until you mark kit to have something.
Okay. So so when you do a flashback, you take something off your load then? Okay, I didn't know that.
Sorry, go ahead, Charles.
Well, it's just do you want me to do that, Cameron? I can mark climbing gear and.
What's your stress at?
Well, I'm not going to take any stress. Is the goal here?
Okay. I mean, I have 3 in prowl as well, so it doesn't. I think between you and me, it doesn't really matter.
Go ahead.
So.
If you would like to get off the ship and do it, go ahead.
I mean, a group action, do it together, have a bonding experience.
Right.
Sure. You want to get the top half, I'll get the bottom half.
I'm not interested in leading a group action.
I feel like you guys could use a bonding experience.
Right. So if you're gonna lead a group action, sure, I'll follow it. But otherwise, I'm just gonna do it. And if not, I'm just gonna get on the boat.
I'll lead an action. I'll do it.
Right.
So I roll prowl. And it's risky standard.
Okay. Yeah. So between you guys, you end up painting a giant B across this cliff face, where like I think like in the bright yellow colors that even like this place was meant to be kind of secluded, but even from the river, people will see this B for as long as the paint lasts. The complication that arises is it takes a long time. You have to rig up your gear and paint the thing. So we're just gonna fill this Spirit Warden's arrive clock.
So I got a 6. Since Cole got a 5, I take a stress, right?
Oh, you got a 6. Sorry, so that's a no complication.
You don't get a 6. You don't take a stress unless they fail. If
I mean, it can still take time, though, Kyle.
And you completely succeed.
You could do one section if you wanted.
Yeah, it would still take time though, right? It still makes sense that one section.
Sure. Yeah, if you guys are comfortable with that for a story.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Fine. Not sure how much it'll matter. Cards on the table, but all right. So we have the B painted on the hive wall. We've identified Edwin's corpse at the bottom of the river. Anything else you guys feel you need or want to achieve before reporting all this back to Maha and getting payout?
Anybody want to go blue coat hunting?
So
blue. I feel like that was not that's what you really said.
They pretty much are. Let's be fair.
So
blue coat hunting. No, I was joking.
That sounds like something Reese might say.
I think we need to mark. So they had turf. Their only thing wasn't this. They did. Did they have turf that we didn't blow up?
Nope.
So, this is what happens when you go to war with the fucking Nighthawks.
I mean,
they had no turf that we didn't blow up.
They're a level 1. They started with just a lair, a level 1 weak, no less.
We blew up their lair, but this spot is now open.
Yeah.
Do you want
we could build something back here,
unless someone beats you to it.
Right.
I can't hear you.
I wasn't certain. Yeah. I wasn't certain if that was the case, mainly because Jeremiah had said they had holdings, as in plural, and also not all claims count towards turf, and so I didn't know if they had other stuff. But
all right, we'll see how mad Jeremiah.
All that other stuff is probably at the bottom.
You guys want to? You could throw me under the bus. If you need to. I will take one for the crew.
Why would we throw you under the bus?
Well, I'm the one who blew the damn thing up.
Sure, but
If
like
she's mad
that's
about it.
If I don't think Maha will be mad about that.
no,
but
Maha would be very happy.
Right.
All right.
She probably thinks that's pretty special.
Because it was about sending a message.
And
And
boy,
we
did
sent a message.
They needed to be sent a message.
we in fact scare the billhooks, senseless?
No, but we did
After,
cause potential confusion.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't know.
think we
The one from Aaron's faction you met seemed like listen, message received. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah.
We want to negotiate.
We were like, Jeremiah said, we want you guys to be ruthless and incredibly violent, and she sent the right people. So that's
You get what you pay for.
we are
Finally.
a crew of ruthless, incredibly
Finally.
violent people.
Yeah. So, anything else before heading back to Maha? Or
I
we-
think
for
we're
me.
good. Yeah. Do we pick up Cole or?
Yeah, do you hop on the boat?
Yeah. I think
Yeah,
me and
sure
the
do.
other, me and the cohort that I'm leading, like, come.
I'll
'cause
just
after we
take the
paint the
boat
symbol,
around.
we all just jump in the boat. Yeah.
Yeah.
When Cole gets in, I'm just gonna say, well, I found out my new design works.
Maybe a little too well, huh?
Well,
Did we complete the objective? Is Edwin dead? I couldn't find him in the tunnels.
We think he's over there by that buoy underneath the waves.
Bear found him. Good job,
Gotcha.
Bear.
yeah, he went down with the building. He didn't live.
Maha might want us to come back here in 3 days.
She hasn't. She did not ask for the ghost this time. She
She didn't?
specified the ghost ahead of time before,
That's true.
so probably okay.
Yeah, if she
there.
didn't
And
say so, it seems like we get a job done. Let's go tell her what.
Anyone good at swimming?
Bear was, but swimming through wreckage is very different than.
Yeah.
It's extremely dangerous.
Actually, how many freaking pips do we have left? Yeah, no. I'm gonna see if I can fish them out.
I love it.
I absolutely want to do that.
You gonna go swimming? All right.
Let's do this.
You're like, I
Hold
haven't
on.
maxed my stress out yet. You're like,
I can help him out.
Is
Yeah,
redress?
I-
Are you going to send
We're
redress
both
down,
going.
or
We're both
Hold
going.
on. Can I rig
Okay.
together like a makeshift extra breath of air or something?
Cool.
Well, if
you
he needs
offered
help,
to do that,
I can do it stress free.
you
Oh,
off-
well then
you-
yeah, you help side.
No, you offered to do that, and the messenger's like, "I'm not a creature of the air."
Oh, well then we're
Yeah,
hold
I
on.
love it.
Like my help will just be using surveying and basically being
Yeah.
the eyes above.
Sweet.
So we'll call this. You and I both know there's one danger down here that you will be able to ignore, but there are others that you will not. So I think we will still call it desperate,
Okay.
and we'll call the effect limited.
Okay. So I'm gonna roll the hunting pet first, but before I roll that, I am gonna say that I am bumping. I'm going to push myself to bump the effect to standard. And this sounds like hunt to me, and it is a hunting pet, which is an expert. So I think I'm getting a bonus die there
Okay.
Sweet.
for the pet, and then I'll get a bonus die from Silas for my roll. So here first is redress. Good dog. And then standard now with one bonus die from the messenger.
Wow. A 6. A 6 saves it. So it does take time to do this. So regardless of complications, I am just going to fill up another one of this clock of the spirit wardens coming. But you do it. You and redress avoid the dangerous hazards of the wreckage, some of which is still making its way down to the bottom, which you realize in parts is much deeper than you would have imagined. Like you can't see it really, because the light from the spotlights of the boat kind of die out. But like you feel it. You feel underground currents beneath you that like didn't know the river was built like this. But you're able to avoid the eels, the bloodthirsty eels. Redress snapping at them to keep them away from you, and you and the bestest of best boys bring Edwin Pond back to the boat.
Cool. We got couple options here. One, we bring Edwin back out 3 days from now, hand her off to Jerry Maha, and she has another spirit bottle. I don't know if that's her thing, but like, who knows? Two, we just put him out so it's very visible that this happened.
Nail
Hang
it to
him-
the
What I
is
Yeah, I was about to say that. Yeah, hang him with the bee.
yeah.
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do that.
All right. So we fix him
So-
to the wall by the bee.
While we're hunting, you're swimming, and yeah, I like it.
I like to think that we hang him like by a noose. So it, like he clearly did not hang, but
like the mining pythons through the
Oh, just like crucify him against the wall.
a little less interesting crucifixion, but we can do it.
People hang corpses all the time for some damn reason.
Actually, we hang him. I fashion a little piece of wood, flotsam, and I carve into it traitor, and I hang it around his neck.
Aren't you illiterate?
I'm not illiterate. That was just a joke.
Oh.
But the rest of us look at the board and we're like, he's pretty illiterate. That doesn't say
He
traitor.
literally read a police report earlier.
Yeah.
Someone's
can read and
echo
write.
is getting much more intense than
But
it was.
Cole, you wrote Taylor.
Right? I can read and write. I'm just not like educated.
Fair
If someone
enough.
else wants to write traitor, if you notice that I'm
No,
missing
no.
an I, you can feel free to point that out.
Mess. Okay,
Who knew?
cool. I think we are ready to retire from the scene.
Yeah.
Unless anyone else wants to do a thing.
Nope, I'm good.
We got so
Okay.
much time, right?
All right. Well done, everybody. We will use this opportunity to move on to payoff and downtime. So when you meet with Maha, she is impressed, very impressed. She does kind of give you a quip that she thought you would have wanted the turf for yourself, but what you did definitely sent a message to the Hive's enemies. And because she likes
And
to
friends.
reward competence in her employees, she awards you with a further 2 coin for the job, bringing the total up to 6. Not to mention that, as stated, Maha is very pleased, and you might be able to use this to your advantage for other things that might come up based on things that happen this game. As far as rep goes, we move up 3 rep, tier 1 versus tier 2, with the bill hooks, counting them
So we're
being the
capped
highest.
on rep again.
I'm showing we have 1 free.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
And then we'll need to determine, unfortunately, I'll tell you what, Maha will bump it up to 7 coin. She is that impressed with the explosion. So everyone gets a coin.
Sweet.
I think she thinks 6, and then she like does a reminder of like, oh, I'll make it 7. So everyone gets a coin.
Ooh.
Now, moving on into heat. A high-profile or well-connected target.
What was our heat at before this?
2.
Great. I don't know why, but I had it at much higher than 2.
Me too. That two is included the +1 that we got earlier.
It
Oh,
was
yeah.
not. So it would have been 3. I was not pumping it.
Oh yeah, I forgot to add that one. Thank you for reminding me.
I don't think the Vultures were terribly high profile or well connected, like the bill hooks they were connected to, but I think you get off with that. Did situation happen on hostile turf? yes, this was their lair. It'll always count as hostile turf for 1. Are you at war with another faction? Currently still yes, with the Billhooks and the Dimmer Sisters. And +2 if killing was involved. There's so much killing this time. So that is 2, bringing us 2 away
But
from
-2 for cover operation.
Oh yeah. So we're at 5.
Yep.
Sweet.
Okay. So at 5 heat, how about someone rolls me a entanglement?
All right. I'm clicking wanted, I think,
Mhm.
with no bonus dice.
All right. So we take the 3.
Our wanted was 0, right?
It was.
Okay.
Okay. So on a 1 to wanted, and we had 5 heat. So that looks like gang trouble.
Yeah.
So one of your gangs or other cohorts causes trouble due to their flaws. You can lose fate, forfeit rep equal to your tier +1, make an example out of one of your gang members, or face reprisals from the wrong party.
I think we just eat the rep because we're about maxed, and we're going to get plenty of rep again. Here's what I think happened. It's those principled guys. They are really cross about the wanton destruction. Rovers are kind of okay with it, but these new principled thugs are concerned about the loss of life and property here. By the way, did we go with the converted bluecoats from Charles's thing?
I think it's the plan, yeah.
Great. So yeah, this is like cop values coming out, and they're like, "Whoa, you can't."
So I might have, so as a fill me in as a storyteller, I might have missed that conversation. So, what is this converted blue coat?
They're not converted blue coats so much as they're the washouts of so how the gray cloaks are former blue coats for the most part. Our thought was that these are principal, loyal, savage, and there's a
fearsome,
fourth
I
thing.
think. Yeah.
Fearsome, yeah, and they're a mixture of like either like blue coats who got disgruntled with the corruption in the system, maybe weren't willing to be blue coats anymore, and also some like imperial military type folks or imperial navy type folks, like very mixture of authoritarian type people that have served in that system, but that maybe didn't necessarily happening, and that got them into trouble, and they got court-martialed or let go, or
So is this
they were
like
told,
a mix of young guys who were disillusioned and older guys who were disillusioned and younger guys who washed out of the I'm not sure this is for me.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
sometimes I'm not sure this is for me. Sometimes maybe they were a little too brutal.
Right.
Right. So it's where that fearsome comes from. Is like,
yep.
Dude, you need to slow down.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha. Okay. So, sorry, pal. I was just not familiar with that text thread. So.
And their entire goal, this was in the Facebook chat, but like their entire goal is to protect innocence.
Right. Yeah.
Right. Their thing is they want to round up crime, and it's one of those. It's that like old west method, or thinking of like when
like vigilante justice. They'll get on on with the Nighthawk.
Well,
the Nighthawk loves them. Yeah.
Well, kind of. It's mostly that when you can't get justice, actual justice, not vengeance, but justice through the criminal system, you have to become a criminal to take it into your own hands.
Yeah, long arm of the law. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Nighthawk still loves them.
So sorry, pal. Go ahead with your story you were saying.
Oh, yeah. So I'm just saying, like, they're looking at this as from the perspective of someone who is part of the authority. It's like, okay, that was really excessive. Like this was not a proportional response.
It was not measured.
They are injurious. What they're doing is injurious to our rep because they're publicly disagreeing with the actions that the gang took. And we are letting it slide and just taking the hit on the rep because it's the new guys. We'll work it out.
Yep. Gotcha. So from a storytelling teller's perspective, thinking of dispositions next game, this rep hit is representative of you're kind of losing rep with this group.
I think it's actually we're losing rep broadly because whereas other groups of our cohorts or even our other allied gangs might be like, those guys are crazy and fearsome and badass. These guys are like, well, they're okay. Like they got the job done, but they didn't, they weren't necessarily they could have made sure there were no innocents involved ahead of time. They could have gone in and gotten the guy right and done a thing. They're kind of undermining our image. Actually, that's I think the best way to look at it is that we have an image of being it's brutal and ambitious, and this was definitely brutal. And we've now hired a group of people who are, by like the criminal standards, like not that.
Okay,
They're like,
Well,
it may have been brutal, but it was
work
sloppy.
with the story you were weaving, Powell?
Yeah,
That's
fine. And it's like, look, this thing had a value to the community, and you just destroyed it. And yeah, it was in the hands of some criminals, but they were still extracting value through the infrastructure here, which you blew
A lot
up.
of homeless people in Dustfall. A lot of people who could have used that housing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. I love that. So that's -2 rep, everybody.
Yep.
And that is that. So I'm going to move us over to our reputation page real quick. One thing that I will say is going to happen as a result of all of this, as Silas discovered last time, finishing up his Investigate Billhook's clock, they just had a new release of prisoners from Ironhook, and they were working on a clock to raise in tier. Karth and his mercenaries cut such a bloody swath through them that clock will have been canceled now. They will not be eligible to rise in tier because the members that would have allowed for that are now dead at the Hive's hand. Cool. So, first and foremost, unrelated to this score, we're going to take a -1 with the Wraiths. They are now interfering in our operation to at least stop Nebra and the Messenger.
Can't stop the signal.
We will take +1 with the citizens of Barrowclef, who are like, good riddance, they're gone, bringing us to neutral standing with them. And we will take +1 with the citizens of Char Hollow, who are happy to see them gone as well.
That brings us
was
to
that Charter
+2.
Hall or Char Hollow?
Char Hollow.
You should be at 2 now, yeah, with the Char Hollow.
The citizenry really likes us.
We get them goods and keep bad people off the street, according to their... except Brightstone and Barrowclef. They're still a little... we don't know.
Yeah.
And
Crowsfoot, but...
Oh, yeah, and Crowsfoot. Yeah, and... well, the Vultures have been eliminated, so you won't need to worry about them. You can delete their faction from your sheet.
I'm just gonna say deceased.
And you can't get any higher with the Hive. So I think we are good there.
What about the Deathland Scavengers?
Oh, right. Thank you. Yes. Deathland Scavengers are going from a -3 up to a +1.
Ooh, that's a lot of
Good
shit.
job, Silas.
And we're no longer at war with them. Okay.
Mm-hmm. So we're only at war now with the Dimmer Sisters and the Billhooks.
Yep.
And we have some leads on how to end with the Billhooks, at least.
Yeah.
You know what? I'll give you guys a +1 for the Lost for warning them.
That makes sense. Yeah, we had all kinds of interactions with other gangs today. Some good, some bad.
A lot of it is repairing some stuff, like, because we were getting to a point where a lot of people were not liking us.
I would like to make a argument for a raise with, where is it? With the citizens of White Crown. Because of, or with Duskfall Academy, if that's its own thing on here, which it is, for the amount of money the messenger dumped into them to get this book taken care of, and the amount of press they're getting as this book is being talked about in certain circles.
Yeah. So I will say I don't want to set a precedent of I'm going to spend a lot of money to make my downtime rolls better, and that's going to have even more beneficial consequences on
That's
top
very
of that.
fair.
However, in this one instance, knowing that this is not a precedent, this is just a bespoke ruling on the matter, I think a +1 could be in order for much of the reason, same way you took a -1 with the race, that you have brought money into their university and they like that. There are also professors now missing who also like what you are able to provide them. So yes, I will give you a +1 with Duskfall Academy.
It doesn't need to come up at all, but because we can't go up with the Hive, would it be possible to go up with either the Dagger Isle Consulate or the Ministry of Preservation? In that we are handling the business of their, of their subordinate.
Ministry of Preservation, you can't get to a +3 with now for like unknown esoteric reasons, right?
Totally fair.
Until I think you resolve what exactly is going on with the mooks. That's the thing holding you guys back.
Yeah.
The Dagger Isle Consulate. I think in this case, sure, I'll give you a +1 with them, and we'll say by getting whether they know about the Hive's contraband markets or not, having known smugglers in the city looks bad for people.
Dagger Islanders always get blamed.
Kind of like there a lot of them exist in the market. Jeremiah is a prominent member of their community, so I think like by taking out the Vultures and showing not only that, but it was the Hive that did it, and maybe some Inkreg publications make it. This is kind of a stretch, I know, but to give it to you, or like maybe there's some theories. No, he was a traitor in that like smuggling contraband, not giving things to the people who deserve it, and not going through channels. That's what they meant by traitor and stuff like that. And maybe it gave some good publicity to the Dagger Islanders. That's fine. Cool. But I think that's the last one I'm willing to give.
Yeah.
Can we get like 3 with the Church of Ecstasy just for fun? I mean, be your best friend.
Not yet.
If you want to convert.
All right.
Cool. So I'll move us back to. Well, I'll move us over to downtime because if I'm not mistaken, we did rep, we did heat, we did status and coin. So who would like to start with downtime?
I think I can. And so I'm kind of looking at downtime actions and what I want to do. I'm at 3 stress, so indulging my vice isn't safe. Even with...
But it would be at 4.
What?
But it would be at 4.
It would be a 4, yeah. So, but it's not safe right now. Because if God forbid I roll a 6, and then we're done. I'm done.
Wait, does Silas have trauma?
No, Silas has no trauma.
Okay, so I don't think you would gain a stress if you skipped indulging the vice, unless I'm interpreting that wrong.
No, yeah, that's the thing. Is I'd like to indulge it, but I only have 3 stress.
I see.
4
Okay,
for
sorry.
my ability to make indulging my vice safe. Right now, it is not safe.
Oh, I see. Okay, sorry about that.
But I mean, risking overindulging, man.
It's not Silas's style.
I'm gonna go off push to talk for a sec just to make this easier.
Mm-hmm.
So I think with training, how does that work?
So you add each time you train, you just add a pip of experience into what you want to train. But if you do prowess, since we have a prowess upgrade with the crew, you get 2 pips instead of 1.
Okay, cool. So for first downtime, I'm going to train in my prowess and finesse in particular because I think that's a thing that he could do or benefit from, and that'll give me a tick to put me over to give me a dot in it. And then, and actually, I think that's what I'll do is just do some training in finesse with what. So, how does the book define finesse as an action?
I think you can mouse over.
Finesse an item from someone's pocket, employ subtle misdirection or sleight of hand.
Well, I think if there are like pickpockets among the crew of like our cohorts or whatever, I'm training with them to sort of get better at that, so that if I'm in close-up situations, I can use that to like manipulate a situation a bit better.
Did you only need 1 pip there?
I needed 1 pip for the first stop, but I'll still to get over because of all like I've had so many desperates.
So you wrapped around. That's cool.
Yeah, that was the first wrap around. But now I just have 1 pip now.
That's great.
And I'll hold my extra downtime for in case someone needs it.
Okay, that's your 2? Oh, you trained prowess twice?
Yeah, we can't hear you, Nate.
Oh, yes, I trained prowess twice.
Gotcha. Okay, cool.
All right, I'll go next. I'm just going to indulge a couple times. Indulge once. Indulge again. So it brings me down to 6. All right, brings me down to 1 stress. That's it for me. Who's next?
I'm also going to indulge. That's all right. And that clears me of stress. I will see the sawbones. So that will the messenger have help from Reese and from what is Charles' ally's name?
Sawbones Solder or something like that? Right?
Sawtooth.
Sawtooth. Will the messenger have help from those 2?
Yeah. A totally legit surgeon.
Totally legit surgeon. Sorry, Reese, I didn't, or Peter, I didn't hear you there. It looks like you're muted.
I'll give you a thumbs up. You're good to go.
Oh, sorry, didn't see that. Okay, so that is 2. And I will spend a coin to
You can also just get a free one for from either Nate or me. If you need to do another.
Yeah,
are you
if
gonna
you want
bump it up
another
to
one.
6?
I would spend a coin for another action. Yeah. If I could get a free action.
Yeah, I'll give you 1.
Thank you.
Take it from me.
Thank you. Oof. Okay. Well, and that's too low to be bumped as well. Well, I will spend a coin for that last one then.
To fill up your clock.
Yep, and clear out my injuries.
Cool.
All right. And that's it for the messenger. Thank you.
Who's up next?
I can go if you want.
Alrighty.
All right, I will indulge my vice to clear some stress.
All right, Virgil.
I have 5 stress. God.
Roll that 1d4 for me, please.
Every time. Anything but a 6 would have been fine. You take the highest. Yeah. All right. Roll the die. Okay, I'll roll you. What is it? Roll fortune, maybe.
Just a /roll 1d4.
Oh.
Maybe you want to spec into what is it called? Managed stress.
Functioning vice.
Functioning
All
vice.
right, so I'll need you to explain what you were doing and how this all happens. Although we found out a little bit at the very start of the game what might be behind some of this. But Virgil, you are tapped. Your current purveyor cuts you off. Find a new source for your vice.
Oh. Oh, all right.
Dang.
I love it. Okay. Here's how I think. What I think happens here is, I go into the caves beneath my house and my mansion or whatever estate, and as I'm trying to get there, there's like shifting of the earth, and a giant like stone just falls over the entrance to where I normally go to commune with the forgotten god. It's like no, and so what I'm going to do is I am going to find or purchase an idol of the forgotten god of vengeance and bring it into the lair. And this actually I think could lead into my second downtime activity, where I would like to train in command, but I would like to train our new like washed out cops in train with them to command them, like, but also in the talk with them in the ways of justice and vengeance as well.
Yeah. So you don't train in like a specific thing. So this would be
Okay.
just a training in resolve. You'd add a
Yeah.
bit to that top track. But yeah, you can kind of flavor it.
That's the
I
flavor of
like
that. Yeah.
And let's say when that rock fell down, blocking you from your old family crypts where you had built your bespoke altar to this forgotten god, you notice that the stone is soggy, and you notice a residue that you recognize from your time underneath the sanctorium when you entered a realm within a realm between space, a void where the empty vessel dwelled. Whatever made up the tentacles that smote you, whatever manifests of this entity in the physical world, has saturated, and you can't help but feel that it was their provenance that has tried to prevent your access to these other forgotten gods.
Gonna have to remove this stone among other things. But yeah, so like my new source is going to be somewhere in the lair where I sit and commune. It's like just training with other of our with our cohorts, those who will listen about justice and vengeance and all that. And that would be my second act. That would also be my second downtime activity as well.
Yeah, setting that up.
Yeah, where I will do training and resolve. All right. And every time with the indulgence, it's so who's next? I think that's it.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure if you were done. I can go next. I'll go ahead and indulge in my vice. I can remember how to do this.
Not bad. What is this
Not bad.
indulgence? Are you back with your parents?
Actually, I think in this case, Nebra is going to hang out with members of her found family, which would include people as part of the crew. So I think she would like to hang out with Emlyn a little bit more. Just he's been gone for a while, so you don't want to catch up and
Yeah, cool.
you know.
We go back to the Ruvian coffee
there's
shop.
that.
And...
Yes, just like old times. Yeah. The other thing I want to do. Sorry, I'm just checking the clocks right now.
You can help Cole get picked up.
If you want to stir those pots, I guess.
Or if you want to help do some research on the
right.
schematic.
I was looking at that, but I'm also very good at pot stirring. Like,
I think so. I'll be fair. So this clock is ticking up one every game. I think if you wanted to add to that clock for your own nefarious purposes, you wouldn't be adding to that clock. You'd have to do a separate clock.
Oh, right. Okay. You know what? In that case, I'm just going to start my own clock. And what Nebra would like to do is, she actually kind of wants to investigate Virgil Kassarian because she's still bothered by, the fact that he showed up that one time at the Hooded Proprietor with just randomly, and she's just trying to figure out how he knew that she was there and what she was looking for.
Stirring the pot.
So I'd like to do a clock for that.
So I did this with Nate with the investigate Silas Eventide Cameron. So what size clock do you want that to be? And know that you'll have to be ready to
so this would be, you would learn everything. Like, is that correct? Because if you want to learn like what Virgil's up to, or like maybe how he knew about that, that might be different. But if you want to learn the actual truth here, you can. Like, I think that would just change the size of the clock.
Yeah, is the end result to try to link the Nighthawk to Virgil?
I think so,
okay.
yeah.
Then I think that would be a bigger clock. So I don't know what.
Either like 8 or 12, maybe.
Yeah, something like that. What was Nate's for Silas's?
I think it was an 8, but I could be wrong. I'd have to.
I don't remember how big mine was.
I mean, considering all the linkages of 8 sounds appropriate, right?
And we did get the clue with the jailbird this time too. Another thing you can follow up on.
Yeah, because
if you can put together that Virgil's the one who was helping the jailbird, make peace with the world, and the Nighthawk is the one who beat the shit out of him. You've got a reason to link those two, even though you're linking them as rivals or people in opposition. That still might get you closer to linking them in other ways.
Yeah, right. I think 8 is fine. Somewhere between 8 and 12. Like, so if we want to go with 8, if we went with 8 before.
Cool. So Nebra, what are you rolling to investigate this?
So I think what she'll do, so it'll be a consort roll, and I think what she'll do is she'll actually try and talk to Elstera, because Elstera, has some experience as a diplomat. She's probably had to interact with, a bunch of nobles around Duskfall, so she's going to see if she has any sort of tidbits of information about the Kassarian family or whatever.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
So when you roll this, that's going to be it, meaning like a 1, 2, 3, this clock won't move. Mm-hmm. On a 4, 5, it'll move by 1 instead of 2, et cetera, et cetera. Because what you realize is Elstera's very upset with you, Nebra.
Oh yeah, I get the gist. Yeah. Just trying to poke the bear, I guess. Oh crap! Let me grab my.
Elstera didn't like the book.
Character sheet.
She did not like the book.
That doesn't matter. Okay.
All right. You could spend gold should you. Oh no, but just bump it to 3.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you go there trying to get answers and realize quickly, she's not going to help you, and maybe now's not a good time. She's processing.
Right.
Yeah.
That's fair. Okay. That'll be it for me.
All right, Charles, Cole.
Sure. I will indulge my vice.
What is this? A new play?
Yeah, I think this is there's a new opera in town. Probably something to do with the immortal emperor or something along those lines.
I dig that. Like maybe like a King in Yellow style eldritch play about the immortal emperor, and outside maybe you recognize too some of this fringe Eruvian group that are like, all praise his holy name, we must fall back unto his light, and stuff like that.
Definitely. Let's see. In addition to that, I will try to reduce heat, which has become Cole's standard series of events, in which he tries to consort with folks from the neighborhood at the bar. Folks that don't have enough food or something like that are always able to come to the roost, and in exchange for, like, I don't know, cleaning up or doing some small task, they can get like a bowl of whatever soup of the day it is, or the soup of yesterday, in a lot of ways.
The day old bread.
Exactly.
I've lived that life.
Right. And so he's trying to make, can't increase the reputation, but can decrease the negative aspects of that.
All right, so that's a 2.
Okay. That's not stress on heat.
So that
it takes us
brings us
down
to 3 total.
3 total heat. Great. And then he did this before, and I'm going to use his calculating task. I'm going to try to reduce the Cole getting picked up clock.
Cool. While we're here, let me just add 1, because as I've said, it's just increasing 1 every game.
Okay. Alternatively, like the thought is we're going to move against the Dimmer Sisters soon. Is that correct, pal? I think you're kind of
You're still muted.
Yeah, still muted.
Button. Wrong button. I am driving for that, but we've got other priorities as well, including the Emmeline's desire to get out into the Deathlands, and now we've got help for that. So maybe we'll just send a cohort to do that part.
Because I'm thinking of starting a clock to gather information on the Dimmer Sisters, their movements, what their territory looks like, that kind of thing. Just to try to give us an advantage later on. So I'm happy to start doing some survey.
Yeah, give me 1 sec here. Just looking at my notes. Cool. So we'll roll this. We'll call it a 4-segment clock as you look into the Dimmer Sisters, and I can give you some information about what you learn of their holdings and such. But they have 2 clocks going. If you fill that 4-segment clock, I'll let you choose one of those clocks to reveal as some stuff you found out about him as well.
In this case, do we want to do, instead of like survey, because it's more like going there and trying to like figure it out, do we want to do I could consort with like either like local officials, like, because are they in Six Towers? I can't remember.
They are, yeah. So the Gray Cloaks are
The
local
Gray
there, and you're
Cloaks. Yeah,
tight
we're
with them.
we're pretty tight with them. Like we could invite the Gray Cloaks to come visit our bar, and they, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'll do that.
Okay.
I'll consort and see if we can get any more information on them.
All right, so that fills up 2 segments of a 4 segment.
I'll go ahead and spend a coin to do it again. Continuing to, maybe this time, I think I like to think that Cole, he probably doesn't have the sway or the consort in this case to do this, the pull, but he's trying to utilize maybe the 4 connections of the Gray Cloaks to like talk to, maybe get a meeting with the council member from Six Towers, or I'm a businessman who has business interests in that area, kind of thing.
So this is with council members, city council?
If it's possible to get the city council, or maybe the city council members like assistant.
Gotcha. Yeah,
kind of thing.
yeah.
Like, I don't think I'm
Aides
high
and
enough.
stuff.
Yeah, I'm definitely not an important enough person to get in with the city council member.
Gotcha. Cool.
But maybe I can buy his aide dinner again at the bar at the Roost.
Cool. So that'll fill up the 4 segment, which is why I waited to start a clock. So I'm just going to move us over to factions real quick. So the Dimmer sisters have 2 clocks that could be revealed, and this is again in addition to some information you find out. Would you like to reveal this 4 segment, which already completed? Which, much like Nathan last time, I'll reveal the next one they start up on this one as well. So it's not like, oh, cool, that's what they did, and now nothing. Or the first one, which has 1 segment of a 4 segment clock.
It's a great question. Give me, I guess, the one that they just did, so we know what they just did, and then what they're going to be starting next.
Gotcha. Well, that is actually going to be one and the same. So the nice thing is this clock will never be unrevealed, having revealed it now, because this is a repeating task. And this is obtain arcane secrets. So this is more the Dimmer Sisters cult rather than the Dimmer Sisters themselves. But each downtime they work to learn more stuff, and as they fill up this 4 segment, they get the possibility to raise in power as they learn new stuff. So this is kind of their, like, where the Bill Hooks were getting people to raise in tier. These folks are obtaining arcane secrets, but this clock in particular does not change from the, like, this is an ongoing thing for them. So you can watch this other one that was unrevealed. If they do want to raise in tier, it's going to have to be that one, but
Gotcha.
they'd have to fill up this other one first,
which they have. Right.
Which they have. As far as what you learn about the Dimmer Sisters turf, essentially you get that their area of influence, like the area that they are able to control, is 6 Towers, is essentially this middle section of the Gray Fingers neighborhood. So from, I can't see, is that Antique Street up to like the bridge, right? Is kind of their area of holding. The people who live there kind of pay obeisance to the Dimmer sisters. You know that much of their physical holdings are actually in that one location you went to. It is their fine old manor house and grounds, as well as the ancient temple beneath, and the subterranean canal that leads out to the Black Cave or something out there in the river. You also know that they have apothecaries and witches working for them throughout the city, though with recent events and kind of losing their stranglehold on the spirit trade, it's unsure that, like, some of them probably took that opportunity to break free and venture in on their own enterprises. But yeah.
Cool. Is there another clock we should start that anyone can think of?
I think you can pick any one of the world-ending threats and start a clock to do something about it.
Sure.
You might find yourself opposed by other people in the group, though.
Sure. In that case, I guess I'll just try to counter getting picked up for my crimes. And just for everyone's sake, I already had 4 coin. I went ahead and added 1 last coin to the vaults of the group, my coin from this job. So we should be at 8. But I'm going to go ahead and spend a coin to try to avoid getting picked up. Essentially, in this,
just real quick, so that means our vault is full.
Yes.
in our crew. Okay, cool. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. And so I'm going to go ahead. I've just been holding a lot of coin, trying to get us to a place to rank up. And so I'm going to go ahead and spend a little bit. And I'm going to, I think, consort with the Bluecoats, the local constabulary, like whoever the captain is of the night market detachment. Since they are literally they're in the underlight, they're essentially next door to us, right? So I'll go ahead and invite all of the officers, the blue coat officers, to have a nice dinner in the Roost.
Awesome, cool. And let's say with them comes Aiden, who the crew met, Nebra's rival, as well as, if you're cool with it, Silas, your archivist, Jaren.
Yeah. If you want, you can have Marcellus be in there. He doesn't have to be.
Cool. Yeah.
But I don't really like. He still doesn't like me, but I think it'll be fun to do that.
Wait, so
yeah,
Jaren's
sorry.
my rival.
Yeah.
Oh.
Sorry about that. My camera cut out for a second, as did everything. But so I'll consort with them, inviting them, trying to getting good. And I think also a key function of this is that the gang that we recruited recently, the kind of disgruntled cops, etc., are the ones that are supposed to protect specifically this turf or this claim. And like they're supposed to like kind of offer protection and patrol for this area where the rovers go with the boat, right? More or less. And so I feel like having them not on display, but like being like, oh, we're upstanding citizens, we're your partners in community service kind of stuff. Because I assume these guys are on Jeremiah's payroll to a certain degree, like not necessarily paid for, but like they probably get a cut of what happens from the Hive.
Yeah, definitely bribed and stuff.
Yeah. And so I think I'm trying to establish that same kind of thing.
Okay. Reducing it by 2.
I will spend another coin, dropping me down to 1 coin for the same. Very much wanting to offer up if there's anything ever that we can help with from, I'll tell them that I'm thinking about organizing a community watch. That way we can, make sure people. We know that things are stretched thin with all of this, Aruvian and these rebels that are out there. Blah blah blah.
Okay. Okay, another 2.
All right, I think that's it for me.
Cool. Okay, so Emmeline's downtime activities. I think she is going to want to go with Cole again to like the fighting pits, and maybe like she's not fighting this time because she's not going to reduce stress, but like maybe they're in there doing like some training or something like that because she's gonna train or actually she'd need to use the cruise ideally, but she's gonna train in prowess.
I think also Cole and Emmeline can have a conversation. We didn't get a chance to actually have this conversation in the game, but I think a conversation could be had of, he's like, I see what you're doing, right? You have to be careful, and there's a way that you can do this. You can fight until exhaustion, until oblivion, without getting yourself killed. And he'll want to help, like, train that in her.
Yeah, cool. So that's gonna, with the 2, that's gonna round her around back to 1. And she's gonna put that dot in, I'm thinking skirmish. Because like the fighting in the pits is not like organized duels, right? It's kind of down and dirty. And then I think she's going to train personal for her second downtime activity. And I think she'll take that opportunity if Nebra is game when they go out and are, she's reducing her stress. I think Emmeline is going to kind of pry a bit into like kind of what we saw initially, like, so why are you interested in all like this demon tome and stuff like that, um and I'm not sure that she knows of your demon voice yet or not, but like maybe Nebra talks about her encounter in the Dimmer Sisters and like how she dealt with ghosts there, and like Emmeline I think is just trying to get a little bit more understanding of how you're going about dealing with the supernatural entities in the cities and how that might differ from what she does, if you're cool with that.
Okay, that works.
And so 1 pip there. Cool. I think that moves us into crew advancement.
I'll walk us through it if no one minds. We definitely were aiding the Hive with being vengeful against a betrayal. It felt like there was going to be something else vengeful, but I think we only had the one vengeance. Does anyone know better than me? Okay. So no one else had any other personal bugaboos there. I mean, Reese mouthed off to the cops, but I don't know if that was vengeful exactly. Cool. So
unless we know that Edwin was a racist, to put cards on the table against the Scopelanders.
Oh yeah, no, that's cool. So 2 vengeful, great.
Which brings us back to 1, if my XP is correct, right? Levels us up, brings us to 1.
Oh, I had us at 0. Good to know. Okay, cool. You know what?
Well,
I should have checked that first.
Yeah.
What were we at?
I had us at 0 as well.
So I may not have moved it from last time.
Okay. So we're at 2, and unless anybody else knows better. Okay. Successful smuggling, acquired a new clients or contraband sources. I think we did get a contraband source out of the Deathland Stalkers or clients, one way or the other. There, not. I don't know that happened in the other two meetings.
Oh, sorry, I was looking at the wrong character sheet.
Yeah, I about started to bump myself up before I switched to crew. Same thing.
I was like, why are mine oh, no. Yeah.
So we did pick up a new client with the Deathland Stalkers. I don't think we did any other smuggling or acquiring new clients or sources. We probably need to work on sources sometime. So that's one. Contended with challenge above our current station. Well,
bellhooks technically are.
Yeah. That's bellhooks. So that's a 1. I think that puts us at 4. Bolstered our crew's reputation or developed a new one. Yeah, that was brutal. I do believe that was brutal. So I think that's another 1 for 5. And then express the goals, drives, inner conflicts, or essential nature of the crew. If we could get more than 2, we should get more than 2 for this one.
Yeah.
So I definitely think this one is at 2 because we had the Nighthawk problem. We had. Do we have any Silas problems this time?
There are no Silas.
Conveniently, he redirected us to a totally different thing.
Yes.
And we didn't have the how people should treat ghosts issue. The adventures of Reckless Reese are, but I don't know that we should double dip on that. Anyway, we definitely got the 1 there. I think we got 2. So that brings us up to 7. If everyone agrees with that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So no advancement this time. And if no one objects, I'll just move right on to getting my own out of the way.
Yeah, please do.
So 2 vengeful as before, putting those into resolve. I did hunting twice as well, I think, which will tap resolve for a 3rd dot and a tune. Empty that out. Drives, heritage, or background. Academia came up. Taikarosi, did I? Yeah. That came up because I talked smack about Skovlanders. That happened. So that's 2. And then vice or traumas, though. I don't think I was that paranoid this time. I don't think I was that paranoid, nor did I haul off after secrets at any point. And I'll put those in my playbook advancement because I do want to do some other weird stuff with Taikarosi heritage, but we'll get there. And that's it for me.
Cool. Who'd like to go next?
I can go next. Oh, go ahead, Cameron.
Okay. So let's see. You address a challenge with deception or influence. I mean, talking the bluecoats out of arresting Reese be my best there, I think. And then I don't think there's anything else really that was.
Yeah, you did. You did Cole.
Was that deception?
You and Cole both worked each other. Cole gets a physical and intimidating, and you get an influence there, I think.
Okay. All right. Cool.
Definitely influenced him.
Sure. All right. You express beliefs, drives, heritage, or background. I mean, I feel like there's a couple times there where try to deal with. Well, I mean, dealing with the concept. Well, actually, no, struggle with issues. That would be the next one. Express, drives, or release the background or heritage. I mean, I'm trying to figure out if that's a different one or not, but I'm not sure. I mean, he's always about vengeance and justice, but I don't know if there's anything. I don't know if
vice too. So
yeah, I'm trying to think. No, my vice is the faith.
Right, your faith in justice, or your faith in justice and vengeance.
Yeah, heritage, background. I mean, I don't think there's anything specific that came up in belief drives heritage that was distinct there. I mean, struggling with vice traumas, specifically struggling with issues from my vice, definitely hit in like at least one way for sure. Yeah, like a big one earlier on there, because it's like this is what he's about. I don't know if there's another one, so I can't think of one right now. So that'd be 3.
Sweet.
All right, I'll go next. So you address a challenge of technical skill or mayhem. Yeah, I'd count that as 1. You expressed your beliefs, drives, heritage, or background. I think a bunch of Skovelander stuff came up in this game, and it definitely, like, he was ready to punch a cop. So I think that's 2. And you struggle with issues from your vice traumas during the session. Like, yeah, he was pretty reckless, and he gained a trauma. Would that count as 1?
Yes.
What did you pick up?
Paranoid.
Oh, that's right. Good Lord.
Welcome. I'm glad to be part of the club now, Messenger.
We'll have to exchange newsletters.
All right. I'm gonna put one of those in. You can't add those to your other track, right? Like an individual skill level.
Yeah,
you can.
Totally.
All right. So I'm gonna max out my insight and keep 1 here, and I'm gonna pick up a dot in study. Does that make sense for what he's been up to? And that's it. Who wants to go next?
I'll take the next one here. So address the challenge with calculation or conspiracy. I think through both delegation in the various meetings and just by the negotiation with Mother Thorn over the exchange of hostilities. So I think that's at least 1 or 2. Express beliefs, drives, or heritage or background. I think the Skovelander stuff was much about him or stuff that he was concerned about. I think specifically those beliefs, and in his mind, war is not good for business. He's a more fan of the 35th rule of acquisition, which is peace is good for business. And so I think in trying to make sure all these wars are put down for better for ill, that's his belief. And as always, he never really struggles with his vice. I don't know what your alt is, but that's not what happens on this end.
Nice, man.
I can go. Addressing challenge with violence or coercion. I think trying to intimidate slash the best part about I think thanks Cameron for I like that scene a lot in the prison. If you had relented and not resisted, I was literally going to have that exact same conversation just by lifting you up, and that would have been the end of it, versus losing 3 stress to that. But
I know.
I'm fine with it. I thought it was great, and was good for all of that. And then killing the bill hooks in the ambush. I think 2 for that. Expressed beliefs, drives, heritage, or background. I think that his background, again being part of the military, his beliefs and drives came out pretty strongly in this. Partially in that scene with Cameron with the Nighthawk about threats, like existential threats to what the gang or the family is. In that everyone fucks up, but and I think Emlyn did a really great job. I think you did a really great job of that, Kyle, of kind of mediating and when we came back to the bar. But I think that was his thing. So I see 1, at least 1 there. I don't know if it came up elsewhere. Off the top of my head, I can't think of anything, so I'm not gonna worry about it. And then did not really struggle with vice or trauma this game, since he's haunted and just trying to avoid ghosts at all costs. So yeah, 3.
Okay. I'll go next. You addressed a challenge with stealth or evasion. That one of getting Cole over the Lost HQ was 1. Can't think of any other examples, but definitely that one. You expressed your beliefs, drives, heritage, or background. The Rivian Heritage came up briefly with Emlyn for the coffee shop. I would count that. And I don't know. I want to make an argument for the academic background, just having released the book and dealing with the ramifications of that, if that could also be counted. Okay, so that'll be 2.
I wouldn't say so.
Were you on the conversation about Ledger as well? Can Silas count? Does he? No?
I don't think she actively participated, but she was in the background listening.
Okay. I don't know if academia came up there as well.
Probably shaking your head.
It's like, oh my gosh. But yeah, struggled issues from your vice or traumas. Never was not very vicious this session, surprisingly.
Just a vicious
and I don't know.
adjacency.
Yeah, I guess. And I don't know if having being rejected by Elstera would count as being part of the vice, because she kind of sees Elstera as a family member, but I can also as being a stretch.
I think either way, however you want to play it.
I'm good either way. Okay.
I don't think we've seen the full extent of Elstera's feelings on the matter of the book.
Right. Okay, that's fair.
Something to explore.
I won't push that then. Definitely. But yeah,
I think there could be an argument that a less cold Nebra may have been like, maybe we don't blow up a building, but now that she does, but I don't know.
I can see it though.
Cool.
But yeah, that's
it. I think leaves Emmeline, who we didn't see all too much of this game, but that's all right. Address the challenge with knowledge or arcane power. I don't think she did. No real ghosts this time around. Expressed your beliefs, drives heritage or background. This one I think came up in that like she is noble by background, and I think there's a level of what is it, noblesse, like a noble obligation that I think she feels to her crew, and like stepping in and being like, okay, there's 2 members of the crew who are upset with each other. I'm going to directly interfere to mitigate and calm that down. Because I think if nothing else, her beliefs do come back to like, it doesn't matter what the crew does individually, the crew needs to operate as a whole. So like if you messed up and hurt the crew, fix that thing, but also help a brother out, right? And then struggled from issues during your vice or trauma during this session. I don't think she really did. So that should be 1. But that's going to be the one she needs for a playbook advancement. And I think with all of this that we're now seeing with the fighting pits and Cole, she's going to be taking this one.
Love it. Big fan of that playbook advancement.
Ooh, nice.
Okay. So I think that's all advanced and such done. Are people ready to go into round and wrap things up for the evening?
Yeah, I can start. Cool. All right. So in terms of the world, well, the world's been saved, but it really hasn't changed at all, right? So, I mean, from Reese's perspective, like, you know, there's all this news flooding around that, you know, the world's been saved. We've fixed the lightning barriers. All the chaos should be over. Everything's cool. And right in the middle of that, like he's already on edge, already not feeling great about the world. And then the cops show up and rob him, like just openly. It just kind of broke him. He's a broken man now. He was already pretty broken, but he's fairly broken at this point now too. So I think if he hadn't been spending so much of his downtime like in de-stress, I think he may have started a clock to kill those cops. So that might happen in the future. As a conversation needs to be had with Nighthawk and Nebra, is he might try to pull them in and see if they'll help him out. So the point is, Reese is in a very tough spot in his life, and he's getting real close to being that loose end, and needs to be trimmed, and it's coming out in the trauma that he's experienced. So we'll see where that goes. In terms of other people, the messenger, Impressed by your swimming ability and hunting ability, always impressive. Diving down under the water in between crashing buildings and all that stuff to fish out a body and bring it back just so that we could add an extra fuck you to the end of that. Fantastic. I love it. Reese is a big fan. He's going to start reading your newsletter. Let's go with Silas. He's coming for you one day. One day. He didn't get a lot of interaction with Silas this time around, but he was like, you don't have books? What the fuck is that? What have you been doing this whole time? Aren't you the business guy? Aren't you supposed to be keeping the books? What is going on? For Nighthawk, he in this game had an incredible arc with the Nighthawk. He went from how the hell could you bring yourself to doing that to, hey, help me do it too. So I think there's an interesting shift.
Happy to have that chat.
Yeah, there's an interesting shift coming for Reese. I think he's been pushed over the edge in some way or another. Killed 30, 50 people in one button push, essentially. So that's going to affect. For Emmeline, I'm sorry we didn't get too much of an interaction this game. I feel like Emmeline's kept her distance just because of the sister situation. So we'll see if that rift can be repaired. For Cole, it was awesome going on a little job in the beginning, going to the prison, fighting the Nighthawk, like all that stuff he approves of. And then, really bummed out he didn't get to see you just tear into a big pile of bill hooks and come out the other side. Pull that up, but they're just a big pile of meat behind you, So just happy he's not in that crew. Nebra, yeah, I mean, we didn't get a chance to do much this game, but like between the two of us, but like you're still like the most master of master criminals. Like, I mean, when it comes to adding chaos to the world, you in the message, like he's like, let's fucking burn it down. All right, who wants to go next?
I can go if you want. Cool. So yeah, I think it was good to actually have like some scenes with Cole in this game. I love that the way that ended up, because like I was like, oh, we're going to the prison. Oh, I remember. Like as we were getting into the, I was like, this could be interesting. Like, because I remember now from, I think that was the last time I overindulged in a vice. It's just the bad rolls every time, man. Which is great. I know it was a good scene. Like there was a part that was like, don't resist, just glare at him and but like I think getting that interaction was also really fun to play out a little bit, and like just to see some contrasting philosophies there, like clearly like Cole showing very little tolerance for the Nighthawks, basically his faith, right? Even not willing to own up to it by the end of it, but also like you saw the paperwork. Like, we're criminals. We fight other criminals and bad guys and stuff. But like this guy went after kids. He's trash. Like, he deserved everything he got and probably more, right? Like, and that's the Nighthawks perspective, right? But like I do think that Cole's perspective of being like, but you brought heat on us, is totally valid and legit too, right? Like, don't let that come back to us, right? Which is fine. And good. Like, I think that was a fun conflict to play out, and like evolve the internal conflict of the group. I think other things too. Like, I definitely would like to find some more ways of getting Virgil like involved. My actual initial idea, sort of like ally or business associate or friend, right? That Silas can kind of potentially call on to help the crew out, or like a sort of thing, because I think that it is kind of fun, like with the slide, to actually literally be disguises and play different things. Like, that's kind of fun with the character concept, right? So I think it'll be. I think that's something I'd like to figure out more in the future, how to work that in more. And that's what I meant in the future. Like, I don't mean like to reveal the whole thing about it, but to like have Virgil as a character who can do things for the group, for the crew, potentially as like an ally, and also like then there's the Nighthawk, right, who's more of the muscle involved of that, right? And so that will be interesting to see if I can figure that out in the future. And as far as the world, I think this was a good. Uh, well, it's good to finally get rid of the Vultures. It's been a long time coming for them. I think this is the first time we tried to get rid of them. This is like the third and final attack on them. A part of me that wanted to like find a way to not destroy it, but I really like the cinematic and storytelling element of it, where like Reese is like, "Oh no, don't worry, guys, I got it. I set some traps and exposed some stuff ahead of time. It's okay." Boom, and like the whole thing comes down. It's like, oh no. I really do love the storytelling element. So like, like as much as I don't think that's necessarily what the Nighthawk would have wanted, I do like that. Well, I mean, that's what we ended up with, and I mean that is kind of how we are as a crew. Um, that was great. And I think it'll be fun to see the consequences of it. The bill hooks. I am curious about this one. The son of this guy has it in for the Nighthawk. I think that could be a fun a fun thing to figure out more of in the future. What we end up having to deal with it, how we end up having to deal with him, whether he can be persuaded to try something else. I mean, it'd be kind of, who knows? What if he's actually also serving a dark, forgotten god, right? Like, and that's what's been driving him, or he's just a crazy psycho, and like, it's just need to point something else or find some way to deal with it, neutralize that. To get back to the characters a little bit. Sorry, I think I'm bouncing around a little here. But to go to some of the other characters, I don't for Silas. I actually liked that in that exact moment, Silas was like not even surprised about the Nighthawks thing. He's just like, so what? I don't care. that's like the least of our problems right now. I actually thought that was great. It's like no, it's fine. It doesn't matter. That's like he's gonna go do his thing. I'm well aware of that. That's fine. Like I think that was actually very on point with like how Silas deals with these situations. Is like also like it's fine. Like, Nighthawk does Nighthawk stuff. And the messenger, yeah, like we got the body, like you were there, like it's like, all right, do we go in, do we attack? And then Reese blows, like you were like, I think we go in guns blazing, and then boom, like I think I like that attitude of like we're about to go in, and just Reese is like, hang on, I got it. That was great. It was fun also to have the again with Cole. I think we had a lot of interaction with Cole. I forgot the inscribing the like mark of the Hive there, and just letting everyone know like what this was about. So yeah, I think it was a really good game. A lot of good interaction, a lot of good internal conflict. I think it'll be interesting with a clock that Nebra wants to create, just sowing all kinds of problems. So like, and I just wanted to clarify, like, I think with your question of like, what did you want to learn? Because if you wanted to learn why Virgil was there specifically, you would learn Virgil's backstory. I think like you would learn about his parents and it's like the association with the Grey Coats, because I had just completed a clock. So like there's actually plenty of reason why Virgil would have ended up there on his own, regardless of what the Nighthawk knew. And so you could find that out that way. But I think if you want to find out the connection between the represent, then that's what you would learn instead. And that is also fine. And I think that'll be interesting. And maybe I have to start a clock to interfere with, or I don't know. We'll see. I'm not really sure how that will, it'll be interesting to see that. Yeah, I think it was a really good game, fun game. So who wants to go next?
So some good spider stuff going on. I think there's a lot of like, and I Carol mentioned this in the Facebook chat. I think there is that spider sense, and so while Silas himself either didn't remember or didn't know about the issue that Nighthawk had going into in connection to the bill hooks, there was probably some part of him that was like, yeah, that's why he was so inclined to send Knight that way. Where on the other hand, too, he's not much of a talker. So if I need the founder that's a talker to be with Jeremiah, like I'd prefer someone like Emmeline, and who is much calm and collected. You know, she's brought back, come back, like been able to acquaint herself with things. I also really do like the idea, given the book situation, that like Silas was a noble, and while he was uneducated, he definitely was super, super spoiled. So he never had to worry about things like ledgers or keeping the books, or there always was the money there. Why about what the expenses are every month? Like he probably pays like his own expenses now, but like there's no like budget. There's no anything like that, and so like he never really. And when he family business, it was, oh, pay me. Are you that I think is enough? Oh, you said you already paid me. Well, it's to my advantage to forget that you paid me. So, like, I do like that. Like everyone's like, wait a minute, this guy's the business guy, and what? And I do like resolving at least the Deathland Scavengers. That was a nice thing to resolve because it helps the various stressors throughout the city of who we're at war with, who we hate, who we don't hate, and you can take the one that's okay, we can feathers without killing anyone, without more people dying. Let's as far as the messenger, like he knew the messenger had dealt with him before, so I'll bring him along. Be the friend here, as it were, and turned into a listener. But there was it was like Silent should look out of respect because he's responsibility, but here was doing the right things, deals, and like, are you sure you didn't get it? You can like look through your stuff that you I JD. But that was real, and really enjoyed like facets besides that was one of those things where we don't have to do vengeance here. We can accept responsibility, make a good exchange, and everyone responsible. That was cool. Looks like he's been brought to the end of his rope. Like I know my spider sense knows that like after me, but I don't think that into my crew is, but like he used to be like something like which is fine result of that, but Reese is breaking loose stuff up big time. So yeah, really he probably doesn't know any of the bad things I did. He probably lies what he anyway. With Reese not Reese, Cole, like I said earlier, like he definitely almost feels like the founder. That's why the guy I want to deal with the bill hooks is Cole. Like he'll do it right. Like he's the one who's been pushing us to deal with the bill hooks problem. Guy, he's not to be like that's a guy I trust to work on the same level I would like Emmeline. Yeah. So he can count on Cole. He can count on Cole, and Cole will just kill him in the end, and that's okay. And Nebra, good on like sticking with the life of crime. That's what we want to see. That's what we want to see. More crime, less of this studying, unless you're studying with a messenger, because that's clearly crime-related studying. And Nighthawk, yeah, like you said, like I find out the Nighthawk's responsible for this. I'm like, there's in the back of his mind, he's like, of course the Nighthawk was responsible. Why? Who would else would it have been? Like, I can't think of anyone else in the crew that would have done that. Of course that happened, but we're clearly resolving it. So whatever. He's Nighthawk gonna Nighthawk. Like we won't see him for months. And turns out we didn't see him for a month. He made the Billhooks angry at us by some weird proxy, and so yeah, that's the Nighthawk gonna Nighthawk. And Emily and we're still cool. I know you didn't want to go to that meeting with Jerry Maha, but I was like, I can't. Nighthawk's not my talker. Like, I just can't have him go to a meeting like this, the founder representative.
But
remember, you did good too with the.
This is why if you
at that
Virgil,
meeting,
you could send Virgil, right?
Yeah. But Nemra did a good at that meeting because I'm sure Emmeline told him everything about like how well you performed. I also was also surprised that like of all, I was the most worried that the person who'd be the most insulted by me not being there would be Jerry Maha. But then she was the one who was like, no, actually, it looks like actually does things because sometimes I don't know that he even does things, and that's to be fair, she's not wrong. And so that's Silas.
I can go next. As far as the world, I think Peter said it really well. The world is saved. We have the lightning barrier restored. The Ministry of Preservation is got things well in hand, etc., etc. But there are any number of doomsday clocks. It's like this one was, a sample. This is the like, oh yeah, this is a bad thing that could happen. This wasn't a full blown collapse versus any number of things that could be. As far as himself, Cole, I do think he has cultivated himself into being that kind of what you described, Nathan, of trying to be essentially a war leader for us, or the confrontational aspect of things. In that he clearly he's he says, but he's not interested necessarily. He's not a planner. I don't think. Like he comes up with plans and things, but very short. It's not he's not mapping out a campaign of what we're gonna do and what we're gonna become. That's a thing that I think Silas is doing. Even if he's doing it, it's still happening in the background somehow. As a I legitimately thought that you sent the Nighthawk on purpose to I don't know, piss off the Bill Hook or something, but Cole had no idea, so that was very fun. As far as other characters, Reese, Cole didn't necessarily see Reese do the things that Reese did, or the aftermath of that. So didn't get to see Reese's breaking point. And I think they'll have to come to terms with that, of Reese needing to maybe take a step back and like Ruckus or something here, or that he's going to continue careening off of the cliff, is what it sounds like. But I, like you said, I really enjoyed our early on with the Nighthawk as well. Going into the prison, getting to do some of that, getting to deal with a very black and white type. Well, this person's a criminal, but also they're treated like a king in here. They have protection, etc. And I think that set a really good tone for like if Cole does end up going to Ironhook, he will need friends and allies because it could go real poorly real fast. As far as Nebra, we didn't actually get a whole lot of this one, but Cole sees Nebra doing all of the things. We got Nebra helped him get to warn the Lost, and which was a small, like a very minor point. I appreciated you reminding me, Kyle, that I had talked to them because I knew someone had, but I wasn't sure who it was even. I didn't realize I thought it was me at first. And so, yeah, especially with Logan Brocken being with them, like wanting to make sure that that happens. Cole will be very interested in seeing how that turns out, I think. But appreciated not only Nebra's help, but also just kind of her willingness to help on a thing. Objectively went against what the Hive had been issuing. Like they were going to go do a thing, but in Cole's mind that was wrong, and he wasn't going to go behind the crew's back and say, well, hey, it wasn't the Lost, but he didn't want to see people go down for a crime that they didn't commit when they're his friends. If it's sisters, he's happy to have them go down for crimes they didn't commit. So he's a hypocrite of the highest order, mainly in that his decision matrix is based on, are you part of his family or not? Looking at Emmeline, I like that they're training together. Stuff I think is really interesting. Emmeline is definitely, I think, in Cole's mind forever, is Emmeline is the either second in command or sometimes the person actually in charge of the crew, and that this may be, you know, Silas's gang, but that uh, uh, Emmeline does a lot more of that interpersonal stuff. So that and to really handle a lot of it. Also, because you're the person that Cole knows can handle ghosts, and I think that because we deal with a lot of spirit nonsense, Cole maybe has a healthy. I need this person to like keep me safe, because I can't do it. This is bad. As shitty as Cole was towards the Nighthawk, I like the Nighthawk a lot as a character, and I think that it's very fun to see you play him, Cameron. But he does. It's one of those that I think because the Nighthawk leads a double life and doesn't, I guess, invest in the same ways as other people within the gang, he permanently sets himself apart. And so being that vigilante justice person sets you up in a really awkward position. And I do enjoy the getting to explore the it seems like they're criminals. We're not any better. We just massacred how many people? If a gang of you show up to pay us justice, how are we going to side with that, right? And I think that that's something that Cole thinks about a lot because it's probably part of his internal conflict self of like, how do you do good things when you're a bad guy, or how do you do bad things when you're a good guy, kind of thing. So, which I think is also why he tried to recruit people that were a little bit more upstanding for that. As far as Silas goes, uh, I am very much enjoying that Cole has been kept out of Silas's business, because I think early on, Silas and Cole would have had a very different reaction to Silas being. But honestly, if Ulf Ironborn shows up to kill Silas and doesn't explain what's happening, Cole's not gonna not gonna let that happen either, right? So like, very manipulative, I think, in this scenario. So I thought it was really good, and I enjoy as a almost tongue in cheek playing it up occasionally of Cole's belief in what Emmeline said of like, hey, we're part of the crew, if you fuck up, you own it, right? And that's why Cole is like, yeah, you fuck up, you own it, and we help you. But if you fuck up or you pretend you didn't do it, then that's where it becomes a problem. If you're not willing to own your fuck ups, that's where it's a problem. And so it's this like, Silas could get to a point where he reveals his dark secrets and potentially find instead of vengeance or whatever, they could find forgiveness. But I think work. I think there is a path that way, though, if need. Which I think is interesting. I think is and it's fun to see Silas be a spider, even when you don't mean to. So I think that's really like. I also thought Jeremiah was the mission, was the one you should have gone to. I was like, I don't know. I think Cole probably agreed with you that you needed to go talk to the Deathland Scavengers, since that was the one that it's actually how we ended that war. But yeah, so I think that was good. And as far as the messenger goes, Cole and the messenger didn't really get a lot of time together, but they have, I think, very similar, to a certain degree, worldviews on how you deal with threats, and I think that's something that they have consistently on the same page about. I think Cole, man, if Cole could read, he would be a no. Just kidding. Uh, he is not.
I don't know the reading factor.
Right? Well, he can read, but he's not educated, right? He's not schooled, and also he didn't read your book. Like, he didn't read the book you and Never published, that the messenger never published. So, like, he doesn't really know the just insanity that has happened, because he also doesn't keep up with the academic world. So, like, he doesn't realize that this happened. If he did, I think he's a little bit more like concerned, because this is clearly one of the ways to bring about the apocalypse. You just want to raise more demons. Holy fuck! Okay, like that seems bad.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and go next. About Nebra herself, I think Nebra is currently struggling internally. She's just recently got some trauma. She's dealing with these new feelings and emotions related to viciousness, and how to really handle that properly. She's trying to process through that. It didn't come out this session, and that's probably a good thing, because she was working actively to not have that come out. And she's also seen like how other people's traumas have manifested, and she's kind of afraid about how hers would come out, and she's a little bit afraid of how, like, who's going to get hurt from that and to what extent. And I don't know if it throughout this session, but she wasn't very talkative, even with the conversation with Jeremiah. She kept things professional, concise, because she was spending most of her energy trying to rein the feelings that she doesn't want them to come out yet. In terms of the world, she's a published author now. And clearly the book has made an impact.
As they say in
Oh yeah, total splash. May have started the apocalypse, but out of character, I'm in character, who knows? I don't know if she knows yet the extent has transpired as a result. Maybe that will come up soon. Elstera, since obviously Elstera is not Grace's at this time. But yeah, in terms of other characters, didn't interact too much, but did witness, what happened with the boats coming and stuff, how he reacted to that. And again, going back to, traumas are manifesting, doesn't like what she sees, and she doesn't want down that road. But she still cares about Reese, and she doesn't want to go away anytime since. From she was more like see Emlyn a little bit one compared to the others, which is good from her specifically, because again, that internal struggle, not sure how much Emlyn would be able to help with that, but at the same time, I think Nebra will get to a point where she'll definitely need some outside help, and she's not 100% sure who she can trust to ask. But Emmeline's on that list of, that short list of people that she feels she can trust with that. Nighthawk, Nebra's not surprised that Nighthawk did the war with the billhooks. Definitely not surprised. I mean, he did apologize, but only because Cole called him out on it. So she's kind of iffy on whether or not Nighthawk truly understands, what he did, and if he feels any sort of remorse for it. I think Nebra will try and keep like an eye on Nighthawk / Virgil. No, she doesn't know yet about Virgil. Out of character, I'm definitely looking forward to that revelation to pop out. It'll be great. To Silas, again, didn't interact too much. I think Nebra is going to try and volunteer to be like the crew's bookkeeper, because she is like old that there are no ledgers whatsoever. And I feel like she's going to take it upon herself as an economics major to like step in and be like, all right, we need to get some books. We need to write the numbers down. We got to keep track of this stuff. It's important. So she'll probably be doing that next session. And Messenger, fellow academic, fellow author, accomplished a thing, and we'll see what happens with that. It's a Potter book, but still a book, nothing bad can happen from that. That's a good question. I'm assuming we would have like some sort of royalties or something with that.
Come up right now. The university is pulling in coin, which is why you guys
right.
bumped up with them.
Right.
But perhaps.
Okay. Yeah, we'll maybe have to negotiate that in the future. Who knows? But that's it for me.
I'll go next and actually address that. Like, so in period, you make money off trashy books. You lose money on good books. Like, the only way you make money as an author of big important books is by picking up patronage or by being rich, and this is just the thing you do on the side, which is why a lot of the notable figures from back then are either aristocrats or the pets of aristocrats. The reason the printing press was able to make money, was able to in Europe is because the mercantile class could use it to print Bibles, which people were buying because of Protestantism. So like that was a weird thing that happened, and we don't really seem to have a book that every family needs in order to prove they're better than the Pope in this setting. So things take a bit of a different angle. But if we can get some patrons, because they're putting out some amazing stuff that happen. Messenger. So to try and translate this into a setting I have more of a feel of a grip on. If we take a cyberpunk setting, if you remember the VR series, something like that, where people can do amazing things in their garage with computers, like Tron. What we did is we wrote a program for those people to upload themselves, to move to a different kind of life, and then we released it out there, and a bunch of are the face of the year are the ones who are uploading themselves. They're like, immortality, where's the button? Bang! And we don't know what the downside is to that yet. Well, the messenger thinks they do, because the messenger thinks they know what it means to be a demon. Because the messenger is Tycherosi. The messenger does not know, but they don't know that yet. But like, these people just have different problems now, is the way messenger sees it. As for the end of the world, then you'll need to travel more to the than Fall. There is more to the world than Arkaros. Like, do you think the people with horses out on the plains, they don't care about the demon blood? They've got their own way of making this worse. The Dagger Islanders, they're not dependent on demon blood. There are other ways that things can happen. The word will end when people who don't have other solutions start using mass tools of violence to solve their problems in ways that impact the people who do have solutions. And the Tycherosi worried about that, of course. But Duskfalls can fall apart. It'll be really, really suck to lose some friends, but whatever. Off into the Deathlands. because the messenger absolutely has a healthy social life and an understanding of their own emotions. Definitely. They're not disassociating at all. Anyway, this is what the messenger learns about the world. Yeah, it is great to be public. I'm not sure messenger thinks of themselves an author, more of an editor or a compiler, but like we definitely did have to make some choices when putting all that together, not just in layout. So like there's stuff there. We did the right thing though, because information wants to be free. It wants to be expensive, but it wants to be free. Um, yeah, I don't think we interacted much outside of that. The messenger is aware that Nebra addressed issues with Jeremiah, and that's good. Like, and she had a founder there with her to help her out with that. Like, Nebra's making her way through. Like, she's going to be in charge at some point. This crew or another crew, don't know. Another person that's going to be in charge at some point is Cole. Cole kind of is his own gang leader. Used to be the Scovelanders, and then they went off and did their own thing, and Cole apparently was like, this no further for his own reasons, which like the messenger's like, man, if you're going to be a fuck up, put your whole ass. I don't know what's going on here, but okay, cool. Glad to still have you around. This time, those guys even come from? No, Cole just like, but yeah, as a flanking action, Cole's leading an entirely different gang out there. The messenger's like falling behind. Do I need to put together a gang? Should I be working my leadership chops? I always think of myself as an individual contributor. I don't know about this management track bullshit.
Might I suggest a lovely cult?
Oh, So, actually, man, picking up doing an asset collection to get a cult together might be a thing. That's a very good point, Kyle.
Think about we could use some spies.
Oh, I don't know if the messenger's going to go for what we need. So having also heard that about the Cole Nighthawk, well, it's really Nighthawk and representatives of the gang conflict. Messenger isn't entirely clear why they didn't just kill the guy while they were in the room, but trusts that they had their reasons and that they made the right choice at the time. Like, I don't know what you were doing, but okay, cool. There's a solution to the problem with the bill hooks that doesn't involve eliminating all the bill hooks. Okay, that's cool. Still pissed at him. The fact that the Nighthawk believes in justice as other than a relationship between oneself and the outside. Because like for the messenger, it's vengeance. It's I am making myself and people I care about safe through violence. And here's the Nighthawk all going off on someone who, yeah, okay, they did some messed up things, but like there's a system for that. There's a justice system, and it dealt with the guy, and you went to go beat him up?
It failed, though.
What does that even mean? I want to see you justify that. Justify justice. But all right. That's interesting. The Nighthawk. But he fessed to it. He recognized that it didn't jive with the gang, and we're working on that. And that's cool. And that's interesting. Working with Silas on the thing that the Silas and the messenger went on. Oh, solicitor? Okay, neat. Okay, cool. I'm just gonna try and throw some things out here that I think you'll be concerned about, and then go and consult with you and see, okay, now what do you want? I'm trying to build some solutions, or at least a path to solution, like empower you to solve this problem. Because Mother Thorn is a surprise in a number of different ways. Not only that she drives the way she does, but also like where did she come from? Why is she like, what took someone like that and put them out in the Deathlands? I'm so glad that's Silas's problem. The messenger is so pleased that that's something Silas needs to worry about. And yeah, worrying about things. Reese, dude. Reese. Man, what? Why? Is this what happens? Like you were such a good Scovelander, and now you're is it
Succeeding.
just inevitable? Was your breeding going to inevitably like this? Is God, it's so disappointing. Thought you were a good one, gonna help you out, whatever we can, and hope we get you put back together. And holy crap, what a solution! Boy, you took care of problems there. Like there was this very large collection of problems, and then suddenly there were fewer by such a large number. We got some new problems out of that, but boy, in the removing of problems around that you did, you definitely like pared them down. There was a guy we were supposed to kill. Yeah, Reese took care of him, and everyone standing too close. Like the messenger had to dive down and spend more time underwater than people other than the messenger were probably comfortable with to get this guy's corpse out.
I do apologize for that.
Oh no, it was amazing. It was great. Oh, we have different problems now. Neat. And I think that just leaves Emmeline, and I don't know if the messenger knows what Emmeline did this time other than a guide to Nebra, her leadership and negotiations course there. Um, yeah, I don't think we interacted all that much. Got to talk about ghosts though. We need to talk about what it is you plan to do about the crew when we get them back from the Deathlands, and why you're concerned about where the boundary is too, because we make a lot of ghosts that you don't care about. That's okay. Just want to know what the rules are. I think I got everyone.
Cool. I think that leaves Emmeline. So a bit of a quieter game for her this round, but that's fine. You guys had plenty going on. Love to hear all about that. Um, as far as the world goes, I mean, for the first time in a while, things seem to be looking up. We have a better relationship and are no longer at war with the Deathland Scavengers. Good job, you two. It seems like we have some insight and knowledge onto the bill hooks that we can use to maybe put an end to this war. Good job, you three. And Jeremiah did not kill us, so always us. Well done, Nebra. Um, and yeah, we solved a problem that has just kind of been an annoying, kind of like a lingering ish for Emmeline of like, we wronged these people. One day they're gonna realize they gotta stand up themselves or make it right. And then it just lined up this time to be like, nope, we're gonna be morally justifiable and just solving that problem straight out. And was happy to have that um, done. Would have loved the shantytown for her own purposes, but all right, we have some caves. I'm sure some creative, and we'll come up with some wonderful ideas of how to put those to use. Um, as far as I think characters go, running down the list here, starting with Cole. Um, so um, I think Emmeline feels very tight with Cole. Is really happy that you've been helping her adjust to the new way that she's handling things. Enjoy that conversation and downtime, even though I think like canonically she was pretty quiet and just listening at this. Um, liked that you're like, hey, I get what you're doing. Not going to pass judgment either way, but if you're going to do it, I'm going to teach you how to be safe about it so you don't kill yourself. And I think one of the things you may have noticed, like as you were training, uh, playing on this new upgrade of tough as nails, whether this is something that she's got recently or maybe always had. Like maybe there's some concerns of like nerve damage. Like she does not feel pain in the way you'd expect a normal person to feel pain. And like when she takes punches, like she can get blacked out, but you're not sure, like seeing her train, seeing her fight, you're like, I'm not sure she's feeling it in the moment. Like there's something disconnecting there, you know. And we'll see what comes of that. Jumping back just real quick to the world, I forgot to mention. I think like so Emily's been gone for a while, comes back and realize that she has been a victim of her assumptions. So Silas, I love you. We'll talk about that when we get to your character, but like assumed you had everything under control, assumed you were kind of the leader of this, and then was like, wait, you don't keep books, you don't know what our finances are, you don't know these basic things. Like Silas, you also own a legitimate business. Do you? Okay. And I think as a type of person, it's fine. You don't need to do those things. I just need to know you're not doing them, and we can get them handled. Like I got your back there. And it is, I think, keening into the idea that there is, like, as said last, we're a crew where everyone has their own particular goal and their own particular wants out of the city, and is worried that those wants and goals are starting to kind of fray the fat of our crew and starting to pull people in different directions, and is trying to step in to be like, if we need someone to keep us on track and the other two founders aren't doing it for whatever reason, um, I will step in and try to mediate that, because I think at this point she's looking at Silas and like, Silas, you're a good criminal, you're a good spider, but you're also in her mind, I think, kind of playing the role of a criminal. Like I think in your heart of hearts you're still a nobleman, and this is just your court. It's just changed legality. Uh, and that's cool. That's fine, Silas. That's not how the world works. So let me help you out. Then going to Reese, man, uh, you were a lot cooler when you were doing drugs. Um, yeah, worried about you, Reese. I think like she saw the like dollar signs in the eyes, and she's like, shanty town. Okay, we could do this, and we could do smuggling things. And then Reese is like, nope, boom, and it was like, okay. I mean, one, very impressive, but two, yowza. Not the decision I would have made. And then three, you making those things in the lair I currently sleep. Cause damn. Um, and is a little worried about you, because I think she wasn't like, you seem to be someone who had their life together, right? Like you seem like, I'm putting down my vice, I'm getting my duck in a row, I have a new girlfriend at me, and now it's like, no, maybe there's an underlying hurt or something there that is fraying at you and is causing you trauma that, um like Emmeline's been cold to you for her own reasons, and I think this game she started realizing like, maybe I need to take some accountability and I need to help Reese regardless of my feelings of what his current things are, because if he continues stressing himself out to this level, we're not going to have a Reese around for very much longer, and that's outside of my purview to bring back. I'm a ghost speaker, not a psychologist. um, but like also, um, was surprised at like the stressors that did push you over the edge. Like we got robbed by cops. Reese, you've lived in Duskfall a long time. You know that's SOP, right? Why now are you pushing? Are you so upset? Um, so I think like she thinks something else is going on. Maybe it's my damn sister's influence on you. But let's talk. Let's make amends and let's figure things out, because um, I do want you around, especially when we get the crew back, because I need you alive until then. Um, Nebra, um, I think so. Emmeline really likes you, just full stop. Much like I think, Silas is number one. Cole's definitely up there as well, but I think you're like 2 or 3 in her minds of like closeness factor, and I think part of that is you're both women in an organization run by predominantly men or people in the, or not people. I don't know how the messenger identifies. But like, I I seeing Cole becoming like Silas's like secret right hand, I think is what kind of happening in Emmeline's mind. Like, I kind of want that too, Nebra. Like, if I need you on my side. I also think Emmeline is not above using other people, and it's like you're also getting into some dangerous stuff. She knows about your suspicions that Alstera is a demon, and it's like, you know, if you're gonna end the world, I want to make sure I'm on your good graces. So I'm gonna do what I need to do that. I think she didn't notice, and I think this is a fault of her personality, that you were dealing with stuff. But thought you did well with Maha. Was a little surprised when Silas was like, Emmeline, you take this job. Like, Silas, I do well speaking with dead people, not living people. Nebra, I need your help. And it worked out well. With the Nighthawk. So I think Emmeline's probably at this point, because you pulled out the file and she was reading over Cole's shoulder that was like, Virgil Caesarian links to this guy, links to the Nighthawk, and she already knows because she saw the ghost you point you do together, and she just doesn't care who you are or what you choose to do unless it impacts the crew. And in this particular case, it did, and that's why it's like, I'm not, you made a mistake, and I'm not going to let anyone harm you for that. But I do need you to learn your lesson. Like, we all have things in our personal lives that we're going up against, and if you need to do that, especially at this point, Emily knows like you have a separate personal life you could deal with these problems with. You don't need to bring them on us, or likewise share with us, because I'm sure some of us would be glad to help you out and get that vengeful experience. But I think she is also aware of your religion, and as she views it, right? And that's a bit concerning. She's doesn't handle fanaticism well, and it seems that that's kind of where the Nighthawk sits, right? Like, it's not just that, as Powell said, right? It's not that like someone wronged me, I'm going to get him back, which Emmeline completely understands and gets. It's like there is a platonic ideal that I ascribe to, and I must see right. And Emmeline's you, like, you're putting a lot on yourself, and because of your position in this crew, a lot on us too. Like, we need to come up with some boundaries of how this works. But I think now that she's some of the puzzle pieces together and understands the Nighthawk better, she has a lot more respect. I think that's what was missing, that understanding of why do you operate the way you operate. And as those are falling to pieces, it's like, all right, I get it. We just need to iron out some of the problems that these are causing. It touched on already with a lot of things, but um, uh, beyond the stuff I already mentioned, thought you, uh, I mean, great job in delegating folks. It seems to work out well. And Emmeline trusts you. Emmeline likes you. So it's like, even if this is some game to you, even if this is just to rekindle something that was lost back home, that's fine, Silas. I got your back. We'll make this work. You're like a second father to me, the father I never had. I got your back on this no matter what. And we'll see where that leads her. And then the messenger, I think so. Emmeline, I said in her background, was like an avid reader since childhood, because she had no friends except ghosts, so she turned to a lot of books. So I think, like, very secretively, she's been reading like all applications and stuff like that. And some of it's quite interesting. One two was like, oh wow, yeah, this checks out. The messenger seems to be a really capable fighter. This tracks with how I know of them. And gets to like the third of like, and here's the secret history. Is like, whoa there. Okay, uh, explains a lot actually, but not not what was expected to come from this kind of adventure story I was reading. Um, and I think kind of amused. I don't think she'd ever admit to you that like she reads them, but who knows? You see her in her bunk through your pamphlets and stuff like that. And then, yeah, impressed with your ability. I mean, to swim for as long as you did. That struck her as a bit of an odd. But as the messenger once told, the one thing you can be sure about a Taikarosi is you cannot be sure about a Taikarosi. So who knows what's going on with them? Maybe we'll have conversations and find out one. That is her. Cool guys. Well, game 12, 1 year in the bag. Thank you all for playing, and we'll see you next month.